The sky was dark and swirling, black clouds rolling thick across the whole space. On the flat ground, a huge bonfire blazed fiercely. Smoke and the sharp scent of burning wood filled the air. Right next to that fire, a guy and a girl were surrounded by a bunch of primitive people dressed in animal skins. They were fired up, raising their fists and shouting loud. "Burn them all! Burn the evil god! Burn them all! Burn the evil god!" 3 days ago, these two Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had traveled through time from the apocalypse to a primitive continent called Dong Zhou. In their old world, they were a famous fighting duo with serious power. Their last mission in the dark forest ended with a surprise attack by hundreds of mutated monsters. They were forced to jump into a deep ravine to survive. After that, they fell into a strange space tunnel. After waking up from unconsciousness, they found themselves here. Their sudden arrival caused a massive explosion that coincidentally killed a pack of fierce wolves, unintentionally saving some members of the lone tribe Yunam, Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and Dang, who were being viciously attacked by the wolves. These folks thought they were done for but were deeply grateful to Lam Lang and Lei Huyen for saving them. Seeing they were hurt, they brought them back to the lone tribe. Actually, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen only had surface wounds, but in this strange place with no info, they went with the flow, moving cautiously while gathering intel. Unexpectedly, today the lone tribe's shaman declared that these two were possessed by the evil god of bad omen, saying their presence would bring disaster to the tribe, and the only way to stop it was to burn them alive. That's how things ended up like this. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen laughed in anger, thinking burning them wasn't going to be that easy. The tribe's leaders shouted an order, and countless warriors screamed as they charged forward. Lei Huyen snatched a stone spear from someone's hand, swinging it wildly. In a flash, she knocked down the agitated tribe warriors, who were rushing in like moths to a flame. In a flash of sparks and flying stones, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Lei Huyen drew the attention, half on purpose, standing in front of Lam Lang. Then she dodged left and right amid the chaos, breaking out of the encirclement with quick moves. A few steps later, she was behind the Fire Claw tribe leader's only son. Lam Lang threw a punch to Fire Claw's gut, then flashed behind him, wrapping his left arm around his neck, while his right hand pulled out a dagger from thin air, a snowman's dagger. The sharp blade pressed against Fire Claw's throat as he shouted, "Everyone stop, or I kill him." In this stone and wood weapon era, no one had ever seen such a sharp dagger, adding to the visual shock and intimidation. Lam Lang pressed lightly, and blood immediately flowed from Fire Claw's neck. Fire Claw panicked and screamed, the visual impact hitting its peak. The whole lone tribe was horrified. "Whoa, that's sharp. What kind of stone is that made from? Damn it." Lei Huyen moved like a slick fish in the deep sea, flashing over to Lam Lang in a blink, her cold eyes scanning the lone tribe with a deadly smile. These two had survived the apocalypse's mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They weren't scared of these primitive folks, especially holding a hostage. "Let us go, or don't even dream about it," the tribe leader growled, full of menace. "Release Fire Claw. If you hurt him, you're dead." Lam Lang smiled darkly, voice soft. "Fine. Even if Fire Claw goes down with us, it's no big deal." As she spoke, she pressed again, fresh blood spurting from Fire Claw's neck. "Ah, ah," Fire Claw screamed in pain. Everyone gasped. So sharp, seriously sharp. After passing through the space-time tunnel, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's language skills had improved drastically. For 3 days, they'd been obsessed with learning and sparring with the lone tribe. Though they didn't understand every word, basic communication was no problem. "How dare you?" The tribe leader flew into a rage, throwing a punch from afar at the two. A loud boom echoed, and the ground in front of them instantly caved in, forming a hole the size of a wash basin, at least 15 feet deep. "Dare touch Fire Claw, this will be your fate." The lone tribe cheered excitedly. Tribe leader, tribe leader." Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's faces turned serious, so they didn't dare get careless. Even with a hostage, they wouldn't risk a reckless charge. Their caution and thorough thinking had kept them alive through the apocalypse. They'd already gathered basic info about Dong Zhou Continent from the lone tribe. On this continent, some people had powers normal folks didn't call psychic warriors. Psychic warriors inherited abilities through bloodlines, but not every descendant awakened their powers. Whether they did depended on fate. Some awakened as kids, others only in their teens. As adults, psychic warriors had extraordinary combat strength, often the strongest pillars of a tribe. Tribes with psychic warriors lived better and developed faster. Like the lone tribe, which had 3 psychic warriors, making hunting easier and defense more formidable. The lone tribe leader was the strongest psychic warrior, with the power to control Earth. Actually, Lei Huyen had discovered she also had Earth control powers, but hadn't dared to test how strong she was. In this situation, if the leader knew he had powers, Who knows if they become mortal enemies? Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed clearly. It was Yunam, Tung Fong, Than Lai, and Dang arriving. The leader had deliberately sent them away to deal with Lam Lang and Le Huyen, thinking he could easily control the two and smoothly carry out his next plan. Who would have thought that the one who seemed weak would actually be strong? Not only did they fail to catch my son, but they ended up capturing him instead. Than Lai quickly pleaded, "Big boss, is there some kind of misunderstanding?" The big boss snapped angrily, "Shut your mouth. How dare you doubt the shaman?" He pointed at Dunam, Than Lai, and the others, coldly saying, "You brought the evil spirit here. Now I'm ordering you to wipe them out, or else I have reason to suspect you're possessed by the evil spirit too." What? The whole tribe took a deep breath, their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked at Dunam and the others. The shaman didn't argue with the big boss, which meant his words might not be wrong. Wolf beasts are savage, ferocious animals, yet these guys managed to kill over 100 of them. This whole thing definitely reeks of dark magic. Dunam stopped Than Lai, Dang, and the others who were furious, saying, "Since the big boss says so, I have nothing more to say. I can't eliminate them. Big boss, please exile me from the tribe." Murmurs echoed throughout the tribe. The big boss was stunned. Le Huyen and Lam Lang, waiting for Dunam and the others' reaction, both burst out laughing. Le Huyen laughed out loud. "Well, that's good. Clean and clear. Even if there really is an evil spirit, it won't have anything to do with your tribe anymore. Let us go, and we'll unleash the fire kick. Fair and square." Dunam is the son of the former big boss of the tribe. When the current big boss took over, he told the whole tribe that once Dunam grew up and proved his strength, he would pass the leadership to him. But once you've got the power in your hands, who wants to give it up? Dunam hasn't awakened his special abilities yet, but he's the best among the young generation of the tribe, not just brave, but smart too. More importantly, no one in the young generation of the tribe has awakened their powers yet. So Dunam is the cream of the crop. Everyone knows the big boss favors his son, the fire kicker, to inherit the leadership. Le Huyen and Lam Lang heard all this palace drama straight from Dang Tung Fong's mouth. In the past few days, those two have been craftier than anyone else in the tribe, and just hearing this, they could already piece together countless conspiracies. They were the ones Dunam saved and brought back. They expected the tribe wouldn't keep them long, but they didn't expect the big boss to turn murderous. Well, whatever. Them leaving is fine. The world's a harsh place, and if they can survive that, a primitive continent is nothing. Dunam must have realized something too, which is why he didn't hesitate to say he'd leave with them. "You're not dumb after all." The big boss's face darkened like coal, his eyes cold and fierce as he stared at Dunam. He had spent so much effort setting a trap, surrounding Dunam and his brothers with wolf beasts, thinking they'd surely be torn apart. But they survived and came back. The original plan was to capture Le Huyen and Lam Lang, then force them to accuse Dunam, purposely bring them back to assassinate the big boss, seize power, and force obedience or burn them alive as evil spirit followers. Who wouldn't choose that? But those two demons ruined his plan. The big boss looked at Le Huyen, Lam Lang, then at Dunam. "Exiling them is fine. Since you claim you might be possessed by the evil spirit, for the tribe's sake, I can't risk keeping you here. If you're willing to leave, that's best. Leave immediately, go far away, and never come back." Dunam said, "I absolutely won't come back." Tung Fong and Than Lai angrily stepped forward. "Dang Mao, what are you waiting for?" Dang and Mao thought for a moment, then joined them. With Than Lai and Tung Fong rallying, a few more stepped forward. They were all close to Dunam or had been saved by him. Without Dunam, they'd be bullied. Plus, they were used to living under his protection, only he could keep them safe. They trusted the shaman too, but he was old, a bit scatterbrained, and more importantly, couldn't protect them. In the end, 10 people volunteered to follow Dunam. The big boss's face turned ashen. "If you leave the tribe, you're never coming back." "Big boss, spare the words. Just let us go. We might not even get to wait for the fire kick." Lam Lang smiled, "Bleed too much and you'll die." The big boss's expression twisted with rage, trembling with anger, but he said no more. Losing the tribe's protection meant death, no need to waste effort killing them one by one. Leave the fire kick behind and get lost. The faster the better. Dunam nodded at Le Huyen and Lam Lang. Lam Lang smiled lightly and released the fire kick. 13 people left the lone tribe, and even if the big boss wanted to act, he couldn't go back on his word without losing all credibility. No one would trust him anymore. The lone tribe watched them leave, and some couldn't help but ask, "Big boss, are you really letting Dunam and the others go? They're possessed by the evil spirit and no longer part of the lone tribe. If we keep them, it might bring disaster to the whole tribe." The big boss is right, we can't keep them. Exactly. The tribe members were scared by the big boss's words. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, the crowd dispersed. Everyone went back to their own business. Though many were regretful, Du Nam was really formidable, an excellent hunter. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and the others were strong too, but nothing was more important than the tribe's safety. After leaving the lone tribe, Lam Lang and Le Huyen urged everyone to speed up, only stopping when night fell. By then, they were far enough from the lone tribe. Fan Lai, Mao, and the younger ones were panting, collapsing on the ground, too tired to move. Not far away was a river, and where there's a river, there's usually fish. Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan planned to check it out. Everyone, go, gather dry wood. If we catch fish, we'll eat fish tonight. Fan Lai was quick with her mouth, but the fish ain't tasty. Du Nam said, at least we're not starving. We'll figure out the rest later. Dang and I will help catch fish. You guys go gather firewood. Lam Lang squinted and smiled. Who says the fish ain't good? You just ain't tasted the good stuff yet. You'll see soon enough. The four of them reached the riverbank. Du Nam and Dang were about to get into the water. Le Haiyan stopped them, saying, I want to try once. Du Nam and Dang didn't get it at first, but a moment later, they were startled by what they saw. Le Huyen swung both arms, and suddenly a wall of earth rose up in the middle of the river. A fish longer than a foot got spooked, jumped high, then fell back down. Le Huyen aimed carefully, continuously building the earth wall to block the fish, pushing them toward the shore. Soon, they saw countless panicked fish swimming chaotically, forced into the shallow water. Lam Lang chuckled, let's jump in and catch him. All right, all right. Du Nam and Dang froze for a second, then nodded repeatedly and jumped in with Lam Lang. They quickly caught over 10 plump fish, 2 of which were pretty big, about 22 to 24 pounds each, and the rest around 13 pounds. The fish had dark scales and bellies white as snow. Even when tossed on the shore, they flopped wildly, definitely fresh and tasty. After catching the fish, Le Huyen withdrew his power, and the earth wall was swept away by the current in no time. Du Nam was amazed. Turns out Le Huyen was a power soldier too. Dang was so excited his face turned red, eyes shining bright. Le Huyen's power was just like the big boss's, controlling Earth with insane strength. I say he's just as strong as the big boss. Who knew Earth control powers could be used like that? Le Huyen's seriously badass. Le Huyen smiled, surprised his power was that strong. Let's head back. All right, all right. The four returned to their camp. Tung Fong and the others had already found a big pile of dry firewood. So many fish, you guys are fast. Dang's excitement hadn't died down. He couldn't help but eagerly share his amazement with the others. Tung Fong and the rest gasped in awe, eyes shining bright, gathering in groups, chattering and staring at Le Huyen with admiration. Who'd have thought Le Huyen was a power soldier too? Awakening as a power soldier was every tribe member's dream. Lam Lang smiled and said, Le Huyen was already tough, even without powers. With him here, we don't gotta worry about starving anymore. Yeah, everyone's happy. The world's huge, but having food is what really matters. That's true whether it's the apocalypse or the primal continent. Whoever can feed people will have tons of followers. Lam Lang was quietly planting ideas in their heads. Du Nam, Tung Fong, they were all good folks. She and Le Huyen definitely weren't letting go as they stacked the firewood. Lam Lang pulled out a lighter from her space pocket and lit the fire. The lighter and the dagger were the only two things she and Le Huyen hadn't lost during the time travel. There were a few other things in the space, probably left by the previous owner. So Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others stared wide-eyed as Lam Lang pulled out pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, small bowls, and a whole set of eating utensils from the space. Of course, they didn't recognize any of it, their eyes practically popping out. What's that thing? Yeah, it looks weird but kinda cool. Sis Lam, you, a shaman or what? Fan Lai suddenly shouted. Everyone froze, all turning to look at Lam Lang with even brighter eyes. Even Du Nam, usually more composed, was stunned. Definitely a shaman, that's the only way you'd have skills like that. They were sure of it. Everyone showed signs of agreement and admiration. Lam Lang and Le Huyen came from the Eastern Continent, where tribal shamans often had abilities normal people didn't, and those powers could be passed down. Though the inheritance wasn't always guaranteed, some shamans were good at fortune-telling, others at medicine, some understood animal languages. It wasn't surprising that people thought Lam Lang was a shaman. In reality, Lam Lang just had a space. That space was like a small one-story house about 10 feet tall, roughly 200 square feet, with a modest wooden bed and a messy pile of stuff inside, probably left by the previous owner. She hadn't had time to look closely yet. The pots, pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar all came from there. She could enter and exit the space at will and even pull others inside. This world even had power soldiers. If others knew she had a space, it wouldn't be that strange. so she didn't hesitate to use it openly in front of Du Nam and the others. Food was top priority. They'd suffered enough hunger in the apocalypse. Now, if she could avoid settling for scraps, she absolutely would. Misunderstood as a shaman, Lam Lang didn't deny it. Better that way, less explaining. She smiled with pursed lips. Yeah, probably. Right now, the most important thing is filling our stomachs. Wait here a bit, I'm gonna cook the fish. The fish from the river are already scaled, gutted, and cleaned. Lam Lang chopped the fish into pieces. When the water in the iron pot over the clay stove boiled, she threw in the fish, added dried chili, soy sauce, salt, and ginger slices. Du Nam and the others stared dumbfounded. Ah, so this round thing is for cooking fish? What's that dark stuff being poured in? The fish looks way better now. Smells amazing, smells amazing. The fire was blazing, and the pot of fish quickly bubbled and boiled, filling the air with fragrance. Since arriving here, no one had eaten a proper meal. Not just Du Nam and Tung Fong, even Lam Lang and Le Huyen were drooling over the mouth-watering aroma. All right, let's eat. Lam Lang handed out bowls to everyone. Just the bowls alone made Tung Fong and the others exclaim, wow, so beautiful, even better than pottery. They held their bowls carefully like precious treasures, admiring every detail, touching the patterns with almost reverent respect, as if handling the rarest artifact. If they weren't so hungry, they might have stared at them all day without getting bored. They weren't used to chopsticks. Once the fish was scooped into their bowls, they ate it with their hands. Seeing Lam Lang and Le Huyen using small sticks to pick up the fish amazed them. Lam Lang and Le Huyen didn't insist either. They could teach later. For now, eating was more important, as long as no one dipped their hands into the pot. As the fish hit their mouths, everyone's eyes widened. Is this really fish meat? Ah, this is so damn good, seriously. I've never tasted fish this delicious. No, never had meat this good. Same here, I wish I could eat this every day. Lam Lang smiled. Then don't be shy, dig in. There'll be even better dishes later. Yeah, eat up. Everyone hurriedly grabbed more. The only sounds were slurps and munches, no one bothered to say a word. They cooked several pots, devouring every last fish, even the broth was gone without a drop left. Only then did they set their bowls down, fully satisfied. Imagining the future, every face was lit with excitement. Today really opened their eyes. So food could be prepared like this, and taste this good. The softest, best grilled meat they'd had before. Couldn't compare to the deliciousness coming from this so-called pot. That flavor once tasted, it's unforgettable. Full in content, they cleaned up thoroughly. Everyone gathered around the fire. Le Huyen spoke up. Now let's talk about the future. What are your plans? Than Lai said with hope. Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, we want to follow you back to your tribe. Please accept us. No one disagreed. That fish meal had won them over. They naturally assumed Lam Lang and Le Huyen's tribe must be an amazing place. Before, Yunam and the others had asked which tribe they were from, but the two just made up some stories to get by. Now they had to tell the truth. Le Huyen said, our tribe has fallen apart. We plan to rebuild it. We'll summon scattered clan members from everywhere. Are you willing to join us? Lam Lang added, Brother Huyen and I promise we will rebuild the tribe and make sure everyone lives a good life. You're all strong and capable. If you come with us, the tribe will rise faster, and you won't regret it. What? Than Lai and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Lam Lang and Le Huyen weren't from a tribe at all, just nomads. Tung Fong asked, Brother Huyen, what about your tribe now? How many people are left? This was a sensitive question. Le Huyen couldn't lie. Right now, it's just me and a Lang. The others are scattered, but I'm a gifted warrior. Everyone's eyes lit up, spirits lifted. That's right, Brother Huyen is a gifted warrior. Sister Lam is a sorceress. Rebuilding the tribe is just a matter of time. It will definitely succeed. Besides, no one but Sister Lam can cook fish this good. Everyone was used to following Yunam's lead, so they all looked to him. Yunam said, even if we join another tribe, it might not be better. I'm willing to follow Brother Huyen. Sister Lam rebuilding the tribe. That made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Small tribes or nomads losing their tribe often struggle to join a new one. At first, they're not official members. They live as dependents, stuck on the outskirts of the tribe. All the heavy, dirty work falls on them. Dangerous hunting missions are theirs too. Like bait for wild beasts, last in line for food and supplies, always getting the worst parts. This life lasts at least 3 winters, 3 years, sometimes 5, 6, or 7 winters. If they don't die halfway through, they pass the tribe's tests and become official members. Only then are they truly considered part of the tribe. But following Lam Lang and Le Huyen to rebuild the tribe is different. From the start, they're already tribe members. Though few in number, they have powerful gifted warriors and sorceresses. Everyone was already convinced by Lam Lang and Le Huyen. But since Yunam was the best in the group, everyone trusted his opinion most. Now that he agreed, Tung Fong and the others relaxed immediately. I'm willing to follow Brother Huyen and Sister Lam to rebuild the tribe. Me too. Count me in. Lam Lang was very happy. From now on, we're family. Yeah, family now. Yunam and the others nodded seriously. Good. We share the good times and the bad. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen gradually understood the tribe's customs and personalities. For example, sorceresses held unshakable status, and the tribe was where they were loyal and identified themselves. Once they said this, it was a sincere commitment they wouldn't betray easily. Both of them felt much more relaxed inside. On the fourth day, after arriving in the primal continent and recruiting 11 decent juniors, it was truly a good sign. Their tribe would definitely be established soon. Yunam asked again, Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, what will our tribe be called? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen glanced at each other. Then Lam Lang smiled and said, the Chaoyang tribe. Our tribe will be called the Chaoyang tribe. Back in the apocalypse, where they lived was Chaoyang City, and one day they'll build a Chaoyang City right here on this continent. Yunam and the others raised their fists in cheer. The Chaoyang tribe. The Chaoyang tribe. Lam Lang smiled brightly. Lei Huyen's eyebrows relaxed, and in everyone's eyes shone the light of hope. It was no longer early. The big decision was made, and everyone needed to rest early to continue the journey tomorrow. They want to build a tribe, so there's no way they can stay close to the savage tribe. There's still a long road ahead. The ancient continent is vast and sparsely populated, with wild beasts running rampant. Sleeping outside at night is super dangerous, but they've got Lei Huyen. Lei Huyen uses her powers to control the earth and instantly builds 2 dirt houses, one big and one small. It's late April now, the weather's warm, and as long as they're safe, that's all that matters. Even though the dirt houses are simple, they're definitely secure. After everyone goes inside, Lei Huyen blocks the doors. There's a vent on the roof, so they can sleep soundly at night. Du Nam and the others, who were worried about sleeping outside, are now relieved. Van Lai can't stop admiring. Kai Huyen is so smart, turns out earth manipulation powers can be used like this. The tribe's leader has never used them this way before. That's right, that's right. Lam Lang grins curiously and asks, oh yeah, how does the savage tribe's leader usually use their powers? Tichqua answers, they set traps when hunting prey and just attack enemies in fights. That's it? Yeah. Lam Lang glances at Lei Huyen with a smile. No doubt Ka Huyen's the smarter one. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone nods in admiration. Lei Huyen, get inside and rest early. We gotta hit the road tomorrow morning. Yes, Ka Huyen. Van Li and Thich Qua rush into the dirt house. This place was built by a power user warrior, not just anyone gets to stay here. They're proud, and it even seems better than those houses made of stone, straw, or bark. Once everyone's inside, Lei Huyen closes the door and goes into the smaller house with Lam Lang, locking it too. They both breathe a sigh of relief, look at each other, smile, and hug for a long time. Ka Huyen, we're not gonna die. That's so damn good. Lei Huyen knows she's talking about the apocalypse, strokes her soft hair. Inside, she feels warm and hopeful for better days ahead. Yeah. Lam Lang smiles with curved eyes. Before wasn't the right time, but now that we're safe, let's check out my space. All right. Lam Lang can't wait and pulls Lei Huyen into her own space. Inside the small one-story house, there's a messy pile of stuff. These items feel really old. They find some long robes with designs that don't match any known dynasty. Old fabric, worn coin purses with silver fragments and copper coins, rice, noodles, eggs, vegetables, and a few books printed in traditional characters. The previous owner of this space was probably someone not too rich living in some ancient dynasty. Everything inside the space is preserved without a speck of dust, so all of it is still usable. These everyday items are like a godsend for them right now. Even better, you can go inside it and hide safely if danger comes. They sort through the whole messy pile. Lam Lang keeps cheering. There's half a sack of sticky rice. Awesome, we can plant that. Wow, grapes. Let's take the seeds and plant them. Corn, chili, beans, plant them all. Look, there's a saw, axe, wood chopping knife, sickle, and spear. The previous owner was seriously amazing. Hee hee. They spend almost half an hour and finally organize everything properly. Seeing the neatly arranged items, Lam Lang feels super satisfied. Lei Huyen also relaxes her brows, feeling great. Ka Huyen, look, these supplies are what'll help us build our foundation. Thinking about having rice to eat and fresh veggies makes her feel completely content. Lei Huyen chuckles softly. To build a life, we gotta keep our strength. Let's go to sleep now. Okay. Hee hee. There's a wooden bed inside the space, not too big or small, but they still sleep in the dirt house. The space is sealed off from outside. Inside, They can't know what's going on outside. Sleeping in the dirt house, they can sense any noise or movement in time. Lam Lang pulls out a mat from the space, spreads it out, then adds a mattress and bed sheet. Done. She instinctively rests her head on Lei Huyen's lap and lies down, smiling with eyes half closed. Wait till I wake up, then I'll take over the watch. This habit formed back in the apocalypse, when they never slept at the same time outside. You sleep first. If I get sleepy, I'll call you. Lei Huyen strokes her silky hair and cheek. Lam Lang smiles softly, closes her eyes, knowing the limits. When he calls her, it'll probably be around dawn in the east. Maybe he'll call then. It's a peaceful night, only the distant howls of wild animals echoing far away at midnight. For people from the apocalypse, this is nothing. At first light, everyone's up. Du Nam, Tung Fong, Thon, Lai all look refreshed and bright. Clearly, they rested well last night. I've never slept so well outside before. This feels amazing. Yeah. Hearing wild animals doesn't scare me anymore. Everyone excitedly chats. Lam Lang smiles and joins in, then calls everyone to the riverbank to wash their faces and mouths and catch fish for breakfast. From now on, every morning they'll wash up. Lam Lang declares, this is the rule of the Trieu Duong Tribe. Right now, this is good enough. Once they get used to it, we'll add more rules. Hearing it's their tribe's rule, everyone follows without hesitation. After all, it's simple, and washing up in the morning really wakes you up. The riverbank's grass and water are lush and green, the cool mist refreshing and pleasant on their faces. Lam Lang takes a deep breath, feeling the clean, cool air fill her lungs, making her feel intoxicated and reluctant to leave. Only someone who's lived through the apocalypse knows how precious a clean breath is. Early morning fish are more abundant and easier to spot. Before, people didn't like fish and only ate it when food was super scarce. But after last night's delicious fish meal, everyone's eyes light up when they see fish now. Catch, 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 catch 'em all. I'm about to drool. Lam Lang laughs out loud. Lei Huyen goes back to her usual way. Everyone quickly caught more than 20 fat fish, each longer than a foot. Lam Lang's sharp eyes spotted some big shrimp under a rock in the shallow water. Each shrimp at least a foot long, thicker than a wrist, with shells that were greenish-brown and claws shimmering blue, looking delicious just by sight. Lam Lang immediately grabbed them, searched a bit more, and caught a total of 6. This was truly a rare delicacy. Du Nam and the others were very curious, wondering, with such hard shells and little meat, would they really taste good? Surely not as good as fish. Of course, they couldn't cook them yet. Lam Lang tied the shrimp together with long grass and tossed them into the space pocket. Tonight I'll cook them for you all. Then you'll know if they're tasty or not. This got Du Nam and the others excited. Van Li and Thich Qua, being younger, were even more curious and couldn't hold back. If Sister Lam says it's good, then it's gotta be good. There's also wild green onions by the river. Lam Lang casually pulled a big bunch, stripped some leaves off, washed them, and planned to chop them later for the fish. She stored the onion bulbs and the rest in the space pocket. She intended to keep all the bulbs for planting. Van Lai and Thich Qua quickly gathered dry firewood. Everyone was eager to start the fire and cook the fish. Lam Lang smiled, about to pull out a lighter from the space pocket, but Du Nam said, "Let me do it." He raised his hand, and his index finger shot out a small spark, quickly igniting the dry wood. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's eyes lit up. This was a supernatural power. Tung Fong, Thon Lai, and the others were surprised and thrilled, shouting, "Ah, Du Nam, you've awakened." Fire control power. Du Nam's awakened his fire control ability. He's a power warrior now. Ha ha ha. Lei Huyen laughed. Our tribe just got another power warrior. This is a blessing from the heavens. Lam Lang also smiled brightly and added, that's right. Looks like the Sunrise tribe is favored by the gods. Blessed by divine protection, our tribe will definitely become unbeatable. If she wanted to brag, Lam Lang could hype it up all she wanted. Unfortunately, Du Nam and the others might not fully get the fancy words, so she kept it simple. Even just a few simple words boosted Tung Fong and the others' confidence sky high, filling them with joy. Du Nam was also moved, smiling as he said, I didn't expect to awaken. At first, I just wanted to test it out, but I actually did it. Everyone's spirits lifted as they got to cooking. After eating, they still had to hit the road. Rebuilding the tribe made everyone even more eager and hopeful. The fire blazed, the iron pot was set up, and fish and seasonings went in quickly. Just before it was done, Lam Lang sprinkled in the chopped green onions. The fish broth boiled thick and cloudy, dotted with fresh green onions. It looked incredibly appetizing. Lam Lang also threw in a big handful of noodles to cook soft. Just fish alone wasn't enough. They needed carbs to keep their strength up. Unfortunately, the space pocket only had 13 bundles of noodles and half a sack of flour weighing about 66 pounds, no wheat. Eating some used up some supplies, but Lam Lang wasn't greedy. Having sticky rice was already a big blessing. Du Nam and the others' eyes widened as they ate their fill, so happy they couldn't find words to describe it, just repeating, "So good, so damn good. Seriously, so good," full and satisfied. Before setting off, Lei Huyen tore down the dirt house and buried the fire pit underground. The tribe's stamina was pretty solid. The group traveled half a day without resting, only stopping when hunger hit near a small stream. They were lucky to spot a herd of antelope in the morning along the way. Du Nam used his power to shoot fire, blocking the herd's path. While the antelope panicked, Lei Huyen made a big move, causing 4 antelope to fall into a sudden deep pit. Tung Fong and the others quickly rushed in and captured all 4 alive. These antelope had horns nearly 6 feet long, white as jade, very beautiful, and tough. After removing head, feet, and innards, each antelope had about 110 pounds of meat. Lam Lang casually stored the horns in the space pocket, just in case they could be useful. 13 people eating 1 antelope was just right. Cooking was easier than roasting, so they used the pot again for lunch. Actually, if they stewed this meat for about 4 hours, it would be tender and fragrant, with a rich broth that was amazing to drink. But there was no time now. As long as it was cooked through, they'd eat. For a better meal, they'd wait until they settled down. Everyone in the tribe ate heartily, especially after burning so much energy. The whole group finished 1 antelope clean, not leaving a drop of broth in the pot. Still, everyone looked like they could eat more. But they all agreed that traveling was more important. With their current lifestyle, Du Nam and the others were already very satisfied. Back in the tribe, they might not always get full meals, often only eating about 70% full. During the long winter, with scarce food, they usually only ate half full. Lam Lang encouraged everyone, "Let's make the most of our travel time. Tonight, when we rest, we'll cook more meat so everyone can have a really good meal. This meat, the longer it cooks, the better it smells. Tonight, we'll have plenty of time." Hearing this, everyone's mouths watered. Yeah, traveling is more important. Tonight's going to be a feast. When the sun slipped behind the mountains again, they found a place to camp. They had just set off this afternoon when they entered a small, hilly and densely forested area full of lush greenery. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen saw many beautiful birds they'd never seen before flying around. Occasionally, a big wild rabbit darted through the bushes, and there were many plants and flowers blooming in clusters and individually, decorating the whole place. Reds, pinks, deep purples, blues, yellows, and whites bright and eye-catching. Du Nam, Tung Fong, Than Li, and Fitch Kwa were busy gathering firewood and dividing meat. Lam Lang pulled Le Huyen for a walk nearby, observing as they went. Their interest was caught by a small stream about 20 feet wide, with banks full of wild grasses and bright green ferns. Just a light pinch and water flowed out. The stream was very shallow, not even knee-deep. The water here can't support big fish, but the small fish in these woods are even tastier. Lam Lang and Le Huyen watched closely. Plus, the ecosystem here is top-notch. They could clearly see each fish and shrimp the size of a finger swimming back and forth, didn't know their names, but just by looking, they knew they were good. Still, both thought there was plenty of time, so they didn't want to waste energy catching these small fish now. Lam Lang pulled out a covered basket from her space and got ready to pick some wild greens. Le Huyen didn't know how to identify wild plants, so she grabbed the basket to help. Wow, there were mushrooms too. Just by looking at these mushrooms, you could tell they were delicious. Lam Lang was super happy, squatting down and parting the grass in front of her, carefully picking clusters of mushrooms. This cluster had over 10 mushrooms growing close together. The stems were snow white, the caps round with a soft, pale yellow tint. The whole thing even smelled faintly of milk. Seeing the fresh color of the mushrooms made Le Huyen a bit uneasy inside. "Alang, maybe we should stop. What if these mushrooms are poisonous?" "No way." Lam Lang put the mushrooms into the covered basket, stood up, brushed the mud off her hands, smiled at Le Huyen and said, "For the past 2 days, I've actually had a feeling. I just wasn't sure before, so I didn't say anything. Now I can definitely tell which plants are poisonous or not. Even without seeing them before, I can recognize it at first glance." She said this while picking another white mushroom from the nearby grass. "Look at this one. This one's the poisonous one." If she wasn't sure, she wouldn't dare pick randomly, let alone try mushrooms or wild greens. Her life was precious. Lei Huyen and Lam Lang smiled slightly. "What if you don't believe me? My space even has fish. We can use fish to test it. Toss it away." Le Huyen flicked the poisonous mushroom from her hand. "Of course I believe you. You're not the type to joke about stuff like this." Le Huyen was a bit surprised and happy. Lang, have you already received some kind of inheritance or something? This is really good news." Lam Lang's eyes sparkled. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I'm not exactly sure. I just know how to tell if something's poisonous or not. Yeah, and one more thing. We should quickly find a good spot to settle down. I really want to start farming now." "Me too, for real." Huyen said firmly, "This is inheritance, a super useful kind. We just need to travel a few more days. Once we're far enough from the Luo Luwen tribe, we can settle." Yeah. Under Lam Lang's guidance, they quickly gathered a basket full of various wild greens and fresh mushrooms. Du Nam and the others saw the basket full of greens and mushrooms. Their eyes were full of admiration. A shaman really is a shaman, even knows how to forage. Our Chao Yang tribe is seriously impressive. Yeah. Lam Lang smiled and asked, "Doesn't the Luo Luwen tribe have anyone who forages? Do they eat only meat every day?" Then Lai and Thich Qua argued to explain. Turns out in a tribe, the forager group and the hunter group are separate. Like Du Nam and his crew, they're all hunters, mainly responsible for hunting animals. Foraging is mostly done by the women. The elders and kids handle miscellaneous tasks in the tribe. Foraging is also a kind of inheritance. There are too many poisonous plants. One careless move and you're dead. So generally, people only forage plants passed down from ancestors. They don't randomly try new species. The busiest foraging time is late summer to early fall, mainly picking wild fruits and easy roots. After bringing them back, everyone dries them under the sun, then stores them, making winter food. No one really likes wild greens because they taste bad. Only when food is really scarce do they cook wild greens in clay pots to stave off hunger. Dunam and his crew were totally clueless about foraging. At best, they could recognize a few wild fruits. So when they saw Lam Lang and Lei Huyen carrying a basket full of wild greens back, based on the tribe's old impression, they automatically assumed the best forager was the woman Lam Lang. That was their guess. Hearing this, Lam Lang smiled with eyes narrowed and said, "Wild greens have their own charm. You'll see later." That night, with plenty of time to cook, a big pot of stew was simmering. Chunks of antelope meat cut into squares, fish cut into sections, a few big shrimp thrown in, plus wild onions and fresh mushrooms. The whole pot bubbled and boiled. The aroma quickly spread, making everyone's mouths water. When it was almost done, Lam Lang shouted, "Let's eat." Everyone cheered and started digging in together. It was indescribably delicious. Huyen picked up a big shrimp and put it in her bowl, saying to Lam Lang, "Let me peel it for you. You eat the meat first, or the others will snatch it. This pot isn't enough. Once it's almost gone, we'll have to cook more. Next time, we can't stew it this long. Just cook it until it's done. So the first pot is always the best." Lam Lang smiled sweetly, picked up some antelope meat, blew on it gently, and fed it to Huyen. Huyen opened her mouth to bite. Lam Lang also grabbed a piece for herself. The meat had been stewed for nearly an hour. Tender, fragrant, rich, unbelievably delicious. Huyen peeled the bright red shrimp shell, revealing snow-white shrimp meat. Trang picked up a shrimp piece and placed it in front of Lam Lang. "Try it." Lam Lang dipped the shrimp in the broth, took a bite. The shrimp meat was tender and chewy, sweet and fragrant. A satisfying feeling filled her mouth. Her eyes sparkled. "So good. This shrimp is insanely good. You should eat some too." She picked up a big shrimp and put it in Huyen's bowl. Huyen smiled, slowly peeled the shell and started eating. Then Lai looked at their bowls and grabbed a big shrimp too. "Is it really that good? The shell's too hard. I've never eaten shrimp before. No experience." Then Lai clumsily peeled the shrimp shell, but after biting into the soft white meat, he immediately felt happy and amazed. "This shrimp is seriously delicious." He couldn't find words to describe the shrimp meat, finally just exclaimed, "It's seriously too good." As he shouted this, everyone grew curious. They quickly shared the last few shrimp. The shrimp meat soaked in the rich broth was truly fresh and delicious beyond words. It was just too damn good. "I've never tasted anything like this. It's so refreshing. Who would have thought such a tiny body could be this delicious?" Lam Lang smiled and said, "This right here is shrimp, a top-tier freshwater delicacy, so of course it tastes amazing." The fish meat was almost tender enough. Eat up. Eat up." "Oh, right." Everyone hurriedly scooped up pieces of fish, and sure enough, it was incredibly fresh and tasty. The fish was stewed together with lin meat and mushrooms. The flavors blended perfectly, soaking into the rich, fragrant broth, steaming hot. Each bite was tender, smooth, and sweet, earning nonstop praise. Pretty soon, the big pot was completely emptied, so everyone continued cooking meat in the broth. That dinner lasted a full half hour. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't eat as much as the others, each having one big shrimp, a few pieces of linen meat, and some fish to feel full. The mushrooms, though, were especially delicious. Lam Lang ate quite a bit, then added a bunch of wild greens, inviting everyone to eat together. Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others weren't usually big on wild greens when there was meat around. But out of respect for the Vu Su tribe's pride, they awkwardly tried picking up a few stalks with chopsticks. Unexpectedly, the wild greens weren't hard to eat at all. On the contrary, after eating so much meat, adding a few bites of wild greens and mushrooms didn't feel bland at all. The fresh, crisp, sweet taste helped cut the grease and even lifted their spirits, filling them with admiration. Sis Lamb is amazing, picking wild greens that taste this good. Yeah, I've never eaten wild greens this tasty before. Turns out wild greens can taste like this. I don't hate eating wild greens anymore. Me neither. Lam Lang was a bit curious. Of course, when picking wild greens, you choose the young, tender ones. When you eat a lot of meat, having some fresh greens isn't a bad combo, right? So why does everyone look so disgusted? Lam Lang laughed and asked, how do you usually cook your wild greens? Hearing their descriptions and seeing their gestures, Lam Lang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh, no wonder it tastes bad. Cooking it in a clay pot with plain water, no oil, no salt, how could it be good? That kind of green veggie dish would make anyone hate it. Lei Huyen suddenly asked, is the salt for the lone tribe bought? No, it's traded from somewhere else. Lam Lang immediately looked over. Right in the space, there was still a jar with about 22 pounds of salt and a small jar of soy sauce, but clearly, it wasn't enough for long-term use, and no matter what, salt is indispensable. Talking about this, Du Nam, Tung Fong, and Fan Lai immediately started chatting excitedly. The Salt Tribe is the only one around here that has salt. The Salt Tribe is greedy and nasty, really nasty. Today, we hunted such a big lin, it takes 4 lin to trade for a fist-sized chunk of salt. Otherwise, it's 2 stone weapons or a big clay jar like this. But what other choice do we have? We can't live without salt. Everyone chimed in, growing more and more frustrated. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. This Salt Tribe is seriously over the top. Wild lin run fast, hunting them isn't easy. 4 big lin just to trade for a fist-sized salt chunk, that's pure exploitation. And stone weapons like spears, knives, axes, hammers, clubs aren't easy to make either. Not every kind of stone can be used for weapons. Just picking the right stone needs skilled craftsmen in the tribe, putting in a lot of effort. After choosing the stone, shaping it into a weapon that's both sturdy and durable is even harder. Usually, an experienced craftsman takes 1 or 2 months to make a good weapon. Lam Lang couldn't help but say, the lone tribe has so many people, how many things do they need to trade to get enough salt? Why don't they just go find salt themselves? Fan Lai's eyes went wide. You can find salt yourself. Seeing everyone's surprise, Lam Lang got even more curious. Ah, you can't? Tung Fong, isn't salt given to the Salt Tribe by the gods? The ancestors of the Salt Tribe are the children of the gods who gave them salt so they could thrive. They're already generous to trade with other tribes like this, but they're really greedy, never cutting back on trades. Lam Lang and Le Huyen looked at each other. That's just nonsense. The whole gift from the gods thing is a big show, but Tung Fong and the others seemed to take it for granted, clearly believing it. Lam Lang chuckled softly. The gods gave it to the children of the gods. Huh, sounds like something they made up. Tung Fong thought about it. Not sure, but since the ancestors passed it down that way, everyone says so. Du Nam looked at Lam Lang and Le Huyen expectantly. Actually, all the tribe's ancestors once searched for salt, but no one found it. Could it really be found? Everyone couldn't help but hope. If they really could find it, that'd be great, then they could use salt freely like the Salt Tribe. Le Huyen smiled. Whether we find it or not, after we settle down, we'll figure it out. This has to be solved. Exactly. Lam Lang pouted. The Salt Tribe is way too greedy. Trading at such a loss is unacceptable. Letting them hog such a big advantage isn't our style. Salt can't be that hard to find. If the Salt Tribe found it, we should be able to too. If we really can't find it, then we'll just renegotiate with the Salt Tribe. Tu Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others all brightened up. Van Lai even said, Big bro, Huyen and Sis Lam are so awesome, they'll definitely find it. Yeah. Hee hee. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen laughed too. You guys are way too optimistic. Early the next morning, it was time to hit the road again. In the blink of an eye, 16 days had passed, meaning they'd been away from the lone tribe for 16 days. The distance was far enough. Standing on this land, they gazed out over the vast, wild terrain, the distant mountain range stretching to the horizon, winding and overlapping like a giant dragon. About 7 or 8 miles away, a wide river over 30 feet across wound its way through. Under the blazing sun, the water sparkled like silver, alive and vibrant. This is the spot. Lam Lang looked around, then turned to the others. Can we rebuild the tribe here? Le Huyen didn't hesitate. This place is perfect. Let's settle here. The chief and the shaman agreed. Did anyone else have objections? I think this spot's great too, open all around, plenty of space, fresh water source, really ideal. So what are we waiting for, brother Huyen, sister Lam? What should we start with? Everyone perked up, buzzing with excitement. Finally, they were about to set up a permanent camp. Lam Lang glanced toward the eastern horizon, a surge of pride swelling inside. She smiled brightly. Let's start by building houses first, then gather more supplies, plant crops, and stockpile everything we need. As long as we have enough resources, recruiting more people won't be a problem. We can expand the tribes step by step. With Huyen's earth control and powers handling construction, things will be way easier. After some discussion, they decided to build a walled compound first, about 1,000 feet long and wide. This place is vast and empty all around. Without walls, safety can't be guaranteed. Inside the compound, they build a row of houses, including a woodshed, storage rooms, and a granary. That way, daily life would be convenient. Lam Lang planned to clear a patch inside the yard to try growing rice paddies, corn, peanuts, soybeans, peppers, yard-long beans, eggplants, radishes, various greens, and fruit trees. If the crops grew well and no issues came up, they'd plant even more next time. There's a ton to do, so we gotta take it step by step. Everyone was pumped and ready to get started immediately. Du Nam, Thu Qua, Mao, Blackstone, and Whitestone stayed back to assist Le Huyen. Tong Feng, Than Lai, Dang, and 3 others went with Lam Lang to chop wood, gather firewood, and pick some wild greens. They weren't short on meat. Along the way, they'd occasionally spotted wild goats and deer. Le Huyen and the others coordinated to quickly take down a few animals, sometimes catching wild rabbits or small jungle fowl on the side, all of it stored in Lam Lang's space, collected bit by bit. Even with just 13 people, their supplies could last 4 days easily. 3 days ago, Lam Lang's space was upgraded, doubling in size. Now it was nearly 400 square feet, with the height increased by 3 feet. That was seriously convenient. Chop wood, gather firewood, toss it into the space. Done, no need to haul it manually. Fan Lai and the others often praise with a mix of awe and pride. Tribal shamans, I'm the most badass shaman here. The 7 of them headed west for about an hour, finally reaching a forest. Ahead stretched an endless forest, towering ancient trees lined up, thick canopies, dense branches and leaves. Looking in from outside, it was dark and shadowy, a chill breeze brushing their faces. Of course, the jungle held dangers, but they were a big crew and no rookies. As long as they avoided fierce beasts with overwhelming strength and stayed cautious, they'd be fine. For safety, Lam Lang said, let's not go deep into the forest, just work around the edges. Now let's assign tasks. Tong Feng, Fan, Lai, and Dang, you're on tree chopping and trimming excess branches. We'll only collect dry firewood from big and small trees. I'll scout around to see what else we can gather. Got it, Sister Lam. Everyone was action-oriented, not big on talk, and immediately got to work. Tong Feng and the others picked a massive straight tree that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around. They started swinging stone axes to chop it down. Lam Lang clicked her tongue, tapped her forehead, then pulled out a wood-cutting knife. She handed over saws from her space. Use these, they're faster. Let me show you how to use the saw. First, saw the tree down, then use the adze to remove big branches, use the wood knife for finishing touches. At first, Tong Feng and the crew were curious. Once they tried, they got so hyped they wanted to spin around and jump up and down. Ah, this saw is killer sharp. Feels amazing to use. I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me saw, Fan Lai. You take a break. No way. Don't even think about it. I'm using the adze today. No one else gets it. I want one too. Or we settle it with a duel. Winner gets to use it. Yeah, that's fair. Lam Lang laughed, half exasperated. These tools are sharp. You gotta be careful. Don't worry. Sister Lam, we're not scared. Lam Lang chuckled and stopped fussing over them, strolling around the area herself. Iron tools were a whole different league from stone. No wonder Tong Feng and the others were so crazy happy. Looks like finding iron ore needs to be added to the agenda. Find ore, figure out smelting, then forge weapons and farming tools, way better than stone stuff. The jungle's a treasure trove, take what you need. This season isn't great for foraging. Wild greens aren't fresh anymore, mostly old, and wild fruits are still green, not ready to eat. If lucky, they might find mushrooms or bamboo shoots, which would be great. Sadly, this area seems to have no bamboo forest. Forget about bamboo shoots for now. Mushrooms were hard to find. After a long search, they gathered half a basket. These mushrooms look beautiful, pure white like eggs, growing close to the ground. They also picked some tender wild greens, filling a basket full, with meat that'd make 2 meals. Lam Lang stored it all in her space, deciding not to look for more. She pulled out a sharp dagger, cut a bunch of vines, picked the mature ones, stripped the leaves, rolled them into bundles, and stored them in her space. Once back, she'd teach them how to weave with vines. Basket weaving, whether it looks good or bad, doesn't matter. What matters is that it works. Looking up, Lam Lang saw a cluster of palm trees not far ahead. She immediately ran over excitedly. She used a dagger to peel off the old palm bark. This was really good stuff. Bringing it back could make raincoats and hats. They'd keep you dry when it rains. Plus, the bark could be stripped into palm fiber ropes. Palm fiber ropes are strong and have tons of uses. After peeling off all that palm bark, it was lunchtime. Lam Lang headed back to find Tung Fong and the others. From a distance, she could hear the woodcutters still loudly arguing. Let me. You've already sawed down 2 trees, now it's my turn. This axe feels great to use. I'm not even tired yet. When's my turn? I want to chop wood with the axe and the knife too. Lam Lang laughed. Having that spirit was a good thing. Everyone, take a break. Let's eat something first. We're not starving. Everyone replied in unison. Lam Lang, you guys are real work gods. Lam Lang called out a few times. Tung Fong and the others reluctantly stopped chopping wood and sat down to eat lunch together. They ate grilled meat prepared since morning. Lam Lang pulled it out from the space and it was still piping hot, tasting like it was just cooked. The meat was tender, juicy, and flavorful. Everyone was super interested in the iron tools. They asked questions nonstop while eating, their eyes full of admiration and longing, their intentions clear. Got more? I really want to have some. Lam Lang wasn't sure if finding iron ore in this primitive continent was easy or when they'd find any, so she didn't promise anything soon. She just smiled and said, these are our tribe's treasures. If we work hard, maybe we can find the materials to make more. Really? Ah, awesome, Sis Lam. When that happens, can we get a share? I really want some, me too. And me. Damn, these guys were totally obsessed. They didn't even wait for her to finish before getting all hyped. Lam Lang laughed and shrugged, smiling. As long as we make them, you'll definitely get your share. Everyone cheered excitedly again. Sis Lam and Bro Huyen are so awesome. They'll definitely make it. Yeah. Lam Lang laughed and scolded. Hurry up and eat already. A bunch of suck-ups. Oh. Everyone bowed their heads and gnawed on the grilled meat. Fan Lai, eyes full of curiosity, asked Lam Lang. Sis Lam, what does suck-up mean? Everyone looked over, their faces all waiting for an explanation. You gotta know, they'd heard lots of new words from Lam Lang and Le Huyen lately, and honestly found them really interesting and cool. They didn't think it was strange at all, just assumed it was the unique language of Lam Lang and Le Huyen's tribe. Lam Lang said, it means praising you guys for being sharp and quick-witted. Everyone immediately brightened up. After lunch, everyone happily got back to work. By late afternoon, Lam Lang gathered all the wood and dry firewood into the space. The whole group headed back together. From afar, they saw a tall, sturdy wall on the vast land. No need to ask, they knew it was Le Huyen's masterpiece. Lam Lang couldn't hide her pride. She was super proud. Look, that's our big compound. Such a tall wall was very safe. Back at the place, Lam Lang took all the wood and dry firewood out of the space. Both groups working face to face were amazed. The house is already built. Bro Huyen is really amazing. Where did you guys chop down so many trees? Unbelievable. These cuts, this one, and this one. Clearly, compared to Le Huyen's group's surprise, Dunam's group was even more shocked. Speaking of which, Tung Fong, Fan Li, Thu Qua, and the others immediately started babbling nonstop, gesturing wildly while explaining, their faces full of excitement. They even asked Lam Lang to bring out the tools for a live demo. Lam Lang happily laughed and complied. Everyone would get to use these tools, of course, they could watch. Then the other group started yelling and fighting over the tools. Lam Lang and Le Huyen didn't even bother watching, they just ignored it. Le Huyen took Lam Lang's hand to check out the new house and courtyard. Lang, do you think it needs any improvements or additions? The enclosing wall was over 10 feet tall. Obviously, Le Huyen had put a lot of effort into building it with her earth-controlling powers. This wall was thicker and sturdier than even rammed earth walls. The house was finished too. The floor was about a foot high, with 3 main rooms built horizontally in front. Right next to them was the kitchen jutting forward. Behind the kitchen was a storage room. On both sides of the main house were 2 rows of auxiliary rooms, arranged horizontally and vertically. 6 rooms on each side, enough for 11 people to share. Tomorrow they build a warehouse, firewood shed, and tool room on one side, and that'd be good. The large courtyard could start being cleared for planting. Growing plants inside the compound was great because they didn't have to worry about wild animals destroying them. The whole house was very solid. Windows and main doors were already left open. But the roof in the human-shaped style wasn't done yet. They had to wait for the wood to dry before installing the crossbeams, then lay thick planks, fix them in place, and finally cover with tiles. Bro Huyen, what will we use for the roof? Bark, straw mats, or tiles? Le Huyen thought for a moment. Tiles. Dunam's group said winters here were very cold, though a bit troublesome. It wasn't too hard for us. Lam Lang chuckled. Yeah, Bro Huyen makes a good point. In the era of the world's collapse, all modern conveniences were almost wiped out. Even though humanity tried to rebuild, it would take a long time. Back then, many ancient techniques were reused, because not everywhere had modern machines to rely on. That era was all about having as many skills as possible. Whenever you had a chance, you should learn a bit, because who knows when you might need to fire up a kiln to bake bricks and tiles. Lam Lang and Le Huyen both knew how, and they knew a lot more. The two of them exchanged secret smiles, feeling lucky. Lucky to have learned so much before, now putting it all to use. Big brother Huyen Lang leaned against Le Huyen, resting his head on his shoulder, smiling with admiration. Seeing the house, seeing the yard, I really feel a sense of belonging, like this place is home now. Le Huyen wrapped his arm around her waist, bowed his head, kissed the corner of her lips softly, and whispered, "From now on, this will be our home. We can finally build our own lives without fearing that one day everything will be wiped out." Lam Lang laughed happily. "True, man. The universe ain't been cruel to us. Yeah, time to get dinner ready." Le Huyen spoke up. Du Nam and the others reluctantly handed back the iron tools and split up the cooking duties. From the back gate of the yard, about 300 meters away, there was a spring-fed pond. The spring formed a small winding stream flowing into a big river a few miles away. Dang, Mao, and Ovan carried 2 big slabs of meat and over half a basket of wild greens and mushrooms to the pond to wash. Du Nam was in charge of the fire. Rice was cooking in the pot. In Lam Lang's space, there was over 200 pounds of rice. Freshly cooked white rice was still a luxury for them now, but going without any carbs made their stomachs feel empty and uncomfortable. So Lam Lang put about 2 pounds of rice into the pot, with only 2 pathetic dry logs in the clay stove. Du Nam sat beside it, using his powers to boost the fire. Not long after, sweat dotted his forehead, but he kept at it. Everyone was used to this scene by now. Over time, Le Huyen kept thinking of ways for Du Nam to refine his powers, learning to control them more precisely. Thanks to regular practice, Du Nam was getting more skilled with his abilities, and his powers were growing stronger bit by bit. This fired him up, while Tung Fawn and the others watched with admiration and joy. They'd never known before that powers could be enhanced through training. The chief of the Luo tribe and others had all seen very slow progress. Natural growth was a long, drawn-out process. For example, Du Nam's powers now, if he wanted to level up naturally, it would take at least 3 years, but he managed it in just half a month. Lam Lang and Le Huyen planned to head to the big river to catch some fish to bring back. They've been super busy lately, no time to hunt. Even though there was still plenty of meat in the space, eating only meat wouldn't last long, so adding fish to the menu made things much better. For them, catching fish was easier. The big river was full of water, wide and vast, home to countless fish species. Lam Lang and Le Huyen caught more than 10 big fish over 3 feet long, plus 2 nearly 1.5 feet long. The fish had long snouts, gray-black backs with brownish-yellow spots, and a triangular dorsal fin slanting back. When caught, the fin spread wide like a sail on a boat. "Let's eat these 2 tonight. Never tasted them before," Lam Lang said. They quickly cleaned and gutted the 2 fish right by the riverbank. The fish guts and blood immediately attracted a school of small fish swarming around their hands, making Lam Lang chuckle. "Man, these little fish would be killer, fried, crispy, and fragrant." Le Huyen said, "We can fry them. We've got oil." Lam Lang smiled. "Still feels a bit fancy. Once we grow soybeans and peanuts and press oil ourselves, we won't have to worry about running out. Right now, we only have a few pounds left." Thinking it over, there really was a lot to do. The weather had been great lately, clear skies, starry nights, absolutely stunning. The upside was that even with bare roofs, it didn't affect their sleep. Du Nam and the others seemed to enjoy living together more and more. The next day, the 2 adjacent rooms were used as the main quarters, and the rooms were spacious. Lam Lang and Le Huyen naturally didn't interfere with these small matters. The next day, Lam Lang led the group into the forest to chop wood, while Le Huyen's team still had some tasks to finish. By afternoon, when Lam Lang and the others returned, the woodshed, storage, and tool room were all built, just waiting for the roof to be put on. Le Huyen and his group were hanging out by the pond, the little one wide-eyed with curiosity. "Big brother Huyen, big brother Nam, what are you guys building?" Du Nam looked up at Le Huyen with admiration before answering. Big brother Huyen said, "This is a kiln for firing pottery and roof tiles." "Oh, it's called a kiln. Big brother Huyen must be right. Let's help out. We want to see how this kiln fires pottery." "I'm coming too." Everyone eagerly jumped in. Whatever Lam Lang and Le Huyen said, they believed 100%. Even if they said fish could fly, they'd think it made sense, just never seen it themselves. Lam Lang looked at the nearby mud and smiled at Le Huyen. "The soil here is all clay, perfect for making pottery and tiles. Right now, we really lack pottery, water jars, wash basins, all kinds of big and small pots and jars, everything we need." Le Huyen nodded, lucky that there was clay nearby, saving them a lot of trouble. That morning, they quickly finished building the house. Then Du Nam said he wanted to fire some pottery. Otherwise, daily life would be really inconvenient. Lei Huyen and Lam Lang had just talked about this yesterday, so they agreed. At first, Lei Huyen planned for Dunam's group to saw wood, cut planks, carve wooden nails, then go with Lam Lang to find a good spot to dig a kiln and get clay. But Dunam said, "Let's just do it," and immediately mixed white and black stones with clay and water, molded 3 or 4 small jars, stacked firewood, and started the fire. Lei Huyen was speechless, then learned that in the Luo tribe, they used to fire pottery like this. Firing pottery is tough, easy to crack, especially big pieces. In the Lone tribe, only the chief leader and the shaman had a dozen or so pottery items. Everyone else had 1 or 2 or none at all. Huyen once again didn't know what to say, thinking to himself that it'd be weird if those didn't crack when fired like that. Huyen decisively sent them off to scout nearby for a good spot to dig a kiln. For him and Lam Lang, digging a kiln was easy. The main thing was finding clay. Whether making pottery or tiles, clay was essential. That's how the fired items would be durable, beautiful, and sturdy. Dunam and the others, thanks to long practical experience, had gathered quite a bit of knowledge about which types of soil had a higher chance of successful firing. Some types worked, some didn't, but they only relied on luck and didn't know which clay to actively seek out. Together, they built 2 large kilns, each with a chamber nearly as tall as an adult, covering about 78 square feet. For their current needs, firing 2 batches of tiles was enough, and pottery only needed 1 firing. Yeah, by late fall or early winter, they could also burn charcoal. Everyone was super excited about the kiln, itching to see the pottery and tiles right away. The kiln was already set up, so when they started needing clay to make products, everyone worked enthusiastically. After teaching them, Lam Lang assigned tasks to everyone. Dunam led Deng, Mao, Black Stone, and White Stone to make products. Tung Fawn, Big Mao, and Little Mao sawed wood, split planks, dried them in the sun, and worked on Fain Lai, O Van, and the fruit trees on a plot of land Lam Lang had allocated for digging and farming. Lam Lang planned to take Huyen on a walk through the forest to gather some wild greens and pick up dry, durable firewood. Burning the kiln required a large amount of dry wood. They couldn't always rely on Dunam's powers to start fires. They needed to practice and set limits. In Lam Lang's space, there were 3 hoes, 2 iron sieves, and 2 iron rakes. Van, Lai, O Van, and the others lit up when they saw the new tools, eagerly grabbing the hose and starting to dig. Even though Lam Lang expected this reaction, he couldn't help but laugh and reminded them to crush the soil after digging to loosen it, and to pile up grass and weeds for Dunam to burn later. Van Lai and the others responded loudly and clearly, but when Lam Lang mentioned planting crops, Van Lai asked curiously, "Sis Lam, can't we just pick stuff from the mountain? Why bother planting? That sounds like a hassle." O Van excitedly chimed in, I know, we're planning to plant fruit trees, right? In the Lone tribe, some people tried digging up fruit trees from the mountain to plant, but almost all of them died. Not many survived. Sis Lam will definitely make them grow." "Oh, that makes sense." Lam Lang smiled and replied, "Fruit trees have to be planted, and so do other crops. Just wait and see. Everything I plant will be good stuff." Everyone believed this without a doubt and grew even more eager. Lam Lang couldn't help but say, "Do you really think planting crops is a pain? But it's super convenient. You don't have to struggle to gather fruit anymore. That's something Van Lai, the fruit trees, and O Van don't get. The mountain has everything, so how is gathering hard? Plus, that stuff doesn't fill you up and tastes bad. If we weren't short on meat, who'd want to eat that stuff?" Right. I think planting is a hassle and hard to survive, and even if it does, the fruit is small and scarce, definitely not better than gathering. Of course, Sis Lam will make it work. Hee. That's right. Sis Lam's wild greens taste good too. Anyway, whatever Sis Lam and Brother Huyen say, we just follow. Exactly. All right then, Lam Lang smiled. Dig the soil well. Yes, sir. Lam Lang turned to Lei Huyen with a sigh. Man, they really don't get the benefits of planting. Huyen smiled. They'll see soon enough. Yeah, that made sense. The forest had tons of dry wood, and since it was for firing the kiln, the 2 carefully picked only the hard, heavy wood. This kind of wood burns slowly. At this season, wild greens weren't fresh anymore, and whether they could find mushrooms depended on luck. But today, they discovered plenty of edible bracken ferns by a mountain stream. The stream was cool and damp, perfect for ferns to grow. Seeing the cliffside covered with lush, plump, fresh green bracken was a sight to behold. Lam Lang laughed joyfully. So much bracken, this will feed us for 2 or 3 days. After all, wild greens are just a side dish, the main course is still meat. The fresh bracken snapped easily when bent by hand. Soon, they had a big bundle tied with a thin vine and stored it in the space. They picked 5 big bundles before finishing. The 2 returned from the forest, first stopping by the kiln to unload the dry wood from the space, stacking it nearby. a small mountain of firewood enough to burn both kilns. There was really so much dry wood in the forest, picking it up took no effort. Lam Lang also had the space to store it, so no need to carry heavy loads. What used to be a time and energy-consuming job suddenly became easy. The two checked the work Du Nam and the others had done and praised them without holding back. Du Nam and the others, who had been a bit tense, finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces bright. They worked seriously. The rough tiles they made were neatly arranged on the ground to dry, ready to be fired in the kiln the next morning. By eye, it was just enough for one kiln batch, but they worried wild beasts might come at night to cause trouble. Huyen used his earth powers to build a wall around everyone, finally smiling with relief as they headed back. In the spacious, empty courtyard, every beam and plank was neatly stacked to dry in the sun. The tools were handy, and these tasks were finished in less than a day. When Lam Lang and Huyen returned, Tung Fong, Big Mao, and Little Mao were squatting nearby, watching Fan Lai and the others reclaim new land. Chatting as they worked, they wanted to help, but Fan Lai and the others firmly refused. Seeing Lam Lang come back, everyone happily greeted him. Lam Lang was thrilled everything was in order, feeling that everyone working together and putting in their all was truly awesome. In the spacious, empty courtyard, every beam and plank was neatly stacked out in the sun. The tools fit perfectly in hand, and these tasks would be done in less than a day. When Lam Lang and Huyen returned, Tung Fong, Dai Mao, and Tiu Mao, having finished their work, were squatting nearby watching Fan Lai and the others clear new land. They watched and chatted, wanting to help, but Fan Lai and the others firmly refused to talk. Seeing Lam Lang come back, everyone happily greeted him. Lam Lang saw everything in order and felt incredibly joyful, sensing that everyone was united and putting their all into the work. It was truly awesome. What she cared about most, of course, was pioneering farming, because that was the foundation for a better life ahead. The lone tribe valued hunting, looked down on foraging, and hated farming. Thinking it over, it made sense without a main dish to go with it. Wild greens tasted even blander. Their cooking was dull, no variety, just shared clay pots, boiled in water, lacking oil and salt. Who could stomach those vegetarian dishes? But when she managed to grow rice with fragrant white grains, then cooked to stir-fry even without an iron pan, a stone pan would do, and grew all kinds of veggies, especially chili peppers, gathered enough salt, made soy sauce, vinegar, and pickles. If she got lucky and found a few more spices, then that would be real deliciousness. At that point, no one would complain about boring greens anymore. They deeply feel the joy of farming. In one day, the three Fan Lai folks cleared about 10 acres of land. Big Sis Lam was checking on their progress. This is how we should dig the land, right? Lam Lang smiled and nodded. Yeah, exactly like that. This much is enough. I want to test the soil first. It's still a bit compacted, so we need to till it again. Besides tilling, for easy management, we have to divide it into rows. Dividing the rows was simple. Lam Lang Ding was demonstrating and explaining, but before he could even start, Lei Huyen unleashed a big move. Under her control, the soil seemed to come alive, automatically dividing into neat, straight rows. Paths were separated, garden beds marked out. Lei Huyen continued fine-tuning. The soil on the paths was compacted in layers, becoming flat, solid, and clean. Whoa, no wonder you're the legendary bro. Everyone cheered excitedly. Lam Lang felt dumb. If she'd known this, why bother calling Fan Lai and the others to clear land today? Her man just needed a few moves to get it done. Lei Huyen saw what Lam Lang was thinking and reassured her. We still have tons of land to clear later. Teaching them this is important. Yeah, true. Lam Lang smiled at him, no longer feeling upset. The work for today was done. Time to cook. Today wasn't right for boiling, so Lam Lang planned to stir-fry. She hadn't had stir-fry in a while, so today was perfect to satisfy that craving. The choy sum was blanched in boiling water first, then cut into pieces and set aside. In the pan, she used fatty goat meat to render oil. Once the oil was almost ready, she added sliced goat meat to stir-fry first. When it was lightly cooked, the aroma filled the air. Then she added the choy sum and some leftover wild onions, sprinkled salt, and added a bit of soy sauce for flavor. Soon, the whole pot looked delicious and smelled mouth-watering, making Tung Fong, Fan Li, and the others rush in from outside the kitchen, sniffing nonstop. So fragrant, so fragrant. Big Sis Lam's cooking smells amazing. Someone else was amazed. Hey, there's no water in the pot, but the meat and veggies cooked like this, it even looks better than boiling. Everyone admired and respected them. The Trieu Duong Tribe was seriously impressive. With so many new things, Lam Lang said proudly, "Of course. We'll teach you all slowly, and soon you'll know everything." Everyone's spirits soared. In the space, there was a big bowl, just right to scoop a full serving, followed by boiled fish and Ning's goat meat. Near the end of cooking, they added some herbs and leftover mushrooms. It was mealtime. At mealtime, everyone reached for the big bowl of stir-fried meat together without even saying a word. Wow, no one could describe the flavor, all they knew was it was insanely good. Not only was the goat meat sliced and stir-fried, giving a totally different taste from the rich, creamy stew, but the choy sum and wild onions stir-fried together were unusually crisp and fresh. On their culinary journey, they opened the door to a whole new world again. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen hadn't eaten stir-fry in a long time, and this time it was incredibly tasty, though the chili was way too spicy. Lam Lang wasn't ready to use chili yet, planning to wait until everyone got used to it. Then dishes with chili would be even more tempting. As for pots and pans, it looked like they needed to fire up a few more clay pots, stew pots, big clay bowls, and so on to make cooking easier. The next morning, everyone gathered at the kiln to help. Le Huyen removed the clay walls and, with Lam Lang, showed Tung Fong, Than Lai, and Ovan how to arrange the items in the kiln. After loading, they started the first fire. Meanwhile, Du Nam led the others to gather clay and knead mud to make more products. They finished today's batch and laid it out to dry, so it could go into the kiln tomorrow morning. The fire had to be kept burning continuously for 3 days and nights. Then the kiln sealed and left to cool for 3 or 4 days before opening. When the kiln was sealed and the fire started, everyone couldn't help but crowd around to watch the excitement. Could this really fire up something called tiles to roof houses? So magical. Ah, I just want to see what the fired stuff looks like. Lam Lang laughed. You'll see in a few days. Remember to watch the fire closely once it's lit, it can't go out or weaken. Don't worry, Big Sis Lam. Big Mao and Little Mao were assigned to watch the fire, sometimes helping carry and arrange the raw tiles. Lam Lang trusted their work and pulled Lei Huyen back. Now it was time for her to start planting. The land Than Lai and the others cleared yesterday had been tidied up by Lei Huyen's moves, neatly rowed, and the soil finally crushed. Early morning, Lam Lang had Du Nam burn off all the roots and thorns, so now it was ready to use. She picked 2 plots about 2 feet wide each, had Lei Huyen use her powers to mix the soil evenly, and in the space, there were 2 wooden buckets of water. They hauled 3 loads to water the 4-foot soil beds, ready to start planting. Not sure if the crops would survive, but they'd try some easy ones first, like ginger, onions, garlic, and chili peppers, for example. All right, Le Huyen's voice carried a teasing laugh as she added, I'm sure you've inherited something special, so your husband will surely live long. Lam Lang loved hearing that, his face lighting up, though he stayed modest. Nah, I'm not so sure yet. Still gotta be careful. The 2 of them seriously dug the soil and started planting. The garlic cloves were peeled and spaced out evenly. The ginger was buried and lightly covered with soil. The onions were planted using leftover roots. The herbs from last time were kept and replanted, so they grow again. Then came the seeds, yard-long beans, cucumbers, radishes, lettuce, and chili seeds taken from dried peppers. All were sown evenly. Some were familiar, others unknown. Lam Lang planted them all, pumpkin seeds, white squash, loofah too, waiting for the seedlings to grow before transplanting. These needed trellises. Lam Lang glanced around and decided to head into the woods tomorrow to chop branches for building trellises along the garden beds. The rest of the land was for sweet potatoes, corn, taro, and peanuts. 8 sweet potato tubers were planted. Later, the vines could be eaten fresh or pinned down into empty soil. In a few months, they'd harvest plenty of taro tubers. Corn and peanuts didn't need replanting. Each hole got either half a cut taro tuber rolled in soil or 2 corn or bean seeds. There was one very important thing to plant. Lam Lang grinned proudly, spreading his hands and telling Lei Huyen to guess. Guess what kind of seed this is? Lei Huyen looked at the small black seeds, about a dozen or so, and honestly had no clue. You're making this tough, but it's definitely something precious. Lam Lang chuckled. Of course it's precious. These are cotton seeds. Though Lei Huyen rarely showed emotion, her eyes lit up brightly now. Cotton seeds. Yeah. Lam Lang nodded proudly. At first, there were no cotton seeds in the space, but there was cotton fabric. I figured maybe some seeds were left in the cotton, so I searched carefully. Finally, I found over 30 seeds. Le Huyen's eyes sparkled with a smile. My wife's really smart. Lam Lang was pleased. Of course. I plan to plant a few first. If they grow well, next year we'll plant more. Eventually, we'll have cotton clothes to wear. If we can make a few cotton bowls, even better. We'll just plant those too. Even though there are over 40 pieces of fabric in the space, including 2 silk pieces, enough for us to wear for life if we're careful, wouldn't it be better to weave our own fabric? The cotton seeds were carefully planted one by one, 18 in total. Lam Lang sighed in relief and smiled. It's really like 100 little ones. Gotta be meticulous. Li Huyen, these are treasures, deserving of that care. Because they were so thorough, half a day passed after they finished planting everything. Perfect timing to check the stove. The fire was blazing fiercely, radiating intense heat. In this weather, just getting close hit you with a heat wave that made the sun feel even hotter overhead. Lam Lang called everyone to lunch. Today's meal was simple, just grilling meat over the fire on the spot. Unfortunately, conditions were still limited, so they couldn't use salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, or sliced ginger to marinate the meat. No other spices either. Later, when they had everything, they'd definitely make grilled meat bursting with flavor like before. For now, the grilled meat was just cooked through, sprinkled with a bit of salt and a few drops of soy sauce to boost the taste. But the fresh, tender meat still tasted good. This gave Lam Lang an idea. He laughed and told Li Huyen, "Let's build a clay oven next to the kitchen for grilling meat. We can also roast sweet potatoes, taro, corn, and stuff. There's some wheat flour left in the space. We can make baked goods and toast bread. Using it as a simple oven won't be a problem." Li Huyen nodded in agreement. Fan Lai and the others were curious, so Lam Lang explained about sweet potatoes, taro, and corn. After eating grilled meat, Lam Lang pulled out some bunches of grapes and a few pears from the space. The dark purple grapes were each bigger than a thumb, with thin, juicy skin, looking very tempting. The pears were bigger than a fist, pale yellow skin, lightly fragrant with a subtle sweetness. Lam Lang said, "Everyone try the grapes and pears. The seeds inside were saved for me. Dry them and plant later. Maybe in a few years, we'll have plenty of grapes and pears to eat." Yeah, after a meal, fruit is always especially tempting, especially these juicy, plump ones. As soon as Than Lai popped a grape in her mouth, she swallowed both skin and seeds, eyes shining. This wild fruit called grape is really sweet. So good, so good. Just as she was about to swallow another, she carefully spit the small seed into her palm and shouted, "Ah, Than Lai, why did you swallow the seed?" Big Sis Lam said, "We have to save them for planting." Than Lai looked regretful and embarrassed. "It's just that it was so good, I didn't notice." The others, reminded by the shout, also carefully spat out their grape seeds. Lam Lang smiled and said, "Missing a seed or two is no big deal. Grapes are easy to grow. As long as they sprout, bloom, and bear fruit, one seed can turn into countless grapes." There weren't many grapes. Each person got 5 or 6. The pears were shared between 2. Grapes were new to everyone, so they were all surprised and delighted. They'd eaten pears before, so they chatted excitedly with Lam Lang. They said the pears they'd had before were smaller with dark brown skin when ripe. The flesh wasn't as soft or thick as these. The seeds were big and very hard. When ripe, the flesh was soft. Unripe, it was a bit astringent. Lam Lang made a mental note to dig some up from the mountain to plant later. She wrapped the grape and pear seeds in leaves, washed them by the stream, and dried them in the sun. After about 2 days, they could be planted. She also dried some apple and pomegranate seeds. There were still 4 or 5 pounds of red apples and 2 large pomegranates in the space. Lam Lang didn't want to eat them all at once. Good stuff should be saved and enjoyed slowly. The afternoon was free, so Lam Lang and Li Huyen sat on the front porch peeling some sandalwood branches. They planned to make a few simple tables, chairs, shelves, beds, and cabinets. Doors and windows also needed to be prepared for installation. The sun was blazing, the sky high and cloudless. The yard was wide and clean, each plot of soil still bare and slippery, but the smooth earth looked ready to sprout, lifting everyone's spirits. The new house in the back still hadn't had windows installed, not even the roof was on yet, but it still gave a sense of safety, like it could block the wind and rain. In the apocalypse era, even with some downtime, a heavy cloud always hung over the heart, like a huge rock pressing down, no feeling of ease or leisure like now. Lam Lang's heart was full of joy. She let out a soft laugh. Li Huyen looked up at her. Their eyes met. Li Huyen smiled, bent down, and pulled her into a hug, then leaned in to kiss her lips. Liu Luyen didn't pull away. His hands grew restless, making Lam Lang softly moan and gently hold his hands back. Fei Thao sighed softly, "Tonight's watch." Li Huyen chuckled low, his voice deep. "All right, the fire in the stove is lit and can't be put out, meaning someone has to watch and keep feeding it at night. Lately, nights have been pretty safe. No wild beasts spotted around here. But to be safe, we should have more people on night watch." 13 people split into 3 shifts. Tonight, Du Nam leads 4 on the first shift. Tomorrow night, it's Tung Fong with 5. The night after that, Li Huyen and Lam Lang take turns on watch, rotating like that. More people means better vigilance. If anything weird happens, we can spot it early, handle it if possible. If not, retreat immediately. The distance is just a few hundred meters, no problem for them. Plus, Li Huyen's a powerful psychic soldier. Lam Lang has space. 2 people are enough. A good night's sleep. Speaking of what Lam Lang worried about most, of course, it was the stuff that sprouted yesterday. The next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, she couldn't help but want to check it out. Even knowing it couldn't have grown that fast since just sprouting yesterday, she still wanted to see. But when she looked from afar toward the vegetable garden, she was stunned. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things because the garden wasn't bare anymore but covered with a faint layer of green. Though it was just a thin green layer that looked like grass from afar and almost invisible up close, it was definitely green. Big bro Huyen, big bro Huyen. Lam Lang grabbed Le Huyen's hand. Look, the garden seems green now. Le Huyen followed her gaze, surprised too. Looks like it's true, right? How is this even possible? Let's get closer and check it out. Yeah. The two hurried over, getting more excited the closer they looked. Big bro, Huyen really grew. Oh my god, that's so fast. Yesterday, rose seeds had already sprouted, tiny shoots half a knuckle long. Pairs of small, bright green cotyledon leaves grew symmetrically, fragile but super cute. Pumpkin seeds like red and white pumpkins had sprouted above the soil too, two cotyledon leaves bigger than a thumb, full of life. Ginger and garlic grew even stronger, their stems and leaves over an inch long. The green onions and herbs were the most amazing after just one night. They'd grown half the length of a chopstick. Fresh shoots stretched out, lush and green. The other plot with sweet potatoes, corn, peanuts, taro, and cotton had all sprouted too. Early morning dew clung to leaves and tiny buds, sparkling and adorable beyond words. Both plots transformed overnight. No wonder the whole area looked so lush from afar. Lam Lang smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Wow, big bro Huyen, sis Lam. Are these the wild veggies you two planted yesterday? They've grown already, so young and pretty. I think they're edible. Me too. Since sis Lam and big bro Huyen planted them, they must be super tasty. Tong Fong and the others heard this and came over, curious about the cute sprouts. They'd never planted anything before and didn't know normal growth rates, but seeing Lam Lang and Le Huyen so happy made them happy too. Plus, those fresh green sprouts somehow filled everyone's hearts with joy. That's the charm of farming. Lam Lang chuckled. You guys guessed right this time, but wild plants are called wild veggies. Once you bring them home and plant them, they're just regular veggies, farmed veggies. These will grow up tasty later. Ah, farmed veggies sound good. When they grow up, we eat them. Everyone's happy. They even pointed at each sprout, guessing which would taste better. Lam Lang reminded everyone to be careful when passing the garden, not to step on anything. She'd personally take care of these sprouts. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all excitedly admired the cute sprouts before making breakfast together. After breakfast, Tong Fong and others came to relieve the watch, bringing firewood to the new stove. Then they lit the fire while Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stayed home, carving wood nails and making simple wooden items. Yesterday, the two had made a rough 8 immortal table and 7 or 8 small square chairs. Everyone loved them and fought over the chairs. Lam Lang grinned. Today we'll make a few more so everyone gets one. That'll make everyone happy. Besides chairs, today they planned to build a wooden cabinet for the kitchen to store stuff. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen worked and chatted, amazed that the sprouts had grown so fast just a day after sprouting. Definitely not normal. Lam Lang beamed, saying, I feel strangely close to these sprouts. I have a hunch that the plants I personally sow and care for will grow much faster than others. Didn't expect such good luck. Le Huyen smiled. They survived the time tunnel without dying, so of course they deserve some benefits. And this benefit is huge. Lam Lang squinted and said, the soil I planted them in is special. The two worked together seamlessly like they were made for each other. Le Huyen said, of course, there should be some profit too. And this profit is seriously huge. Lam Lang smiled with narrowed eyes, saying, the whole country's land she's planting. The two worked together like they were made for each other. And Lei Huyen immediately spoke up. So yeah, those two really are a perfect match. Lam Lang lightly teased him, then glanced at the vegetable garden and said, looks like tomorrow we should chop some wood and gather a few branches to build a trellis for the vines. I'm guessing in a few days, the winter melon, pumpkin, and loofah will start climbing the trellis. Plus, there's cucumber and yard-long beans too. Cucumbers and yard-long beans do better with smaller stick supports. Each seedling should have a thin support stick next to it. 4 sticks tied together at the top with grass strands make a simple trellis. But since we haven't found any bamboo yet, we'll have to use long, thin branches about the size of a thumb as a substitute. By dusk, Lam Lang checked the garden again. Everything was looking even greener. The cilantro had 3 sets of leaves, the green onions were about the size of chopsticks, and the garlic sprouts had grown a lot taller. The melon sprouts had real leaves now. Probably by tomorrow, they'll have 2 sets of true leaves and start climbing. We definitely have to build the trellis tomorrow. Lam Lang discussed with Le Huyen that they'd head into the woods in the morning to find materials for the trellis. By afternoon, it should be finished, so the pumpkin, winter melon, and loofah can be moved under the trellis the next day after breakfast. Since there's no need to fire up the stove today, fewer people are needed to watch the fire during the day. So, Tung Feng, Fan Lei, and O Van join Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to head into the woods. More people means more strength, and dividing the work speeds things up. Lam Lang explained to them how to build the trellis for the climbing plants. Fan Lai and the others listened intently, fascinated. So that's how it's done. Didn't expect farming to have so many subtle details. No wonder the Huyen tribe never got better. What Lam Lang called qi made them suddenly realize after the description. Turns out it's that hollow plant. They'd seen hollow qi before while hunting. It burns easily as firewood and can even hold water. Too bad it's too far away, or they could have gone to get some now. Lam Lang was thrilled and said, "No worries, as long as we have Che, we'll find it sooner or later." After she said that, no one felt disappointed anymore and everyone agreed enthusiastically. If the Huyen tribe saw it before, then why wouldn't it be around here? They just haven't come across it yet. Che is a precious material. It can be woven into baskets, fish traps, trays, bamboo mats, bamboo chairs, and all kinds of bamboo tools like tubes, chopsticks, bamboo hats, and more. Their gear would become way more diverse. Back in the apocalypse days, they'd learned these crafts so they could make stuff on the go during missions. By mid-morning, everyone had gathered all the materials needed to build the trellis. They tied it together with rattan vines, then Lam Lang stored it in the space pocket before they headed back. They hadn't even finished eating, when under Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's direction, everyone started setting up the trellis. They built it at the outer edge of the cleared land, first driving stakes into the four corners and along the edges to support the structure. Each stake was about 6 feet, 7 feet tall, then they tied longer wooden beams over the tops of the stakes with rattan vines. The horizontal beams crisscrossed to form a wide, sturdy roof frame. When tying the long beams, Li Huyen used her powers to quickly solidify the soil into a platform so she could stand and work easily. Though convenient, she couldn't always do these little chores. Lam Lang thought maybe tomorrow they should make 2 ladders, one A-frame and one straight ladder. It'd be way easier to climb up later. For Tung Feng and Fan Lai, this was a new and exciting task. Everyone worked happily, trying not to slack off compared to each other. When Lam Lang said the seedlings would grow vines to climb the trellis, with branches covering the whole frame and then flowering and fruiting, with big fruits hanging under the trellis, everyone was looking forward to that day, wishing it could come tomorrow. After finishing the frame, Lam Lang directed everyone to strip the long branches of their leaves but keep the smaller twigs on the trellis. After the rough work was done, the detailed tasks were Lam Lang's job. Lei Huyen dug holes. Lam Lang carefully transplanted the pumpkin, winter melon, and lupus seedlings that had tendrils and wanted to climb, planting them under the trellis. 1 seedling per hole. Next to each, they stuck a branch about the size of a thumb so the plant could climb up the trellis. After replanting and watering, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen continued setting up wooden supports for the yard-long beans and cucumbers. The garden sprouts had grown noticeably taller than yesterday. Lam Lang took the chance to sow some sunflower and soybean seeds in another patch. Other veggies that weren't in season were put on hold for now. Lam Lang excitedly asked Lei Huyen if they should try planting some rice. She felt it was worth a shot. What if a little rice planting worked out? They hadn't dared to plant before because the season was over, and they feared winter would come before harvest, wasting their effort. But if the plants she sowed grew 3 times faster, maybe there was still time to plant rice. Lei Huyen didn't hesitate, and immediately said to plant it. With her here, he believed they could do it. Lam Lang had already wanted to try, so hearing that made her laugh happily and nod firmly. All right then, if we say we'll plant it, we'll plant it. With Lei Huyen, who's like a human excavator, transforming a rice paddy was as easy as flipping a switch. Before cooking dinner, he had already reclaimed a new flooded field about half an acre. The field's banks were high, perfect for holding water, and it was far enough from the vegetable beds to avoid interference. Now the only issue was water. Lei Huyen planned to dig a channel from the spring-fed lake to the field. The channel didn't need to be big, about a foot wide would do, enough to direct water straight into the rice paddy. For Lei Huyen, this was as easy as raising his hand. While Lam Lang cooked dinner, he went to lead the water. Du Nam and the others followed along, watching the whole way, listening as he explained they'd flood the field, soaking the soil completely, then plant a crop called paddy rice inside. Everyone found it fascinating and new, never having seen it before, amazed once again at how much there was to learn. Turns out farming is that intricate. In the garden, the cilantro and green onions were ready to eat. Lam Lang grabbed a big handful of green onions and picked plenty of cilantro leaves. The whole garden only had about 30 wild plants. She couldn't bring herself to pull them all out because she wanted to let them bloom and produce seeds. When eating, just picking the leaves was enough. Next year, she could plant a whole patch, then she could pull as many as she wanted. Tonight, Lam Lang cooked river fish porridge. The fat, plump fish were scaled, gutted, and cleaned of blood, with heads, tails, and bones removed. Only the meat was cut into big chunks and marinated with salt, some shredded ginger, and a bit of golden rice wine. When the porridge was almost done cooking, the fish was added. It was simmered a few more times, then seasoned with salt and soy sauce. Chopped green onions and cilantro were sprinkled in. The porridge was thick and creamy, the fish meat pure white and sweet. The green onions and cilantro added bright pops of color. A steaming hot bowl of fish porridge was ready. Tonight, Lam Lang splurged a little because of plans to grow rice paddies. Maybe this year they have a harvest, so having a bowl of rice porridge once in a while would be worth it. After cooking, she ladled porridge into bowls for everyone. The rest went into a big bowl. Then she added water to the pot along with wild goat meat, goat bones, and fish heads to keep cooking. Everyone was doing hard manual labor. Even though the fish porridge was pretty thick today, just drinking porridge wasn't enough to fill them up. This could be considered their first real rice porridge meal. As they ate, they savored the rich, sweet flavor and were all pleasantly surprised. This fish porridge is so good. Is that some kind of wild veggie? This stuff is really tasty and smells amazing, Lam Lang said with eyes squinting in a smile. This isn't wild greens, it's food. The grain from rice after the husk is removed. She pointed to the patch of land in the yard where water was being channeled in. That's called a rice paddy. Rice has to be grown in paddies like that. When the plants grow tall and flower, they produce grains. Once the grains ripen, we harvest, dry them, remove the husks, and then we can cook porridge. Everyone suddenly understood, but some were a bit overwhelmed because Lam Lang talked so much. Hearing all this, making food like that really isn't easy. Everyone buzzed in agreement. Yeah, just hearing about it sounds like a hassle. But it's really tasty. No wonder the Trieu Duong Tribe knows so much. Lam Lang laughed happily. It's definitely not easy. Food has always been hard to come by. Back in the day, there were plenty of poems describing that struggle. That night, it was Lam Lang and Lei Huyen Truk's turn to keep watch by the fire. After dinner, the two took over from Yu Nam and the others. The night sky was vast, stars twinkling, the land stretching endlessly. A gentle evening breeze blew, the fire in the hearth burned bright, lighting up a small circle around them. The wide-open wilderness didn't make them feel lonely. Instead, it brought a little warmth. Lam Lang was held close by Lei Huyen, who kissed her softly. Their eyes met now and then, full of affection, deepening their bond. The second kiln could be sealed the next morning. After sealing, they had to wait about 4 days before opening it to start firing pottery. Just as their food supplies were running low, everyone planned a hunting trip to bring back more prey. Before leaving, Lam Lang planted various fruit seeds from her space stash: grapes, pears, jujubes, pomegranates, and peaches. She planned to plant these outside in the big yard, but for now, she'd start seedlings indoors. Come next spring, they could be transplanted outside for Yu Nam. Tung Fong and the others also knew how to farm. Le Huyen didn't use supernatural powers to plow, but let everyone work by hand. Lam Lang even set aside a special corner of the field as a rice nursery, scattering rice seeds soaked overnight to sprout. By the time they returned from hunting after a few days, the rice should be ready to plant. By then, the lettuce and sweet potato vines would probably be edible too. Everyone had worried that if the whole group left the house, someone else might come by and mess things up or take over their home. Should they leave someone behind to guard it? But thinking it over, the place was too remote. Since settling, they'd scouted about 30 to 40 miles around and hadn't seen a single soul. So even if no one stayed home, probably nothing would happen. Besides, if trouble did come, leaving 3 or 4 people behind wouldn't help much, unless it was Lei Huyen. But that was clearly impossible. They had to rely on him for hunting. That day, under Lam Lang's guidance, everyone made raincoats from stripped palm bark and braided some long ropes from palm bark fibers. They also wove several large baskets from wild vines, just in case they gathered food and needed containers. Early the next morning, at first light, after breakfast, the group caught over 30 big fish by the riverbank to store in the space as food reserves before setting out. They didn't head toward the forests they'd been to before, but went north instead. Everyone was super excited. This was the first large-scale hunt since the Trieu Duong Tribe was founded. Small hunts couldn't meet the tribe's needs, so it had to be a big hunt. Take the Lone Tribe as an example. They had several fixed hunting routes, rotating between them. Usually, 2 hunting teams set out at once, each taking a different route. The frequency of hunts depended heavily on the weather. If it was too hot, food couldn't be preserved long. In summer, 2 teams went out every 3 days. In autumn and early spring, the intervals between hunts were longer. Before winter came, they'd have 2 big hunts to stockpile enough food to get through the long, cold season. Winter meat was easier to preserve. They knew to dry meat in the sun to make jerky but didn't know to salt it first. Even if they did, they were too stingy to waste salt. Sun-dried meat wasn't very tasty, but at least it was edible. Of course, that didn't mean they stayed inside all winter. When the weather improved, they still went out a few times. Otherwise, food definitely wouldn't be enough. We need to open our own hunting routes, Yunam said. When the weather cooled down, that would be when the prey was fattest and most abundant. By then, we'll find a suitable hunting route around the tribe's area. Lam Lang and Le Huyen had no objections, but both thought that a hunting route was really necessary, though it still didn't compare to starting their own farm for livestock. That way would be more long-term and stable. Sooner or later, they'd open a livestock farm. Of course, that couldn't be rushed. Right now, there were too few people, basically not enough hands to get it done. What they lacked most was manpower. Establishing a complete hunting route would take at least 2 years to firmly set up. They had to fully understand the terrain and topography along the route, the state of the vegetation, which animals appeared together throughout the year and when, which seasons had more of them, which seasons were breeding seasons, so they could know the hunting grounds like the back of their hands and avoid hunting during breeding seasons. The tribe didn't understand the concept of sustainable development, but they knew hunting couldn't mean wiping out everything, especially not hunting baby animals. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough game to hunt later. Lam Lang and Le Huyen walked straight through all day, spotting some small animals along the way but didn't bother because it was a waste of time and not worth the effort. Lam Lang really craved wild chicken, rabbits, or those plump little birds and animals that looked delicious but she didn't know their names. But she didn't call to stop, focusing on hunting the bigger ones first. As for the small ones, if they saw them on the way back, they could catch them easily. After all, their storage space was huge, no fear of running out of room, super convenient. At night, everyone chose to rest on a small hill, with a clear view all around. If danger came, they could react in time. The northern mountains looked much closer, probably just half a day's travel tomorrow to reach the forest area. Usually, the edge between forest and prairie where two environments meet has many large herds. If not, they could slowly move deeper into the forest. The forest never lacked big game. Of course, it was also full of dangerous predators and many other threats. But everyone on their team was pretty strong fighters, plus 2 superpowered warriors and a badass mage like Lam Lang, so venturing into the deep forest wasn't too reckless. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, everyone got up early to prepare breakfast and then set off again. Du Nam was definitely an experienced hunting captain, estimating distances very accurately. After half a day's walk, they reached the transition zone between forest and wilderness. The rolling hills grew more numerous. Bushes grew thicker, greener, and taller. Many branches hung clusters of small fruits or single ones. Lam Lang observed as she walked, though she couldn't name them. She knew most were non-toxic just by looking. Being non-toxic was the basic condition to eat. Whether they tasted good was another story. Judging by the shapes of these fruits, they probably wouldn't ripen for another 2 months. Lam Lang thought she could come back to pick them then. And if they were tasty, pick a lot and store them in the space. If there was a particularly delicious type, better to dig up the whole plant and bring it back to grow. This area also had scattered trees, and the deeper they went, the taller and denser the trees became. Animals started appearing more frequently. Occasionally, wild chickens or mountain birds startled and flew off wildly with pitiful cries. There were also wild rabbits, ground squirrels, and various hedgehogs. Not long after, Du Nam said, "Let's stop here. Dan Li Mao, come with me for a walk around." Tung Fong led people to gather firewood and find water, leaving 2 to clean up this area. Ti Lin and Ka Haiyan were free to move around. Lei Haiyan and Lam Lang, one the chief leader and the other a mage, obviously didn't have to do trivial chores. No one objected. Dong Fan agreed and they divided the tasks themselves. Lam Lang happily pulled Lei Huyen to stroll everywhere. She grew more and more interested in these new lands. Lei Huyen casually threw a move, and a few wild rabbits were knocked out by hard chunks of earth. Lam Lang ran over excitedly. "Tonight we got roasted rabbit meat." Le Huyen smiled. "Then I'll catch some wild chickens too." Great, great. Wild chickens weren't everywhere, but not hard to find either. Soon, Le Huyen caught 7 or 8 forest birds, including wild chickens and others. Each one was pretty big, at least the size of a pigeon. They got lucky and found 2 wild chicken nests. Each egg was only as big as a pigeon egg. Standard oval shape, gray-green shell, thick and hard. Lam Lang left 3 eggs in each nest, picking up a total of 19 eggs. Even if they were small, they were still meat. However, Lam Lang didn't plan to eat these eggs. She said, "I still have over 50 chicken eggs in the space, so we'll bring the wild chickens back to raise. When they start incubating, we'll put the eggs from the space in with theirs. That way, we'll have lots of chickens. Plus, there are over 20 duck eggs too. The eggs in the space are from domestic chickens, and domestic duck eggs can hatch directly without needing to be tamed." "How awesome is that?" Le Huyen smiled. "That's perfect." "Yeah." Lam Lang dreamily imagined a bright future. The more she talked, the more excited she got. "Let's keep an eye out. If we see any sitting on eggs, catch them right away." Le Huyen nodded. "Got it. Next time, I'll be more careful not to kill them. Then, Lam Lang found quite a few mushrooms in a thick patch of grass. The mushrooms had pale gray caps, about the size of a chicken egg yolk, over 2 inches tall, growing in clusters, looking pretty good, weighing about over 20 pounds. Lam Lang happily shouted, "Delicious! Tonight we're making wild chicken mushroom stew." They picked more than half a big basket. Besides those, they found 2 clusters of dark red mushrooms with white stems, caps as big as a palm, totaling over 10 mushrooms. If it were Lei Huyen seeing mushrooms that color, she definitely wouldn't pick them. But Lam Lang said they weren't poisonous and were edible. The two returned to camp. Tung Fong's group, who went to find water and firewood, had come back. They were setting up a place to spend the night with black stone and white stone. They set traps around the area, using wild vine ropes tied between 2 bushes or 2 big trees to create wire obstacle traps. Besides the wire traps, they surrounded the area with thorny branches or pungent-smelling plants. They also brought in a bunch of big and small rocks from elsewhere, piling them up around the camp. Thanks to that, the camp's security level instantly went up several notches. However, if a pack of wolves, bears, or wild boars really attacked, these measures would only partially hold them off, not guaranteeing absolute safety. That's why there was one super important thing: they had an escape route ready. If they couldn't hold their ground, they had to retreat immediately. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were seriously impressed. If it were them, they probably could only manage this much. But their experience and knowledge were built after the apocalypse. Everything was picked up from the lessons of those who came before, totally different from the tribes on this primitive continent who were still fumbling around, discovering everything from scratch. Being able to do this much was no small feat. Truly, the saying that practicality is the measure of truth is an eternal truth. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen stepped up to help. Lei Huyen casually carved a few sharp wooden sticks, found some sharp small stones, and durable wild vine ropes to make a simple triggering mechanism. As soon as the vine was touched, the wooden points and sharp stones would shoot out immediately. Even though the tools were crude and simple, with just a few casual moves from Lei Huyen, the wooden points and stones flew over 10 feet away. The Tung Fong group all shouted in amazement, totally impressed. "Huyen bro, you're so badass, you're crazy smart." "Huyen bro, can you teach us?" "Me too, I want to learn." Lam Lang smiled happily, feeling even prouder inside. Her Huyen bro was definitely badass. Lei Huyen nodded with a smile and replied, "What's there not to teach here? Come here, I'll teach you all." The Tung Fong crowd cheered loudly, pushing forward to get closer. At that moment, Du Nam and the others returned. And from afar, Dang called out excitedly, Sister Lin, did you guys find hollow trees?" "No, Sister Lin calls them bamboo." "We found bamboo." "Really?" Lam Lang's eyes lit up, both surprised and happy, quickly going over. "Where did you find it? Is there a lot?" "A ton. A whole big patch. Right over on that mountainside, there's a lot." "That's awesome. We'll check it out tomorrow." Lam Lang beamed brightly, turning to Lei Huyen and saying, "Just finding bamboo alone is already super valuable." Lei Huyen stood up laughing. "Yeah, the Tung Fong group is really happy too. They don't get why you and Sister Lin are so excited just about finding bamboo, but there's definitely a reason, so they're all smiling big." But when Lei Huyen was about to walk away, the Tung Fong group freaked out again. Huyen bro, you haven't taught us yet." "Ah, right, hurry up and teach us. No rush though." Lei Huyen smiled and said, "No need to learn today. Once we chop the bamboo and bring it back, I'll teach you. Stuff made from bamboo works way better. Bamboo's flexibility and elasticity can't be matched by any other plant." The Tung Fong group half understood, wondering what way better meant. Lam Lang explained, "It means it works way better, really good." The Tung Fong group didn't have to learn today, so they happily agreed. Then everyone went to cook dinner together. Lam Lang sent someone to the nearby stream to kill and clean some wild chickens and rabbits. Then they lit a fire to cook a wild chicken mushroom soup. The leftover rabbits and a few chickens were roasted and eaten until full. The sun slowly set behind the mountain range. Everyone sat around the fire discussing the plan for tomorrow's journey. Du Nam told everyone they'd found quite a few footprints and signs of wild boar damage near the bamboo forest area. That hollow tree place was bamboo. It was the right season for bamboo shoots, and wild boars love eating shoots. Tomorrow, they'd check it out. If lucky, they might run into a wild boar pack. If not, they'd look around more. Wild animals usually come to fixed water sources to drink. If they could find the water spots the animals frequented, they could set up ambushes for hunting. Lei Huyen nodded. "Then let's check out the bamboo forest first. We've got plenty of time, no rush." "All right, Huyen bro, there are tons of small scattered water sources in the forest, but places where wild animals gather to drink aren't easy to find. Sometimes there might not even be any. It all depends on luck. Honestly, this trip is all about luck. That's the downside of not having a fixed hunting route." If luck's bad and they don't run into a big herd, they'll only catch single animals. That wastes time and energy and increases danger. Luckily, they have two superpowered fighters and a strong mage, so once they catch an animal, they can preserve it easily right away without extra manpower, making things much easier. So everyone felt more excited than worried about starting the hunt tomorrow. At night, everyone took turns keeping watch while the others laid down to rest. The ground was already covered with a thick layer of wild grass. Lying down was pretty soft, also moisture-resistant and kept bugs away effectively. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't go into the space but slept like everyone else. Of course, they didn't need to keep watch. How could the leader and mage be on guard duty? Lam Lang snuggled into Lei Huyen's chest, and Lei Huyen held her close. The night in the mountain forest felt lively in a different way, with a constant chirping of insects, sometimes sharp and startled, and sharp bird calls echoing here and there, sounding especially eerie in the deep darkness. The night wind rustled through the grass and leaves, and it seemed like some big animal was prowling nearby. It might also be nothing at all. The night deepened, then gradually faded, the east slowly brightening with a pale blue-white glow. Dawn was coming. They had made it through the night safe and sound. Soon after first light, everyone woke up one by one. The early morning chill lingered, but luckily it was summer. That cold didn't bother them. Lam Lang cooked a pot of meat soup, and everyone sipped the hot broth while eating fresh meat, quickly feeling warmth spread through their bodies, full of energy. After breakfast, the sky was fully bright. Soon the sun would rise over the eastern horizon. They got ready to head to the bamboo forest. Along the way, two boars dashed into the woods in a panic. Small animals like those didn't catch anyone's attention. Du Nam led the way, and after about 2 minutes, they reached the bamboo forest they had visited yesterday. Before Lam Lang's eyes stretched a vast bamboo grove. Each stalk was huge, over 8 inches in diameter. The dark green bamboo stalks stood straight and tall, several yards high, their thick tops forming a dense canopy blocking out the sunlight. It was bamboo shoot season. Young shoots sprouted everywhere in the forest, some taller than a person, their light green tender skin just starting to peel, still soft despite the outer layer. Pressing with a fingernail left a clear dent. Some shoots were knee-high, others slightly taller or shorter. The dark red outer sheath tightly hugged the tender shoot inside. This was truly a rare delicacy from the wild mountains. Lam Lang's hands itched. She couldn't resist and started digging up shoots. She realized guarding the wild boars didn't need many people, so she decided to leave 3 Dang Mao and Tich Kwa to help her break and dig bamboo shoots. Others continued moving forward. Signs of damage caused by the wild boar herd were found deeper in the forest on the other side yesterday. It was about 7 or 8 minutes further from here. Le Huyen instructed Lam Lang and the others to be careful, then went ahead with Du Nam. Some shoots had just broken the ground, but because the stalks were so thick and not tall enough, they were hard to pull out. Lam Lang took out her national tool from her space and demonstrated to the 3 others how to dig up each bamboo shoot properly. Another new task, and with handy tools too. The 3 eagerly competed to dig shoots. After digging them up, they brushed off the dirt and grass. Lam Lang placed each shoot into a basket woven from wild rattan vines. Soon 1 basket was full. She stored the basket of shoots in her space and stepped inside too, arranging each shoot neatly against the wall. Since baskets were limited, she had no choice but to do it this way. Lam Lang thought to herself that after finishing the roof, windows, doors, bed, table, chairs, bench, wardrobe, shelves, and other simple wooden furniture, she would definitely reorganize the entire space, making a few large cabinets for storage, several stories tall, that would be more convenient for storing stuff. Her sudden disappearances and reappearances were normal to the 3 others, so everyone stayed calm. The bamboo shoots in the forest were plentiful and large. The 3 worked quickly. In no time, they had nearly half another basket full. Lam Lang smiled and kept harvesting with them. This bamboo forest stretched so far it was impossible to see the end, covering a huge area. They could take as much as they could carry. After this season, they'd have to wait until next year for more. It was already near the end of the season. The first batch of shoots had grown into dense bamboo. Lam Lang planned to bring back several hundred to over 1,000 pounds, leaving some fresh ones in her space. Most would be dried bamboo shoots. The 4 dug and harvested. On the way back, Lei Huyen had already left. When the space was filled with more than 1,000 pounds, Lam Lang called everyone to stop. Digging bamboo shoots could wait. They could finish after the hunt. With more people, it wouldn't take long anyway. Du Nam left a sign. Everyone quickly followed the mark and caught up. How's it going? Any sign of them? Le Huyen smiled. We still need to wait a bit longer. But waiting doesn't mean standing still. Every 2 minutes, Du Nam, Tung Fong, and Fan Lai split into groups of 2 or 3, spreading out in different directions to look for signs of the wild boar herd. Even though wild boars love bamboo shoots, this forest was huge. No one knew from which direction they'd come. Lam Lang sat next to Lei Huyen, waiting. And no one was too impatient, even if they didn't find the big herd. Hunting smaller game was fine, just a bit more troublesome. Lam Lang scanned the bamboo forest, evaluating each stalk, mentally deciding which to cut. For the ones she planned to bring back for planting, she had to choose young bamboo, taking a longer shoot so next year it would produce more bamboo shoots. Running footsteps came from the southwest. Everyone looked up to see Fan Lai with Big Mao and Little Mao excitedly running back. Brother Huyen, we saw them. We saw the wild boar herd. There's a lot of them. Everyone's spirits lifted. They all stood up at once. Ha ha, our luck's not bad. Finally, the wait is over. Everyone whispered. Wild boars were fierce. What's there to fear? We've got Brother Huyen, Sister Lin, and Brother Na with us. Le Huyen laughed. 2 people went to call Du Nam and Tong Fong back. Everyone got ready to work. Spirits were high. Some went to call others. Some grabbed weapons. Du Nam and Tong Fong quickly returned. Everyone's morale soared, eyes shining bright. This was their first big hunt since settling with the Trieu Duong Tribe. Guided by the 3 Fan Lai's group, they crossed the front mountainside, descending the other slope. Not far in, they heard noise ahead. Sure enough, a herd of at least 5 or 6 dozen wild boars was grunting and rooting around, devouring bamboo shoots voraciously. The piglets squealed and played, chasing each other noisily. The adult boars were huge like small mountains, shiny black skin, thick dense fur, long snouts, sharp tusks on both sides of their mouths. Clearly not to be messed with. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Food. Just food everywhere. Wild boars are notoriously fierce. Once provoked, they charge recklessly. Everyone's craving it, but no one dares to slack off. Du Nam immediately assigned roles, and everyone silently moved out, spreading out to surround the boar herd. They just waited for Le Huyen and Du Nam to make the first move, then the whole group would rush in to finish off the boars. Spears, knives, and other weapons weren't ideal for this moment. Lam Ling didn't hand over her weapons because everyone had their own stone spears, stone knives, stone clubs, and long-handled stone daggers. In a trap like this, long-handled weapons were both practical and safe. Everyone was already in position. Du Nam signaled Le Huyen. She immediately unleashed her signature move. A loud explosion echoed as the ground beneath the boars suddenly collapsed. Rocks and dirt rained down on them from all sides. The boars screamed in terror and scattered wildly. Dust and debris filled the air in a chaotic scene. Du Nam's fingers sparked like lightning, aiming straight at the neck of a big boar he had locked onto earlier. Tong Fong and Fan Lai shouted in unison, striking their spears against trees to create loud clanging sounds. 10 boars that dodged Le Huyen's attack screamed, instinctively fleeing toward the quieter side. That was the escape route Tong Fong and the others had deliberately left open. Wild boars are vicious, and without superpowered fighters, it would take at least 4 or 5 warriors to kill one adult boar, and that would be a brutal fight. They only had 13 people facing 40 to 50 boars, so even with Le Huyen and Du Nam, they couldn't wipe them all out in one go. It was better to let some escape and take down the rest one by one. By now, Le Huyen and Du Nam had already killed over 10. Lam Ling moved swiftly, her gleaming dagger flashing as she charged in, killing 3 medium-sized boars in a blink. Blood pumping, everyone shouted and surged forward, swinging their weapons to hunt down the wounded boars. Lam Ling was like a gust of wind cutting through the battlefield, striking down boars without pause. Du Nam's eyes blazed like torches, locking onto targets, while Le Huyen stood still, scanning the battlefield constantly, fully aware of the situation. Whenever someone seemed to tire, she immediately stepped in to assist. Tong Fong, Fan Lai, and the others charged fiercely but weren't reckless. They knew their limits, pairing up each time to cover and support each other. The main force was still Le Huyen and the superpowered fighters. Tong Fong and the others mainly finished off the boars, which wasn't too difficult. Everyone worked together smoothly like flowing water, fighting with increasing intensity, and in less than 2 minutes, the entire battle was over. They all sheathed their weapons, wiped sweat from their faces, looked at each other, and burst out laughing with satisfaction. That was seriously awesome. Hunting with Sister Huyen and Sister Ling was truly thrilling. Sister Ling was insanely skilled. Before settling down, Lam Ling had never fought alongside them, so they'd never seen her skills firsthand. This was the first time witnessing it, and everyone was deeply amazed and genuinely impressed. The Dong Zhou tribe respects strength above all, and at this moment, there was no thought of looking down on women. Lam Ling smiled brightly and said, "Everyone clean up this wild boar mess so we can pack up the battlefield." One by one, the boars, big and small, were carried to a pile, and after counting, they had hunted a total of 33 wild boars, with the 2 largest weighing over 600 pounds each. Most others ranged from 330 to 540 pounds. 8 weighed under 200 pounds, and there were 5 piglets around 50 to 60 pounds. It was a massive haul. Everyone grinned ear to ear. This many wild boars would feed them for a long time, and best of all, they didn't have to worry about preservation, they'd eat fresh every meal. Lam Ling chopped some bamboo and told everyone to help clear the thick leafy branches covering the ground in her space, then carefully wiped the blood off each boar before storing them in the space, placing them on a protective layer to keep the storage clean. She didn't waste the leftover bamboo either, cutting it into 3 sections and putting it into the space. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and the group was starving after all the effort, so they happily headed back to camp. First order of business was food. Lam Ling picked a wild boar weighing about 200 pounds and went to the stream with everyone to butcher it. Now, her sharp daggers, kitchen knives, and axes really came into play. With sharp weapons in hand, skinning, gutting, and cutting the meat became super easy. Tong Fong and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the tools, eagerly competing to help, totally hooked. Good weapons like these were a tribe fighter's dream. The thick, stiff bristles were shaved clean. The sharp dagger sliced open the boar's belly. All the innards were dumped into the river, instantly attracting countless fish and shrimp fighting over the scraps, stirring the water with splashes and bubbles. Lam Ling felt a bit sorry but didn't stop it. Since liver, stomach, large and small intestines were delicacies but tricky to prepare, they didn't have the means to handle them properly yet, so they tossed them aside, planning to think about it when life got better. Soon, the wild boar meat was neatly sorted. Tong Fong chopped decisively and cleanly with his sharp axe. Lam Ling put the meat into baskets and stored it in the space. Then the group returned to their shelter to start prepping dinner. First, they chopped 2 hams and pig trotters into large chunks for the stew. Lam Ling began slicing the meat. Wild boar meat from the wild probably had almost no fat because of all the movement, mostly lean meat, perfect for stewing. Since dinner was prepared pretty early tonight, with plenty of time to spare, Lam Ling casually chopped up a bunch of ribs and tossed them into the pot, adding bamboo shoots to boost the flavor. For 13 people, the current pot was still a bit small. Lam Ling decided that next time when making pottery, he'd craft a really big clay pot. The thinly sliced meat quickly cooked through, the aroma spreading and making everyone's mouths water early on. Following Lam Lang's shout of "all right," everyone grabbed their chopsticks and started picking at the food. By now, everyone was pretty skilled with chopsticks. People grabbing food from one another created a lively, buzzing atmosphere. The meat eaten fresh right after butchering couldn't be any fresher. Seasoned boldly, it was even more delicious. Having something in their stomachs helped ease the hunger. Everyone leisurely waited for the stew to soften further. Then they slowly savored the delicious broth. Du Nam and the others weren't interested in the bones, only the meat. So Lam Lang and Lei Huyen benefited since the meat closest to the bones was the best part. The freshly dug bamboo shoots were also stewed with the meat. Soaking up the seasoning made them even more tempting. Lam Lang invited everyone to enjoy together. Du Nam and his group no longer felt disgusted by wild veggies. They even found them pretty tasty. The pale white bamboo shoots wrapped in rich meat broth, steam rising in thick clouds. Just looking at them made mouths water, eating them was even better. The surprise compliments spilled out naturally, but no one could help blurting them out. "Wait, you can eat the bamboo sheath too? And it's good?" "Yeah, we never knew before." "Too bad, even if we knew, we probably couldn't make it taste this good." "Oh, right. The whole group ate their fill. Only when dusk fell did they finally clean up. Cooking tools and bowls were taken to the stream for washing. Then everyone started discussing plans for tomorrow. Lam Lang said, "Tomorrow we'll chop some bamboo and dig up shoots first, then take a walk around this forest and hunt for some other game, okay? Eating wild boar all the time gets old. Even though there are plenty of fish and shrimp in the big river near our place, which can be side dishes with the boar, since we're this far out, we gotta diversify our haul." No one objected, but curiosity sparked questions. "Sis Ling, are we chopping bamboo for firewood?" "Sis, bamboo shoots are delicious. Why dig bamboo shoots instead of bamboo?" Lam Lang patiently explained everything one by one. Bamboo isn't for firewood, but for weaving tools. In her space, there were already 2 bamboo baskets and 2 bamboo trays everyone had seen. Now it made sense. "Oh, so that's made from bamboo sheath. That's amazing. It doesn't look like it at all." Yeah, and bamboo sheath isn't just for weaving. More importantly, it can be used to make bows and traps for hunting. That's heavy-duty weaponry. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had already planned. Once back, they'd make bows for everyone and make it mandatory for all to learn archery. The bamboo shoots they dig up will be planted around the yard, so next year they can easily harvest shoots. Everyone immediately got it. "Oh, so we're planting them, right?" Thinking it over, it really was convenient. The next morning after breakfast, the group was pumped and went out to chop bamboo, dig bamboo shoots, and casually dig up some more shoots. Since they had to make bows and craft many bamboo tools, the amount of bamboo needed was no joke. Everyone chopped a big pile and tied them into bundles with vine ropes from the forest. That way, when stored in the space, they could stack them higher. They also dug up a lot of bamboo, including the roots. The volume was pretty big, about 30 stalks. The space was already filling up quite a bit. Lam Lang reluctantly called it quits. If only this space could be upgraded again, that'd be great. 4 meters tall, about 40 square meters, and it still felt not enough. She comforted herself that 30 stalks was still a lot. Bamboo is a plant that can grow into a whole grove in just 1 year. Plus, they'd definitely come back here again. And after finishing this, it was almost time to wrap up. Everyone firmly decided not to go anywhere else and cooked lunch right there. They mixed dirt with water to make mud, then wrapped, cleaned wild chicken in leaves, sprinkled salt and brushed on some soy sauce, then wrapped it all into mud balls. Huyen dug the pit, Du Nam started the fire, and they placed each mud ball into the fire pit to roast. They also took out leftover wild boar from yesterday, skewered it on sticks, and grilled it. In primitive times, there were no beggars, so they didn't know what beggar chicken was. Lam Lang said, "This dish is called mud chicken. It's a way of roasting chicken you guys haven't seen before. Really looking forward to it. I bet Lam Sis's roast chicken will be delicious." They cracked open the hardened mud shell, peeled back the leaves. The steam hit their faces with a burst, carrying the aroma of chicken mixed with fresh leaf scent straight to their noses. The golden color and shiny fat looked mouth-wateringly good. No one cared about the heat on their hands, tearing off a big piece and stuffing it in their mouths. Soft, rich, flavorful, insanely good. So fragrant, Lam Sis, make this again next time. Who'd have thought something as ordinary as mud could be used like this? It really opened their eyes. The Trieu Duong Tribe is truly a magical place. Lam Lang smiled brightly, nodding while eating. She and Huyen exchanged glances and laughed. This was just the beginning. There'd be many more delicious dishes later. In the afternoon, they didn't go far, just hung around the nearby forest. They tried to venture deeper into the woods but didn't dare go too far. The deeper they went, the taller and denser the trees became. Wild grass, bushes, and vines grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a brightly colored snake startled, darted past their feet, and disappeared into the thick grass. That kind of thing happened more than once or twice. Everyone stayed cautious and slowed their pace. Not long after some discussion, everyone agreed not to venture any deeper. Just strolling around this area was enough. Going further into the forest would be too dangerous. Better to come back when fully prepared, no rush. The prey in the forest was really abundant. In just half a day, they hunted 2 deer, 3 mountain goats, 3 antelopes, 1 stag, and destroyed a groundhog burrow. They caught 13 animals and also destroyed 2 rabbit dens. They caught over 20 wild rabbits. The mountain birds and animals that were easy to catch at first glance were even more numerous, around 60 or 70 in total. The biggest among them were the pheasants. About 20 were hunted. The rest were small birds about the size of pigeons. Most of them were unknown species. Some had dull gray feathers, while others had bright, colorful plumage. Some even had long, flowing tails. Huyen and Du Nam worked together more smoothly, and Du Nam's fire-controlling powers grew stronger and more precise. Basically, all the mountain birds were hunted by the 2 of them. Later, once everyone learned to shoot arrows, anyone could go hunting on their own. Mountain birds don't have much meat. Before, Du Nam's crew wouldn't even bother with these tiny things that barely fill a tooth gap. But if it was Lam Lang's call, that was a different story. Just hunt away. In Lam Lang's eyes, all of this was gourmet food, perfect for stewing or roasting. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed outside, including the trip back. It would take a whole day, so everyone decided to head back tomorrow. According to Du Nam, although it's the dry season with little rain, it's not zero. They needed to get back quickly to fix the roof. If it rained unexpectedly, it would be a big hassle. The next morning before dawn, everyone had grilled meat for breakfast and set off for home. They left empty-handed and returned empty-handed, which made Du Nam and Tung Fong extremely happy. You have to understand, in the past, a big haul meant carrying a huge burden on the way back. Carrying heavy prey on your shoulders was no joke. Unlike now, they moved like the wind, chatting and having fun as they walked. On the way, if they spotted small prey, they'd catch it on the spot. They even came across a large herd of antelope and hunted over a dozen. Their space was packed full. By noon, they stopped to eat and rest. Lam Lang accidentally discovered some wild goji berry bushes. She was over the moon. This was exactly what they needed. Ripe goji berries could be brewed into tea or used to stew soup and enhance flavor. The young shoots of goji berries were available year-round. Picking the tender parts gave an instant plate of greens, delicious whether stir-fried or cooked in soup. Lam Lang chopped down a big bundle of goji branches, took them home, cut them into sections, and planted them directly into the ground. Du Nam and Tung Fong were amazed once again. They arrived home just as dusk fell. Lam Lang used over 2 pounds of rice, added bones and meat to stew porridge. The thick, fragrant meat porridge slid down their throats, instantly soothing their stomachs. It felt like their spirits and strength were clearly restored. Just eating meat along with grains and vegetables in balance made a huge difference. Back home, everyone immediately relaxed, feeling utterly exhausted. That night, everyone slept soundly. The next day, they had to fire up the kiln. Everyone was excited. No one slept in. They woke up bright and early. Lam Lang also woke up very early. She couldn't resist running out to check on her little plants. They came back late and tired yesterday, so she hadn't had a chance to look, but now it had been 4 or 5 days, and the little plants had grown lush. The whole field was a vibrant green, incredibly adorable. Cotton, corn, taro, and peanuts had grown up to knee height, so had the chili peppers, which had already branched out. Yard-long beans and cucumbers had climbed up stakes. Some cucumber plants were already budding. Flowers would bloom in a day or two. Winter melon, pumpkin, and loofah vines climbed the trellis. The loofah vines were plump and smooth, twisting freely on the frame. Sweet potato vines, lettuce, ginger, green onions, garlic, and radishes were all growing strong. In a few days, they could transplant the young radish seedlings. They could also cut sweet potato vines to plant elsewhere. The seedlings in that corner were nearly 8 inches tall. In 4 or 5 days, they could be uprooted and transplanted. The fruit tree seeds had just sprouted. Some were over 4 inches tall. A few were more than 6 inches, delicate and slender. But that was enough to make Lam Lang extremely happy. As long as they sprouted, it meant they could definitely grow and one day bear fruit to eat. That was all that mattered. Everything was growing well and full of life. Lam Lang planned to build a house first. Then in the afternoon, she'd irrigate the garden. She wanted to do this herself. She had a feeling that plants cared for by her own hands would grow better. After patrolling her territory, Lam Lang felt satisfied and then went to prepare the meal. After breakfast, the group went together to fire up the kiln. Could this kiln really produce building materials for the house? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? We'll find out soon. If Sister Lam and Brother Huyen say so, it must be true. I trust them, but it still feels like a dream. Wow, this is amazing. Lam Lang laughed non-stop on the way. When they reached the kiln's mouth, Du Nam and the others fell silent without saying a word, all eyes fixed on Lam Lang and Le Huyen. Everyone was tense. Lam Lang chuckled. Let's open the kiln. Once it's open, we gotta get to work. Le Huyen smoothly made a big move, removing the sealed cover from the kiln's mouth. For another kiln, she guided Du Nam and the others on the key steps so they could open it themselves, since sooner or later they'd have to learn. As soon as the kiln opened, a little heat still radiated out, but that was nothing to them. Le Huyen carefully pulled out a tile, tapped it lightly with her knuckles. It rang with a clear chime. Then she happily said, "A lang." It worked. The soft clay blocks had completely transformed after being fired in the kiln. Lam Lang breathed a sigh of relief, her smile blooming like a flower. Our skills haven't faded after all. Don't just stand there. Come take a look. Then everyone rushed over, carefully picking up each tile to examine it from every angle. I copied Le Huyen tapping, heard the clear sound, and couldn't stop laughing. This is legit, amazing. It really can fire stuff. So can it fire pottery too? Haha, of course it can, right? Lam and Huyen. Lam Lang chuckled. Definitely. Seeing those two big kilns, everyone got even more hyped. This time they could fire a ton of pottery, and soon they'd own a whole bunch of ceramics, something they never dared to dream of before. The tiles taken out from the kiln were immediately stored by Lam Lang in the space, with a very low breakage rate. Only about 30 or 40 tiles broke between the two kilns, and even those with just chipped edges were still usable. So Lam Lang collected them all, and in the afternoon, they set up the beams and wooden frames. The next day, after more than half a day of hard work, every tile was properly laid. The main house, both east and west wings, were all finished. When done, the whole group stood in front of the house, looking up with a strong sense of accomplishment. Du Nam and the others had never seen a house like this before. Excited and curious, they ran in and out, looking up and marveling nonstop. These tiles are definitely legit. Lam and Huyen are crazy smart. I really wish it would rain right now. Lam Lang laughed and said, "Don't rain now. We still gotta fire more tiles and pottery." "Oh yeah, right. The tool shed and firewood house aren't built yet. Gotta fire another kiln of tiles, plus 1 kiln for pottery." With the tile success, everyone's got mad faith in firing ceramics. That afternoon, Lam Lang asked Le Huyen to help out. After watering the veggies, they invited everyone to plant bamboo. Lam Lang decided to plant bamboo in the empty patch between the kiln mouth and the yard. A bamboo forest there wouldn't be bad at all. Planting bamboo was simple. Dig holes, place the plants, cover with soil, water it. 30 bamboo shoots. Le Huyen made a big move and dug 20 holes in advance. The remaining 10 holes were left for Du Nam and the others to dig with hoes. They needed to get used to farming gradually. Meanwhile, Lam Lang went to plant goji berries, cutting the branches into short twigs about 2 inches long, then stuck them in the ground. After planting the goji berries mixed with the shade plants, Lam Lang watered them himself. The shade plants had huge roots, with stems only about as tall as a person, planted at a slight angle, looking like wooden stakes that hadn't leafed out yet, but beneath the soil, things were always changing, likely growing deep roots. Lam Lang remembered many bamboo plants had shoots on their roots that hadn't popped up yet, so maybe in a few days, bamboo shoots would sprout. The two-tile kilns fired super successfully, and the group was pumped. The next day, they got right to making clay to fire another kiln of tiles. The day after that, they'd make clay to fire pottery. Firewood wasn't enough to keep the kiln burning, and wood for crafting was also short. Lam Lang and Le Huyen took Fan Lai, Big Mao, and Little Mao to gather firewood. Du Nam led the rest to prepare the clay and carry tiles. Lam Lang pulled all the shade plants out of the space and stacked them in an empty room in the west wing, freeing up lots of space to store dry firewood and lumber. In the primal eastern continent of Dong Zhou, where forests and resources were endless, this wasn't hard, done in half a day. Back at home, Lam Lang stacked firewood by the kiln mouth, but the wood they brought back still needed processing. They sawed it into planks and laid them out in the yard to dry. After drying, the wood would be roughly sanded to make furniture. Conditions were limited, materials scarce, so the furniture would be simple and rough, but that was the best they could do for now. Lam Lang laughed and complained, "Man, if only we could find copper oil or lacquer trees, and an iron mine too." Huyen smiled optimistically, raising an eyebrow. "As long as it's on this continent, we'll find it for sure." Lam Lang nodded, spirits high. Yeah, that's right. Both of them wanted to build a super strong tribe, to make it legendary. Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others got better and better at making clay tiles. With so many strong hands, it didn't take a day to finish. The group returned to the yard and saw Le Huyen sawing wood. Everyone immediately rushed over, fighting to do it. "Huyen, let me do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Give it to me." "Ah, I'm clearly the fastest. Don't fight over mine." Le Huyen, Lam Lang. All right, the planks Lam Lang and Le Huyen needed were quite a few, so they definitely couldn't finish sawing all the wood today. Only when it got too dark to see did Tung Fong and the others reluctantly stop. The next day, they kept going. Than Lai, Fitch Qua, and Ovan got this job and stayed in the yard to keep sawing and drying wood. The rest went to the kiln. The pile of clay tiles made yesterday had to be loaded into the kiln and fired. Then they made more clay to fire pottery. Crafting ceramics wasn't new to Dunam, Tung Fong, and the others. Though pottery was rare and valuable in the Loa tribe, it wasn't unheard of. When shaping the clay, they were super excited. Because after the successful tile example, the chance of firing pottery successfully was very high, almost guaranteed. Thinking that in just a few days they'd have a large stock of pottery, everyone got even more pumped, working while grinning nonstop. Lam Lang and Le Huyen were also making clay. Le Huyen's earth manipulation powers were getting stronger, making clay shaping faster and better than the others. Right now, he was making a big jar. Lam Lang had said they needed to fire 2 big jars to place in front of the kitchen door, making water use easier. For big items like that, Le Huyen, with your earth powers, it's way easier for you to make them. Lam Lang wanted to make lots of pottery, all kinds of jars, various pots with and without lids, plus ceramic basins, bowls, plates, teapots, teacups, cooking pots for stir-frying veggies, pots for cooking rice and porridge, jars for stewing soup, and wind stoves for burning charcoal. No matter how big the kiln is, it can't fire all those items at once, so they have to pick out each type, 1 or 2 pieces at a time to fire first. After firing these 2 kilns, they'll move on to firing 2 more. Pottery is super important in their daily lives, used for everything. Making a bit more won't hurt. Tung Fong finished making a tall, wide jar over a foot high, feeling proud as hell, grinning and showing it off to everyone. Everyone was seriously impressed. "Whoa, Tung Fong, you really nailed that jar. It's gotta be super sturdy after firing." "Yo, look at Huyen's jar, it's massive." Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone turned, eyes wide in shock. "Damn, that thing's huge. Man, I've never seen a jar that big." "Yeah, Huyen, what's that giant jar for?" After the shock wore off, curiosity took over. Lam Lang and Le Huyen just smiled. No wonder no one had seen such a big pottery piece before using their old firing methods. Making something that big was impossible. Lam Lang smiled and said, "It's for holding water, placed outside the kitchen door, super handy. Later, when we harvest food, it can hold that too. Other stuff aside, for storing rice, you definitely need a big jar with a lid." Everyone nodded in agreement, realizing it made total sense and was super convenient. Lam Lang looked around at everyone making medium-sized jars and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Honestly, you don't need so many jars of that size. Those jars are kinda half-baked, annoying to use but a waste not to have. Lam Lang just smiled and casually explained the different types of pottery and their uses. The group was totally baffled, their minds spinning, unable to even express their surprise. Their whole understanding of pottery was flipped upside down. So, there were actually that many kinds of pottery? They'd never thought about it before, but Lam Lang's clear and easy explanation made it all click, like they just unlocked some big secret. Oh, so that's how it works. Man, I'm dumb for not thinking of that. Du Nam admired, amazed. The Trieu Duong Tribe was seriously next level, excelling in everything and constantly surprising people with stuff no one imagined. Lam Lang chuckled. This is just the start. There's a lot more cool stuff coming. All right, let me teach you all how to make other kinds of pottery. Yeah, sure. Everyone got hyped and crowded around to learn. Making pottery clay for different items was way more complicated than making tiles with one mold and one style. You couldn't even finish it all in a day. Compared to tile making, this was way more exhausting and demanding, but the joy and sense of accomplishment doubled. Haha, I know how to make jars now. Lam's been praising my teapot. On the way back, everyone was pumped. Since one kiln was still firing, the 13 of them took turns watching the fire all night like usual. Lam Lang and Huyen had the last shift. Seeing it was still daylight, Lam Lang planned to cut some sweet potato vines to plant more. Back at the yard, everyone rested a bit, then split up to prepare dinner like pros. Washing, chopping, cooking soup, lighting fires. Lam Lang didn't have to lift a finger, just gave orders. Then she pulled Huyen to plant sweet potatoes. Thanks to Lam Lang watering the garden, the veggies were growing lush and fast. The sweet potato vines had spread all over the ground quite a bit, just the right time to cut some branches to plant more. Huyen followed Lam Lang's lead, using her powers to control the soil and dig long, shallow trenches. Lam Lang placed each vine branch into the trench and covered it with a thin layer of soil. They planted row after row, over a dozen rows of sweet potato vines. After watering, a wave of accomplishment hit. The vines were still young, so Lam Lang also cut a handful of fresh tips to cook for dinner. Sweet potato vines grow stronger the more you cut them, and the lettuce was super fresh and tender too. Lam Lang picked over 20 bright green young leaves. There wasn't much lettuce in the field, so they didn't want to pull out the whole plant when eating. The next day, everyone happily kept working the soil. Du Nam and his crew didn't even want to sleep, saying they weren't tired and felt great, so they stayed to help. After 2 full busy days, they finally finished preparing the soil for firing. They lit the fire, and everyone was even more excited and eager than when firing tiles. This was pottery, after all. When the tile kiln's fire died down and it was sealed, the young rice seedlings could be taken out to transplant. Lam Lang was super pumped. This was fragrant white rice. Once they could grow wet rice, having rice on hand meant peace of mind. Without rice or bread, just eating meat and veggies would cut the joy in half. The seedlings were fragile and weak. For Lam Lang and Huyen, this meant a lot. Since only a bit over a third of the land was experimental, Lam Lang didn't let Du Nam and the others help. She and Huyen did it themselves, just having Du Nam's group watch to understand the process. Next year, if they farmed on a bigger scale, then they'd let them do it. Du Nam and the others were super curious. Turns out those weak seedlings, which looked like weeds, grew into the grains they used to make porridge or eat. It was unbelievable. The third of the field was transplanted super fast. Seeing those slender, fragile seedlings standing in the flooded field, like a light breeze could blow them away, made people worried. But Lam Lang's heart was full of pride. She smiled and said, "In a few days, they'll root and turn green, then quickly start tillering. In a few months, we'll harvest." Huyen smiled softly. "They'll probably root super fast tomorrow." "Yeah, for sure." Lam Lang giggled. Nothing she touched was ever ordinary. The planting was off to a great start. Next up, we just gotta follow the plan step by step. In the veggie garden, the plants are slowly sprouting up, and it looks like they're adapting real well. Just gotta watch them a bit longer and we'll be able to harvest a crop, then confidently expand the planting scale. There's still a ton of work to do. The wooden planks drying out are almost ready, so it's time to make windows and other common furniture. Plus, we gotta craft some bows and arrows too. No iron nails for the furniture, but we've got bamboo we can sharpen into bamboo nails. After sharpening, we boil them in water to make them tougher and prevent bugs from eating them. The bamboo nails, prepping the wood planks, and building furniture are assigned to Yunam and the others. They're in that hype phase, super passionate and pumped. Lam Ling and Huyen quickly notice that Dang picks up these skills faster and better than the rest, so they're paying extra attention, teaching him harder. Who knows, maybe they'll hand over all that work to him later. Lam Ling and Huyen are focusing on bamboo stuff. First thing on the list, bows. The bow strings need to be made from carefully processed animal tendons. Luckily, they'd hunted a few deer earlier and kept the deer tendons. That's perfect material for bow strings. Lam Ling also saved quite a few long white goat horns before. Those horns are pretty flexible and strong. If they polish those into bow limbs, that'd be great too. But that takes patience. Right now, they don't have time. They'll wait till winter when they're indoors, more to work on that slowly. Meanwhile, the roof tiles have been pulled from the kiln. Everyone finished building the warehouse, tool shed, and wood storage. Lei Huyen even dug a basement under the warehouse to make storing stuff easier. With the tiles out of the kiln, the pottery can't be far behind. Everyone's holding their breath, hyped and waiting. Finally, the big day arrives. Than Lai and a few others are so excited and jittery they can't sit still, pacing back and forth, eyes sparkling like stars. The pottery, there's a lot of it. Man, I've never seen this much pottery before. This is going to be a success, right? Our pottery's got to be a hit, right? Definitely. Lam Ling and Lo Huyen exchanged glances and smiled. Don't get too hyped, it's just pottery. We'll have even better stuff later on. All right, open the kiln. Open it, open it. Everyone raised their hands. Nobody could wait any longer. Le Huyen decisively made the move and quickly opened the kiln door. Let me try. I'll be gentle. See, everyone rushed to the kiln to check out the pottery. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen were curious about the first batch too, planning to peek in, but the crowd was way too thick, no way to squeeze through. Fine, we'll wait here then. Soon enough, Than Lai and Thich Qua each came out carrying a piece. One held a jar, the other a big bowl, both beaming with excitement. It worked, Huyen, Lam Ling, the pottery's a success. Look at this bowl, huge and solid. That big jar worked too. I've never seen a jar that big before. Lam Ling felt a buzz inside and smiled at Lei Huyen. Let's go check it out. One by one, the pottery pieces came out of the kiln. Most people had forgotten what each was for, so Lam Ling cheerfully reintroduced them. This is more than enough. Life's going to be way easier. Lam Ling gathered all the pottery into the space, and once home, took everything out and directed everyone to place each piece in its spot. 2 water jars, 2 big wash basins by the kitchen door, a big wind stove and a small stove set against the kitchen wall, ceramic pots for stewing soup, cooking rice, stir-frying veggies, boiling water, plates, bowls, and trays all on kitchen shelves, jars and barrels stored in the pantry behind the kitchen, 2 teapots in the living room, and everyone got a ceramic cup, each marked differently, for drinking water. Suddenly, having all this pottery, the whole group went wild with joy. Lam Ling was super pleased too, smiling as she told Le Huyen, "How about we cook a celebratory meal tonight? I'll make a bunch of good dishes, and we'll have a fun feast together." It had been ages since they had a proper meal of plain white rice. They really missed that flavor. As soon as she said that, Le Huyen got hungry too. Sounds good. White rice tonight. Yu Nam and the others didn't really know what white rice was, but having heard Lam Ling and Le Huyen mention it a lot, they knew it was a delicious dish, so they cheered happily. White rice, white rice, white rice tonight. So lunch was light and quick, everyone just waiting for dinner. As the time neared, Lam Ling started prepping with a bright smile. The small wind stove mostly burned charcoal but could also light a fire inside. After rinsing the rice, she put it in a ceramic pot, added just enough water, covered it, and set it on the wind stove to cook. Big Mao and Little Mao took charge of watching the fire. Tung Fong, Than Lai, and O Van went to the stream to wash 2 pigs' feet, 2 wild chickens, a big fish, and 5 or 6 chunks of goat meat. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen headed to the veggie garden to pick greens. The rice they planted yesterday had really taken root, showing green leaves. It was still weak but looked way more lively. The veggie garden was thriving even more. The string beans and chili plants already had tiny flower buds, soon to bloom and bear fruit. The cucumbers were even faster, already flowering. The pale yellow flowers were cute and charming, with female flowers carrying tiny baby fruits super adorable. Baby cucumbers grow fast, changing every day. With Lam Ling's care speed, they'd be ready to pick in 3 to 5 days. But today, of course, wasn't the day. Today, Lam Ling cut green onions, fresh garlic, picked coriander leaves, grabbed a handful of young sweet potato shoots, added fresh bamboo shoots from storage, and a pumpkin left by the previous owner. Tonight's meal would be plenty fancy. The veggies and meat were all set. Lam Lang quickly tossed each ingredient into the pot. The pork hocks were cut into chunks and dropped into the clay pot simmering over the wind stove. The goat meat was cooked dry with fresh garlic and cilantro in a large clay pot. She added a few chili peppers to kick up the flavor. The wild chicken was stewed with bamboo shoots, the fish was braised, sweet potato tips were stir-fried, pumpkin was stir-fried too, scallions were added for aroma. 6 dishes, each hearty, plus a big pot of white rice enough for the whole crew. Honestly, Lam Lang really wanted to make scallion fried eggs, but after thinking it over, she couldn't bring herself to do it since those eggs were meant to hatch baby chicks. Eating 1 egg meant losing a chicken, and losing many more eggs and chickens down the line, it just wasn't worth it. Just then, the big round table was ready. The dishes were served one by one. Each person got a big bowl of white rice. There was still more in the pot. Everyone could have seconds. The aroma was intoxicating. The meal was incredibly rich. Du Nam and the others just stared in amazement, dumbfounded and speechless. Du Nam and the rest were genuinely stunned, mouths agape, unable to find words. The whole group was so shocked they froze, eyes wide open, clueless about what to say. They honestly didn't know how to picture or describe it. No joke, they'd never seen anything like this before. Although after following Lam Lang and Le Huyen, their meals had improved quite a bit, it was usually just a pot of stew or grilled meat. The only difference being Lam Lang knew how to switch up the cooking style to avoid boredom, but setting a big table full of dishes, neat and visually appealing, that was way beyond what they'd imagined. They'd never seen anything like it, and Lam Lang was super pleased and proud of everyone's reactions, her lips curled up high. Worth every bit of effort, she poured so much heart and soul into it. Come on, don't be shy. Sit down and eat while it's still hot. All right. Everyone pulled out four-legged wooden chairs and sat down, finally able to speak. Smells amazing. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Sister Lam is seriously talented. I've never seen food cooked like this before. I can't wait any longer. Let's eat. Yeah. Eat up fast. Everyone was hyped, hands nonstop grabbing food. Lam Lang scooped a piece of dry-cooked goat meat into her bowl. Smiling, she said, "Eat a bite of meat, then a bite of white rice. It's super tasty. You guys will definitely love this way of eating. If our rice patties grow well, we'll have plenty of white rice to eat later. Every day, rice. Every day, rice." Sounds rough, but that's the undeniable reality of this primitive continent. Luckily, we still have this space. Maybe heaven feels sorry for us living so hard at the end of the world and gave us this little compensation. Everyone followed Lam Lang's advice, eating a bite of food and a bite of rice. Sure enough, before long, their eyes lit up. They immediately loved this eating style and flavor, especially tonight's goat meat. Not sure what else was added, but it seriously fired up their taste buds, making them want to keep eating nonstop. Oh man, this is so good. Yeah, so good. This goat meat melts in your mouth. Lam Lang continued. It's spicy. This dish has a kick. I added some chili. Actually, she only threw in a few to boost the flavor. That level of spice was nothing to her and Lei Huyen. But for Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others who'd never eaten chili before, it was a major shock. Yeah, definitely spicy. But the more you eat, the more you crave it. Same here. Every dish is delicious. I love it all. Everyone was super satisfied with this meal. It was unbelievably good. The white rice really smelled amazing. It really did. The most important thing was it was filling. 2 bowls of white rice plus some dishes and you're full. It felt complete, totally satisfying. Without rice, just eating meat means you have to eat way more, at least twice as much to feel full. This meal basically opened a new door for Du Nam and the others. Everyone was buzzing, asking questions left and right, totally impressed. The Trieu Duong Tribe was seriously amazing. Sister Lam and brother Huyen were too. Their farming skills were top-notch. So by the next day, everyone's eyes lit up with eagerness and clear anticipation when looking at the sprouts in the vegetable garden and the 3 parts of the rice patties. Everything was treasure. Even a simple plate of boiled greens tasted that good. To keep enjoying meals like this later, everyone worked way harder. Today's tasks were still making furniture and crafting bows and arrows. Lam Lang also told Le Huyen to lead some folks to build a simple version of a roasting oven right outside the kitchen, basically a small kiln. This oven was cylindrical. The top had a dome-shaped roof. The base was made into a charcoal tray, with a vent hole like a wind stove to easily add or remove charcoal as needed. Inside the oven walls were hooks to hang different meats for roasting, and a flat surface to place trays for baking or roasting sliced meat. Just put the tray inside the oven and you're good. Having a simple roasting oven like this would make grilled food way easier in the future. There was still about 66 pounds of flour in the space. Maybe someday they could have a big feast and bake some cakes for fun. If they ever find wild wheat on this continent, that'd be even better. While Le Huyen led black stone and white stone to build the roasting oven, Du Nam and Tong Fong focused on making furniture and bows. Lam Lang called Big Mao and Little Mao to help peel bamboo shoots. They brought back a ton of bamboo shoots. Aside from a few for fresh eating, most of them Lam Lang planned to dry. Drying bamboo shoots wasn't hard, but it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. First, they had to peel the bamboo shoots clean, then boil them in a big pot of boiling water until tender. After that, take them out and shred by hand, spread evenly under the sun to dry. They had plenty of wooden boards and tables to use for drying the shoots for now. Lam Lang thought to himself, once we finish the furniture, we still gotta make some stuff out of woven bamboo like trays, bamboo baskets, and definitely some fish traps made from bamboo. The 3 of them were busy almost the whole day, finally finishing all the bamboo shoots that needed drying. Just gotta lay them out in the sun for a few days, then they'll be ready to store. With so many of you strong folks, Everyone was super enthusiastic. Working together made everything go way faster. Huyen was pretty surprised to find out Dang had a knack for making furniture. He jumped right in and worked faster and better than the others. As for the gifted one, Du Nam, no matter what he did it well. That made things a lot easier for Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. The work moved quicker. In just a few days, all the basic furniture was done. Windows and front doors were installed. The bedroom had a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Lam Lang said with a bit of regret, "If only we could make glass ourselves, that'd be awesome." Lei Huyen chuckled. "One day, we'll figure it out." She originally planned that after finishing the bows, they'd set up a target board to teach Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others how to shoot. If anyone had a natural talent, great. If not, they'd still have to practice until they got good. Gotta know, whether for hunting or defense, bows are super useful. Compared to their stone weapons, it was a massive leap forward. But just as they finished the bows, it started raining. This was the first rain since Lam Lang and Lei Huyen crossed into this world. Thinking back, it'd been almost a month, so rain was definitely due. The heavy rain started pouring non-stop from dusk all through the night. When they woke up the next morning, they could still hear the raindrops tapping outside. Luckily, they'd already finished roofing with tiles. Windows and doors were all properly installed. Inside, the house was safe and dry. Tung Fong, Fan Lai, and the others were so hyped they couldn't sleep all night. Tung Fong's crew stayed excited all night long. Early the next morning, still buzzing with energy, they crowded the hallway, catching raindrops falling from the eaves, eyes sparkling, grinning ear to ear, joy beyond words. "Ah, this tile is seriously amazing." I checked inside the house carefully. Not a single drop got through. I checked too. The tile roof is fantastic. I used to hate rainy days, but now rain feels pretty nice. Yeah, everyone laughed out loud, happy as hell. Before, even a little heavy or long rain would leak inside. Even after the rain stopped, the damp smell would linger for days. The roof made of straw and bark was weak and needed yearly repairs. The low roof made the inside cramped and dark. How could it compare to now? It was like night and day. Not only was the inside dry, but there was a covered porch outside to block the rain. The porch was wide enough that not a single drop could blow in. On rainy days when they couldn't go outside, Lam Lang called everyone to learn weaving bamboo baskets. She and Lei Huyen were already good at it, and it was pretty easy to learn. Just gotta know where to start and follow the pattern, keep weaving down. The finishing step was a bit tricky, but she and Lei Huyen would teach that carefully. Anyway, baskets, bamboo trays, and woven bamboo containers were for their own use, so even if they looked rough, it didn't matter. The hall was spacious, and the outdoor porch was a good place to hang out. 13 people working together didn't feel cramped at all. Wood could be cut into planks and assembled into handy furniture, and of course, they could make bamboo containers too. Everyone stayed calm. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen taught exactly how to do it. At first, weaving looked tough, but once you got the hang of it, it was simple. At first, no one understood how those bamboo strips could turn into anything useful. When the baskets, trays, and containers were finished, even Du Nam, usually calm, was wide-eyed in surprise and blurted out the same phrase he'd repeated countless times. "This is amazing, just ordinary bamboo strips, yet they can make such beautiful and useful stuff. It's seriously magical." By the time they finished weaving all the bamboo items, the rain had stopped long ago. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen then led everyone into the mountains to chop firewood. The woodpile needed topping up. More importantly, they planned to cut some fresh, water-rich wood to turn into charcoal. Using a small stove to burn firewood wasn't convenient. Charcoal would be way better. It'd also make cooking soup easier. This was something new. Du Nam's group was totally on board. Burning charcoal is way simpler than firing pottery. Just chop wood, stack it in the kiln. Burn for 2 days and 2 nights, done. They had plenty of people. Today they chopped wood, tomorrow they stacked the kiln, and the night after, they'd light the fire. When this batch of charcoal was ready, it opened Du Nam's crew's eyes to a whole new concept. It was magical. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen then brought up the topic of salt. "Our salt supply is running low, so now we gotta trade with the Salt Tribe. Any thoughts?" Gathering everyone, Huyen said. "About this, if anyone's got complaints, there's plenty to say. The Salt Tribe's done a lot, arrogant, greedy, reckless, rough and rude, looking down on and insulting others." Everyone had endless stories. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen weren't bothered at all. They even asked for more details. They knew nothing about the Salt Tribe and wanted to learn more. The Lone Tribe was strong, but the Salt Tribe was even stronger, so they couldn't take them lightly. After hearing everything, Lam Lang smiled and said, "We're pretty far from the Salt Tribe. This trip will take a while, but we'll do our best to trade for as much salt as we can. Now let's decide who's going and who's staying. Me and Big Brother Huyen will definitely go, but Du Nam absolutely has to stay. Lei Huyen can't leave Lam Lang's side. The journey's long and takes many days, so he's uneasy. Even though he's got feelings for Du Nam, and his relationship with Tung Fong and the others isn't bad, deep down, Lam Lang is still the most important to him. The Salt Tribe is already tough to deal with, so he obviously has to go. As for Lam Lang, no question, she's the only one with a special space. Du Nam is the remaining special ops soldier, so it makes sense for him to stay home. Tung Fong, Fan Li, and the others, unwilling to be left behind, each volunteered to come along. In the end, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen only picked 2 people, Tung Fong and Thich Qua. Everyone was stunned into silence. Du Nam quickly reminded, I know Big Brother Huyen and Sister Lang are awesome, but bringing only 2 people? Isn't that way too few? The Salt Tribe's got no decent folks. It's safer to go with more. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nam was right. The Salt Tribe's real stubborn and will definitely bully you if you're outnumbered. Yeah, on such a long trip, having more people boosts morale and you can watch each other's backs. No need. Lo Huyen smiled softly. We can handle ourselves. You guys just stay home and watch the place. Lam Lang grinned and said, I've got my space. What's there to worry about? 4 people are enough. If it weren't for the fact that she and Lo Huyen don't know where the Salt Tribe is or have ever dealt with them, just the 2 of them going would have been enough. Du Nam's group thought that made sense. Sister Lang and Big Brother Huyen are so badass, they really don't need a big crew. Du Nam said, All right then, Sister Lang and Big Brother Huyen, rest easy. We'll definitely keep watch. Lam Lang and Le Huyen often talked about home, so everyone inside naturally started using that term too. Lam Lang laughed, Our spot's so remote, no one's gonna find us. Before we leave, we'll set up some traps inside and outside the yard to be safe. But if something really goes down, fight if you can. If not, run first, hide, and wait for us to come back and get revenge later. Du Nam's group nodded eagerly in agreement. Then someone couldn't help but say, The Salt Tribe's real petty. Sister Lang and Big Brother Huyen want to trade a lot of salt? I doubt they'll agree. Everyone was shocked. Lam Lang asked, Why the hesitation? Last year, I went with them to the Salt Tribe to trade salt once. They wanted to trade a bit more too, but the Salt Tribe refused. They said they couldn't eat that much game meat in a short time unless it was winter, or the meat was fresh, or the weapons were something they liked. But for regular game meat, they didn't need that much. You can't blame Du Nam and the others for not knowing. Trading salt is super important. Because of that importance, the Salt Tribe's chief would never let Du Nam join in. Even those close to Du Nam, like Tung Fong, have no right to participate. Dang is honest, quiet, and reserved. If they're short-handed, Dong might call him along. That could happen. Well, that's a problem then. Lam Lang snorted lightly. They don't have time to run back and forth like that. Plus, the Salt Tribe has held the salt-producing land for years. Lam Lang absolutely doesn't believe they don't know about using salt to preserve meat. They probably know about it most of the way, but still use that excuse to refuse trading. Just out of pride and to mess with people. Maybe they get a kick out of teasing others like that. Than Lai suddenly went, slapped her forehead excitedly, and said, We've got tons of pottery. I bet even the Salt Tribe's never seen such a huge and diverse collection. That's pretty rare, right? What if we trade pottery for salt with them? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yeah. We've also got wooden goods and covers good stuff all around. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged looks. Du Nam frowned slightly and shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. Those things are precious. Our Trieu Duong Tribe is still weak. It's best not to let others know we have those, especially Lam Lang's sharp knives and kites. Everyone felt a chill. That's very likely to happen. The Salt Tribe isn't exactly reasonable. They're used to being arrogant, demanding whatever they want. If they don't get it, they steal. They don't even have to act themselves, just spread rumors that whoever steals for them gets salt in return. That's how many tribes are willing to help them. Our Trieu Duong Tribe isn't ready to openly show off good stuff like that yet. Lam Lang smiled. Du Nam's right. We'll keep the good stuff for ourselves for now. When we get stronger, we'll trade with other tribes. Than Lai was sweating cold and nodded quickly. Yeah, I was wrong to think otherwise. So, what's going to happen to Sister Lang and Brother Huyen when they get to the Salt Tribe? The Salt Tribe doesn't know how to behave at all. This question had everyone scratching their heads, a tribe that's strong but totally clueless, and here they are begging for favors. What can we even do? When he couldn't figure it out, Lam Lang just stopped trying, letting out a light chuckle. Whatever, let's just go first and figure it out later. Once we get there, we'll see how things really are and decide. No matter what, we gotta trade for more salt. If the Salt Tribe really refuses to trade, don't blame us if we gotta get rough. Those sneaky merchants. Le Huyen nodded with a smile. All right, let's roll with that. We'll figure something out once we're there. There's gotta be a way. Du Nam and the others couldn't think of any better plan either, so they agreed. The game meat they hunted was meant for trading salt. Lam Lang and Le Huyen Din will hunt along the way. For sure, they'll catch enough. Besides, they already hunted quite a few wild boars earlier. The Salt Tribe is about 3.5 days away from the Lone Tribe by foot, so the distance is roughly the same between them and the Lone Tribe. In other words, this round trip, will take at least a month. Since Dang has been there before, this time he's leading along with Tung Fong and Dang, but Tich Kor won't be going. The four of them left, leaving 9 people at home. Huyen set up a shooting target in the yard. The job for Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others was to practice archery together. When Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan get back, they'll check how much their archery skills have improved. This new weapon, with longer range, stronger power, and quick convenience, had everyone from Du Nam to Tung Fong totally hooked. No warrior doesn't love a bow and arrow. This weapon really opened their eyes. Without much explanation from Huyen and Lam Lang, they already realized that mastering the bow would give them a huge edge in both battle and hunting. A regular warrior who shoots arrows accurately, even facing a superpowered enemy, still has a fighting chance unlike before, when they just sat there waiting to get slaughtered. Du Nam and the others were so hyped they were shouting at the top of their lungs, almost going crazy. Before leaving, everyone spent a day under Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's guidance, setting up plenty of traps around and learning various ways to make traps, because during this time, they'd have to find their own food. Even though Lam Lang's space still had plenty of hunted meat, the weather was getting hotter and it couldn't be preserved long. Lam Lang only left behind 2 fat wild boars, unbutchered, and 2 mountain goats stored in the underground cold storage. That was it, leaving too much would spoil before they could eat it. Luckily, they were all skilled hunters. Plus, Du Nam was a fire-controlling superpowered guy, so hunting for survival wasn't too hard. Lam Lang decisively took out the fishing net from her space to leave with them and taught them how to use it. The big river nearby was full of fish and shrimp, but what worried Lam Lang most was the vegetable garden and the rice paddy. The rice paddy was okay, it was in a fast-growth stage, and as long as it had water, it would thrive. Even without fertilizer, she herself was better than fertilizer. For every crop in the field, Lam Lang carefully instructed Du Nam and the others. No worries about the bamboo and goji berries in the yard. The goji berry bushes had sprouted plenty of new shoots, but Lam Lang hadn't dared to eat them yet, planning to let them grow bigger first. Just as she predicted, some bamboo shoots had sprouted. In just a few days, they turned into lush young bamboo stalks. Lam Lang was overjoyed and couldn't bring herself to pick the fresh shoots. She was also hoping to get a batch of tea leaves soon. The melons, sweet potatoes, taro, watermelon seeds, soybeans, peanuts, and small fruit seedlings that didn't need much care still weren't ripe yet. For leafy greens, if they wanted to eat, they could just pick and cook them. After all, they had ceramic pots, clay pots, a stove, and a small burner at home. Everyone already knew how to use them. Red chili peppers needed to be picked and dried. If the yard-long beans were plump, they had to be picked and dried too. But before drying the beans, they had to be blanched in water. Cucumbers could be eaten like fruit. A few days ago, everyone got a small taste. That fresh, juicy flavor made everyone totally hooked. Everyone unconsciously kept an eye on the cucumber patch. When they ripened, they definitely wouldn't forget to pick them. Lam Lang reminded them to save 2 cucumbers to plant for the next crop, but with her growth ability, they could probably plant another batch before winter. Du Nam and the others took careful notes and remembered everything seriously. Going on a long trip was a big deal, so the night before leaving, Lam Lang decided to throw a big feast. It was like a farewell party, and everyone was totally on board and excited for the big feast that Sister Lang was preparing. It really was a proper big feast. A feast of flavors they'd never had before. A gateway to a whole new culinary world. Everyone eagerly jumped in early to help, constantly asking, "Sister Lang, what do you need us to do? Sister Lang, how can we help?" Sister Lang made Lam Lang smile happily. She thought these people were really interesting, and got inspired, decisively assigning tasks one by one. Fresh fish and shrimp were a must. Perfect chance to try out the new fishing net. The outdoor oven by the kitchen door could finally be put to use. Earlier, they'd hunted a few small wild boars. Lam Lang picked one weighing about 66 pounds. After cleaning it, she skillfully butchered it into parts, then carefully rubbed in salt, soy sauce, fermented bean paste, a bit of honey, and golden rice wine, then hung the whole pig in the oven, preparing a simple roasted suckling pig dish. There were 3 trays in the oven. 2 trays held baked bread made from risen wheat dough. Tonight, no white rice, each person would get a fragrant baked bread. Lam Lang's space only had a bit over 66 pounds of wheat flour left, and there was still no sign of wheat growing. This was really a food supply that only decreased with consumption. No way to replenish. But food is meant to be eaten, no need to hoard it forever. In the last tray, she layered large chunks of goat ribs, lightly marinated, preparing roasted goat ribs, and sealed the oven door. As long as they added firewood timely from the bottom fire door, they'd be ready to enjoy by dinner. On the wind stove, in the clay pot, Sister Ning had about 7 or 8 clean and chopped unknown birds, added some dried red dates from the space, and a few fresh bamboo shoots. The big pot on the stove was cooking a mixed hot pot with antelope meat, deer meat, and wild boar meat. When the fish and shrimp were caught, seeing lots of shrimp, Lam Lang laughed and said, "These shrimp are so fresh, let's make crispy fried shrimp." Thumb-sized shrimp, their translucent bodies sparkling, when fried in hot oil quickly turn a deep, seductive red, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma, mixed with the wild boar fat inside. After the slaughter, Lam Lang kept all of it. In her free time, she would chop the fat and cook it down into rendered fat. By now, she had stored up 2 big jars of animal fat, just perfect for frying shrimp. As the sun just dipped below the horizon, long before nightfall, Lam Lang called everyone to set the dinner table. The whole crew cheered excitedly, barely able to wait. The big table was set right in the middle of the yard, spacious and bright. Opening the oven door, a wave of hot steam burst out along with the irresistible scent of grilled meat that made everyone drool. The meat inside smelled insanely good. Yeah, it's grilled meat, but the aroma was on a whole different level. Ah, from now on, let's grill meat in the oven all the time. The whole roasted piglet was placed on a large flying tray in the center of the table. Surrounding the pig were an array of delicious dishes: grilled goat ribs, wild birds stewed with bamboo shoots, venison and wild boar stew. Before serving, they added green onions and cilantro, crispy fried shrimp, and dark brown braised fish. There was also a plate of stir-fried yard-long beans, a plate of sautéed sweet potato leaves, and baskets full of fragrant baked bread. Grilled meat has to be eaten hot to be good. The whole gang quickly devoured the roasted piglet and the grilled goat ribs. The grilled meat was crispy and flaky on the outside, juicy and tender inside. The crispy skin combined with the soft, sweet meat melted in the mouth. That fresh, crispy, savory flavor was beyond words. It was insanely delicious, ridiculously fragrant. The crispy grilled meat paired with hot baked bread, crispy fried shrimp, and sweet, savory stewed meat soup, each dish earned endless compliments, making everyone want more. That dinner, everyone ate until they were stuffed, cleaning their plates without leaving a crumb. Then Li and Thich Kwa looked hopeful and said, "After Sister Lang and Brother Huyen come back, can we have another feast like this?" Lam Lang smiled brightly, playfully pouting. "Of course, when you get back, I'll also check your archery skills. Those who do well will get plenty of tasty rewards." "Really? Ah, that's awesome, Sister Lang. I'm definitely going to practice archery hard." Me too, me too." Lam Lang giggled. "Good. I'll be waiting to see what you can do." Early the next morning, before the sky was fully bright, Lam Lang, Lei Huyen, Tong Fong, and Dang set off. For such a long trip, it was obviously better to start early. On the way, Lam Lang complained to Lei Huyen that if they could find a wild horse herd, that would be amazing, because they'd have to tame a few. Modern vehicles were out of the question, but riding horses was still something to dream about. If no horses, cows would do too. Traveling long distances on foot was pretty rough. All 4 were in great shape, making the most of every minute to push forward. Usually, they set out before dawn, and only rested when utterly exhausted after dark. They covered a stretch that normally took 15 days in just 11. On the way, they were lucky, or maybe the land was just that vast. Rich in resources, they encountered 3 large herds: antelope, deer, and wild goats. Lei Huyen showed off her skills, while Lam Lang, Tung Fong, and Dang coordinated support and logistics. The haul was massive. They bagged over 230 animals in total. Because they were in a hurry, they only stopped to hunt the big herds and didn't linger otherwise. With over 230 large animals, no matter how strict the tribe's trading rules were, they could definitely trade for a good amount of salt. The only catch was the tribe had to agree to trade that much in one go. To avoid suspicion, the 4 decided to pose as travelers visiting the Salt Tribe to trade. They told the Salt Tribe they were just a group of travelers passing through. The Salt Tribe lived on a high hill, backed by a mountain range. Rumor had it their salt mine was hidden deep in a valley in those mountains, but no one had ever seen it. They strictly forbade outsiders from entering the mountains. Anyone caught trespassing would be killed without mercy. When Lam Lang and the others arrived at the Salt Tribe's gate, Dang and Tung Fong stepped forward to state their purpose. The Salt Tribe's gatekeeper glanced at them, didn't immediately report to the chief, and lazily asked, "What do you plan to trade for our salt? Is the game fresh? Is it fat enough? We're not just going to take whatever we want." Tung Fong quickly smiled and said, "We hunted a lot of deer and antelope. Very fresh, guaranteed fresh. If it wasn't, we wouldn't bring it here." The Salt Tribe loved deer meat the most, then antelope. Wild boar and goat meat smelled too strong and gamey. They didn't like it. Fish was even smellier, so they never ate it. Things like wild chicken and rabbits were considered too bony and troublesome. Usually, they didn't eat those either. except sometimes the chief wanted a change and would try a little. As soon as Tung Fong mentioned they brought mostly deer and antelope meat, their interest visibly peaked. They sized up the 4 travelers before saying, "Wait here. I'll report to the chief. No one dares to cheat the Salt Tribe. The consequences are unbearable." So the Salt Tribe warriors didn't doubt for a second that Tung Fong and Dang were lying. But the 4 still had to wait a long time outside the Salt Tribe. Only when the shadows shifted did someone slowly come out. "Where's the deer meat you brought?" A young man surrounded by a few tribe members asked bluntly. Clearly, he only cared about the deer meat and showed zero interest in the 4 travelers, barely bothering to glance at them, immediately asking about the deer meat. His arrogance was off the charts. If the Salt Tribe wasn't the only source of salt, Lam Lang would have argued back. Tung Fong said, "We left the deer nearby. Or maybe you guys want to come check it out yourself." The other guy snorted, glaring at Tung Fong before coldly saying, "Bring him here. You want them to go see? Fine. What kind of joke is that?" Tung Fong glanced at Lei Huyen and Lam Lang. Lam Lang smiled. "All right then, we'll bring 2 of them over first. You can see if you want them. Let's be clear on how much salt each one trades for. If you agree, we'll bring the rest." "How about that?" The guy stared at Lam Lang for a moment, then nodded. "Fine." Lam Lang smiled again. "Oh, and we've got the antelope too. You want to see those?" The other side was already losing patience. "Bring everything here. Hurry up." "Got it. Coming right up." The 4 turned and left to grab the deer and antelope, not wanting to reveal the secret of their space right now. Lam Lang wasn't scared. Even if a fight broke out, they could definitely escape. But there was no need to stir up more trouble. They slipped out of the Salt Tribe's sight. Lam Lang then pulled out 2 deer and 2 antelope from the space. Each of the 4 carried 1 animal and headed back to the tribe. The meat kept in the space was obviously fresh as hell, flawless, and perfect. These were animals just taken down and immediately stored. The freshness was way better than the meat other tribes brought back after long transport. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen studied the expressions of the others carefully, clearly seeing their eyes light up. They were obviously pleased, but their words said otherwise. The guy acted all contemptuous, saying the deer and antelope meat was obviously no longer fresh, only low-grade stuff. Sure, it could be traded for salt, but not much. The crowd around him chimed in. Huyen Vo was right. You can tell this meat's been sitting for days. Look at that hide, all dull and lifeless. Huyen Vo just glanced and knew immediately. Gross. Huyen Vo was being generous otherwise. This kind of meat wouldn't even get you any salt from us. Exactly. On Vo's face, usually full of scorn and irritation, a smile finally broke out. He clearly enjoyed the praise. Finally, Vo looked back at the 4, including Lam Lang. "All right then, 4 deer and 5 antelope can get you a salt block the size of a fist. Bring all you got, but remember, it has to be fresh. If we find it's not, we won't take it." Tung Fong and Dang's faces turned ugly at that. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged looks, anger starting to burn inside. Lei Huyen said, "That sounds way too little." Before Vo could answer, someone from the Salt Tribe laughed coldly. "Too little? Humph. If you think it's too little, then don't trade. Take your meat and eat it yourself. Your meat's already stale." Huyen Vo's only trading out of pity. No gratitude, just complaints. "Yeah, if you don't want to trade, then get lost. You're way too greedy, don't know your limits. I say don't trade at all. These guys need a lesson." "I agree." Vo glanced at them, finally resting his eyes on Lei Huyen, giving a cold laugh. Everyone's thoughts were his thoughts. Enough talk. No need for him to say more to these travelers. The tribe hadn't had deer meat in ages, but so what? The tribe wasn't short on food. It was these female guests who were definitely short on salt. Lam Lang smirked. "So, we trading?" "Of course we are. We've got a total of 20 deer and 20 antelope, planning to trade all of it for salt. After my friends bring the meat over, we'll leave first. You understand, right? They've got other business to handle. Could you send a few people to help carry the meat? It's close, just a turn away." We've come all this way. Though pissed inside, Lam Lang still intended to trade. After all, grabbing that many deer and antelope didn't take much effort. Consider it a freebie. The loss can be dealt with later. Unexpectedly, Vo's eyes gleamed greedily as he sneered. "Our Salt Tribe has rules, no trading that much salt at once. At most, we'll trade 4 blocks. If you want us to help carry your stuff, you gotta trade 3 deer and 3 antelope for it. How could our Salt Tribe work for free?" Tung Fong clenched his fists. "Then we'll carry it ourselves. We came from far away. Can we trade for a few more blocks? That deer meat's fresh, fat too. 4 deer for 1 salt block, you're not losing out." Vo's face immediately darkened, coldly saying, No trading that much. If you want to trade it all, then 5 deer and 6 antelope for 1 salt block. Your meat's not fresh. If we trade that much, we won't finish it before it goes bad in a day or 2. 5 deer and 6 antelope for 1 salt block, that's us losing out. No one in the Salt tribe disagreed, all nodding while yelling at Lam Lang's group for being greedy, meanwhile praising Vo to the skies. You guys are way out of line. Tung Fong and Dang were about to explode. With so many people in the Salt tribe, how could they not finish the meat? Plus, everyone outside said their salt cave was magical. Meat stored there wouldn't spoil even after 7 or 8 days in the summer heat. Clearly, they were just making things difficult. Vo lost patience. Trade or don't. So, are you trading or not? Lam Lang smiled coldly. No more trading. Maybe no one had ever dared speak like that to the Salt tribe before. Vo and the others stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless, like they'd just seen something unimaginable. You could see how arrogant and tyrannical they usually were. Of course, they trusted unconditionally, so they nodded in agreement. Tung Fong and Dang naturally bent down to hoist the 2 deer onto their shoulders. The deer were pretty big, so the 2 of them took on the task. The smaller antelopes were handed over to Lam Lang and Le Huyen to carry. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by 2 people from the Salt tribe. What do you think you're doing? Dang and Tung Fong were confused. When a member of the Salt tribe spoke up, you still want to take these 2 deer and 2 antelopes? Dang frowned. Those belong to us. Humph. You called my brother-in-law here for nothing, and now you're leaving empty-handed. You planning to just walk away like that? Think carefully, because the Salt tribe will never trade you a single grain of salt again. Tung Fong and Dang's expressions instantly changed, awkwardly glancing at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. Inside, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were boiling mad. Seeing these people in person was even more disgusting than just hearing about them. Lam Lang shrugged and smirked, raising an eyebrow. All right, Tung Fong, Dang, just leave it all behind. Though Tung Fong and Dang were heartbroken and furious inside, they knew they had no choice but to hold back. Yes, Sister Lam. The Salt tribe members' faces lit up with smug smiles, clearly feeling victorious. They knew you'd have to leave it behind. Who dares cross the Salt tribe? Who would dare? Let's go. Lam Lang called to Tung Fong and Dang, pulling Le Huyen as they turned and walked away without looking back. After walking quite a distance, Dang couldn't help but ask, Sister Lam, Brother Huyen, are we really just going to let this slide? What do we do if we can't trade for salt? Yeah, Tung Fong also worried. What can we do now? The Salt tribe is just ridiculous. Actually, Lam Lang let out a slight mocking laugh. Ridiculous. Of course it's ridiculous. When someone monopolizes what others need to survive, everyone's going to act unreasonable. But the Salt tribe, they're downright outrageous, not just unreasonable, but blatantly greedy, bullying people with their power and totally disregarding others. So don't blame me for not being polite. Lam Lang raised an eyebrow, smiling with narrowed eyes. Don't worry, we'll definitely get that salt. Didn't they just take our 2 deer and 2 antelopes? Once they've taken our stuff, they gotta give us the salt back. Le Huyen chuckled too. Right, no one gets to take our stuff without paying up. The 2 exchanged a grin. Tung Fong and Dang were stunned. Huh? Le Huyen patted Dang's shoulder. Don't overthink it. Me and Alang already have a plan. You guys just wait. Now, let's find a safe, quiet spot to rest for the night. Though Tung Fong and Dang still didn't fully understand, hearing this lifted their spirits, and they nodded, yes. Sister Lam and Brother Huyen were way smarter than them. Once Brother Huyen said that, they stopped worrying. The 4 of them walked for nearly an hour, far away from the Salt tribe, finally finding a small cave in the mountains to spend the night. Lam Lang pulled out a wind stove from her space, added some charcoal, and used a clay pot to simmer bone broth. She also took out 4 pieces of meat, 1 for each person, grilling them over the fire. Previously, Lam Lang had tested that charcoal still burning inside her space, and when taken out, it stayed lit. This made things way easier every time they cooked. They just had to pull out the stove and use it right away. Actually, even without this convenience, starting a fire wasn't hard for them, and lighting a fire wasn't a big deal. Not long after they left, Huyen Vo from the Salt tribe curled his lips into a cold smile, telling someone nearby, "Go tell those travelers that outsiders aren't allowed to hang around our tribe too long. Tell them to scram, or they'll be kicked out." Yes, Huyen Vo. 2 people immediately grinned and happily ran off. 20 deer, 2 antelopes, and their comrades had all left. Only 4 people remained. How could they possibly carry all that game at once? If they couldn't carry it, then it all belonged to us, right? Huyen Vo was truly brilliant. But the Lam Lang group moved fast. By the time those 2 arrived, they were already far gone. The 2 exchanged looks, unwilling to accept defeat, and searched the area thoroughly, but found nothing. Where are you? Where's the deer? Where's the antelope? Why isn't there even a trace? This is too weird, too supernatural. They angrily returned to report to Huyen Vo. I think those female travelers are total scammers. They never had any deer or antelope to begin with. Indeed, Vo's expression wasn't great either, his smile cold. Daring to mess with the Salt Tribe, they've got balls as big as the sky. Do you remember their faces? Next time you see them, catch them. No one gets to mess with the Salt Tribe and walk away free. Though they couldn't figure out why those four travelers dared to trick the Salt Tribe, if they couldn't come up with an explanation, they just stopped thinking about it. After all, they believed it was true. There was no way those four could have carried all that game at once and vanished like they never existed. Night fell. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen left Tung Fong and Dang at the cave. The two quietly returned to the Salt Tribe. They had to find the tribe's salt production site. This wasn't hard because Salt Tribe members would frequently come and go there. Along the way, there were guard posts and sentries. For them, these were the clearest clues. Both were highly skilled, and the Salt Tribe never expected anyone gutsy enough to sneak in. The guards were careless, some were even dozing off. This made Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's mission incredibly smooth. They felt no guilt. The Salt Tribe took their meat, so naturally, they had to give back the salt. Besides, salt was essential for ordinary people. But for the Salt Tribe, it was the cheapest thing around. No matter how much they took, it wouldn't hurt them at all. They took as much as they wanted without a shred of guilt. Those arrogant, greedy jerks, teasing others like a game they're gonna pay for it sooner or later. When the moon hit its peak, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen finally reached the salt production site of the Salt Tribe. It was a massive salt lake. Nearby were crude salt pans built to crystallize salt from the water. Pure white salt was solidified in the pans. On the adjacent land, piles of salt, mountains, big and small, were stacked messily. The air around seemed to carry the salty scent of the salt. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were over the moon. Looks like today's our lucky day. No need to bust our asses and we can still grab salt to take with us. Lei Huyen chuckled softly. Let's get moving. Yeah. The two picked a more hidden corner to start. Lam Lang pulled out a wooden bucket from his space, and together with Lei Huyen, they scooped salt into the bucket, scoop by scoop. They dumped the salt into the space and kept scooping. Just touching the salt, they knew right away it was raw salt. Raw salt tastes bitter, not good to eat at all. They were used to clean, refined salt with higher purity. Of course, they couldn't eat this salt directly. They'd have to cook and refine it later. So right now, no need to worry about cleanliness. Just grab it first and deal with it later. We're already here. No way we won't get enough, right? They didn't hold back at all. And before long, Lam Lang's space was packed with a huge pile of salt like a mountain cleared out by the two of them. They exchanged grins and moved on to their next target. Far off, a thin layer of clouds crept in, quietly blocking the bright moonlight. The light instantly dimmed. The night wind blew, rustling the leaves and grass nearby, making a crisp sound. In this silent dark night, the sound was especially clear. The water in the lake roared loudly. Lam Lang immediately turned to look at the lake. At first, hearing the water noise was odd because the wind wasn't strong enough to cause such a roar, but looking closer, she couldn't help but whisper. Huyen, look, what's that? Lei Huyen followed Lam Lang's gaze. Suddenly, the copper child shrank back, revealing a giant wild beast as big as a small mountain, with eyes the size of bowls, staring unblinking at them. Those eyes glowed a fierce green, terrifying and savage. The beast was covered in long fur and seemed to be resting in the salt lake. Maybe it was disturbed by the noise from Lam Lang and Lei Huyen scooping salt. Or maybe it smelled them, so it started wading step by step toward them. What the hell is that? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen looked at each other, stunned. At that moment, the moon slipped out from behind the clouds, its bright light shining down, making everything clearer. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen finally saw the beast clearly. It was covered in snow-white fur, with a sharp snout and razor-sharp fangs, clearly not something to mess with. It threw back its head and let out a roar, then charged at them on all fours like it was flying. Lei Huyen immediately unleashed a powerful move, condensing earth and rocks into bowl-sized spheres, flying at the beast like a storm. If it was a normal wild animal, no matter how fierce, facing Lei Huyen's big move, it'd have no choice but to run and would be taken down quickly. But this white-furred beast wasn't scared at all. In fact, Lei Huyen's attack clearly hurt it. That made it furious, roaring wildly as it charged crazily. Lei Huyen launched another big attack. With a loud crash, the beast roared angrily and fell into a newly collapsed pit, still howling and trying to crawl out. Run! Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't dare stick around and immediately turned to run. Both knew deep down they were up against a tough opponent this time. Lei Huyen knew it'd be too hard to kill the beast quickly, and making such a big ruckus at the Salt Lake would soon attract patrol soldiers. The Salt Tribe had 3 power warriors, 2 adults and a kid who just awakened 2 years ago. The kid wasn't a big threat, but the 2 adults were very strong. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't want a direct fight with them. Sure enough, the Salt Tribe soldiers roared and charged in waves, weapons raised like a tidal wave. Thank God, they didn't know how to light torches, so the dim nightlight gave Lam Lang and Lei Huyen an advantage. Follow me. Lei Huyen grabbed Lam Lang's hand tightly and unleashed a big move at the soldiers ahead, sending earth and rocks flying in a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, he unleashed another big move, clearing a path right in front, pulling Lam Lang to jump in, digging a tunnel underground as they ran forward. The earth on both sides collapsed quickly after they passed. Their whole sequence of moves was lightning fast, way beyond the Salt Tribe warriors' expectations. By the time they recovered, the strangers who had stormed the Salt Lake had completely vanished. They didn't even know what the intruders looked like, how many there were, or which tribe they came from. Damn it, the commander roared in frustration, immediately ordering a search of the Salt Lake area, only to find a huge loss of salt, almost 2 salt mountains. For the Salt Tribe, it wasn't a huge deal, but that much salt could be traded for so many things. Damn it, so damn infuriating. If I find out who did this, I'll make sure they regret it. The Salt Tribe's chief had also arrived. He walked calmly, confident that anyone daring to break into the Salt Tribe's salt zone wouldn't end well. Even if the tribe's warriors were careless, the salt beasts would hold them back. No one had ever escaped the sharp claws of the salt beasts. But this time, he miscalculated. The Salt Tribe's chief's face went pale green with anger. He stepped forward, gently placed his hand on the salt beast's forehead, then pulled it back after a moment and said slowly, "One male, one female, both young. The guy has strong earth manipulation powers. It's because of that disadvantage that they managed to escape." Someone shouted, "Earth manipulation? Could it be the chief of the Swan Tribe? That bastard!" Everyone immediately erupted, cursing nonstop. "No way." Hung shook his head. "The Swan Tribe chief isn't young anymore. And I heard the Swan Tribe doesn't have any female warriors that strong." Hearing that, everyone agreed. So who could it be? They exchanged worried glances, getting more confused and angrier the less they knew. The Salt Tribe chief gritted his teeth. Whoever they were, they had to be found and killed. Everyone's anger flared up again. There was no way they could let them go. Hung looked around, puzzled. Didn't the Salt Beast say they took nearly 2 salt mountains? Could the Salt Beast have been mistaken? No way. The Salt Beast never made mistakes. The Salt Tribe chief raised an eyebrow. Everyone spread out to search carefully around, checking if maybe they left some salt behind. Clear. Chief, everyone thought that was the most likely scenario, so they split up to thoroughly search the scene, but surprisingly found nothing. This was seriously weird. What the hell was going on? Hung frowned, deep in thought for a while, then looked at the chief. "Chief, maybe they really took the salt away. They must have used some method we don't know to transport it. Looks like these two enemies aren't just gutsy, they actually have skills. Man, this world really has those superpowered warriors and all kinds of crazy stuff." Hung had never heard of carrying a space on your person to store things, but his guess was pretty close to the truth. If he ever saw it for real, he wouldn't be too shocked. As he said this, the Salt Tribe folks thought it over and agreed it was very likely. The Salt Tribe chief snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Send word out, find those two at all costs. Anyone who brings info on them can trade it for 10 blocks of salt. If they capture them alive and bring them back, the reward doubles to 20 blocks. According to their standard, 1 block of salt was about the size of a fist. 10 blocks wasn't super valuable to them, but to other tribes, it was an insanely tempting deal no one could resist. Hung nodded. It was clear the chief was deep in thought, hesitating but ultimately not saying what was on his mind. How could it be? The Salt Beast is so fierce, and you and the Salt Tribe know that better than anyone. Those young man and woman escaping the beast's claws means they're seriously skilled. Among the 4 daytime travelers, there was a female too, but looking at them, they were all useless. How could they have that kind of skill? If they really had that ability, they wouldn't have had to suffer like this morning. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen dashed out of the tribe's range. Far away, Lei Huyen led Lam Lang up from the ground, carefully covering the dirt back so no trace was left. The two laughed loudly. Lei Huyen was so exhausted his face was pale, sweat pouring like a shower. They sat down to rest, finally free. "Huyen, you okay?" Le Huyen wiped sweat, gasping, and nodded. "Yeah, just need a little rest." Lam Lang breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll rest first." Thinking back on what happened, they were still scared. Those guys called that beast a salt beast. To think something like that lived in a salt lake, it was unbelievable. Lam Lang marveled. Le Huyen raised an eyebrow. "Since we got here, hasn't this kind of crazy stuff been happening nonstop?" "True," Lam Lang smiled sweetly. "Good thing you're a superpowered warrior, or I might have been toast. Next time we hit other tribes, we gotta be extra careful." Le Huyen chuckled low. "Yeah." After resting, they set off again to meet up with Tung Fom and Dang. When they returned to the cave, Tung Fom and Dang heard the noise and immediately stood to greet them. "How'd it go?" "Sis Lam, is Huyen okay?" Lam Lang waved, smiling. "We got the salt. Everyone rest a bit. We'll leave once it's fully daylight. Let's head home." At least we gotta push hard for 2 days straight, get far from the Salt Tribe before feeling safe. Tung Fong and Dang were overjoyed, finally able to breathe easy. The four rested for about an hour, dawn breaking. They didn't dare stay longer. They ate some leftover grilled meat from the day before, then set off immediately, retracing their steps. After 2 days of rushing, they were far from the Salt Tribe. The group finally relaxed, slowing their pace, no need to rush back. Lam Lang was still excited by the scenery along the way. If they could pick up anything good on the road, the trip would be even more worth it. But fate had other plans. That noon, while the four were cooking soup and grilling meat, they spotted a group approaching from afar. Tung Fong and Dang's faces changed instantly. It's people from the Swan Tribe. I see Uncle Ho and her, and looks like some from the Mongoose Tribe too. Ho's a superpowered warrior, his power is water control. She's a young, outstanding warrior from the new generation of the Swan Tribe, always at odds with Yu Nam, but close with the chief's son, Ho Chi. What about the people from the Mang Tribe? Lam Ling asked. Dang replied, the Mang Tribe lives deep in the Shuang Mountains, about a 3-day journey from the Lone Tribe. The people there are generally good, and usually don't like to interact with other tribes. This time, they're traveling with the Lone Tribe, probably just a coincidence running into each other on the way to the Salt Tribe. Salt for salt trade, they're heading the same way, carrying all kinds of goods like pottery, stone weapons, rolls of animal hides, even some half-wild game animals that are stunned but not dead. It's not hard to guess they're on their way to trade for salt. Lam Ling quickly stored the wind stove cooking the meat stew into her space pocket, smiling. If that's the case, we don't need to hide. If the Mang and Lone tribes are allied and we're outnumbered, then yeah, we should avoid them. But if it's just a coincidence traveling together and their goal is just to trade salt, they probably don't want trouble, so we don't have to run either. The group got closer, and a commotion broke out among them. Some pointed at their direction and whispered. Looks like the Lone Tribe folks recognized Tung Fong and Dang. Lam Ling and Le Huyen exchanged glances. Lam Ling winked and both smiled. Tung Fong and Dang tensed up, eyes wide, staring at the approaching group. Tung Fong. Dang. Is that really you? She spoke first, eyes full of hostility, snorting. Du Nam, Than Lai, where are they? Why aren't they with you? What are you doing here? You've left the tribe, don't even think about coming back. Ho glanced at them, frowned but said nothing. The others in the Lone Tribe whispered among themselves. Some wondered why they were here. Others agreed with her warning. No one showed any friendliness or concern. Tung Fong's face went cold as he said, where Du Nam and the others are is none of your business. Don't worry, we have no intention of coming back. They're living well now with homes and comforts better than anything the Lone Tribe has. The Lone Tribe has never tasted good food, so why would we come back? Only fools would. She didn't expect Tung Fong to boldly talk back like that. Choking on her words, she angrily said, consider yourselves warned. Even if you want to come back, you won't be allowed. The chief and the shaman won't agree. Lam Ling chuckled coldly. Tung Fong and Dang never said they wanted to return to your tribe. You sure talk a lot. She despised Lam Ling and Le Huyen even more. What are two wanderers without a tribe? Tung Fong, Dang, still can't find a tribe to accept you. Still tagging along with them. Le Huyen's none of your business. Ho finally spoke. Sit down and rest a bit. We still have a long way to go. Ho actually felt sorry that Du Nam left. He valued talented people, but the chief treated him well, so naturally he had to side with the chief. Besides, the shaman said Du Nam and those others were infected by the evil god, a bad omen. For the tribe's safety, they couldn't keep them. Still, since they met, he didn't want to deliberately make things hard or bully them. She glared at the four of them without a word and then sat down beside her people. Everyone pulled out the cold grilled meat from the morning to eat. The Mang tribe people also stopped to rest. Sitting not far from Lam Ling's group, they glanced over curiously several times, whispering softly, the mud-wrapped grilled chicken in the fire should be done by now. Tung Fong and Dang quickly used long sticks to pull 4 hardened mud chunks from the fire. The Lone and Mang tribe people had been watching, and now seeing the two pull 4 mud blocks from the fire was quite surprising. She couldn't help but speak up, snorting with a half-mocking, half-teasing laugh. I'm telling you, Tung Fong, Dang. Didn't you fail to hunt and now plan to eat dirt? Ha ha ha. Many in the Lone tribe burst out laughing. Lam Ling saw them laughing and couldn't help but join in, lazily saying, so what if we eat dirt? Dirt like ours. You want some, but you probably can't get it. Ha ha ha. She and her people laughed even louder. Dang's face flushed red with anger. Sister Lam's right about that. Lam Ling frowned. I told you, but you didn't believe it. Tung Fong, Dang, let them open their eyes. Yeah, Sister Lam, sure. Tung Fong and Dang were already full of frustration. Now given a chance to show off, they didn't hold back and quickly cracked the mud layer. The mud cracked open to reveal leaves inside, soft and roasted. The two skillfully peeled back the leaves, and the rich aroma of grilled chicken immediately filled the air. They held the leaves and handed the separated grilled chicken to Lam Ling and Lei Huyen. Sister Lam, brother Huyen, the Lone and Mang tribe people who had been watching closely suddenly froze, their mocking smiles fading, mouths slowly closing. The grilled chicken's skin was golden and glossy. Just looking at it was incredibly tempting. The aroma rising with the hot smoke made everyone swallow hard. They wanted to eat so badly. The cold grilled meat in their hands lost all its flavor instantly. Tung Fong and Dang also grabbed the fragrant grilled chicken. Tung Fong tore off a big drumstick and took a bite. So fragrant, crispy, absolutely delicious. He grinned, chewing and nodding. Yeah, really fragrant. I've never had grilled food this good before. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at them. The Lone tribe people were stunned, and the Mang tribe folks secretly swallowed hard. It really smelled amazing. A young boy named Dong from the Mang tribe, still young and unable to control his gaze, stared at Lam Ling's group, licking his lips and swallowing, sniffing. So fragrant, I'm about to faint. How can it smell this good? The Mang tribe people looked on, half laughing, half crying. Chief Bok couldn't help but lightly smack the boy's head. Stop staring. Dong sniffled in frustration, then said, but it really smells amazing. Bok Lam Ling suddenly looked up, smiled at Dong, and waved sharply. Hey, little warrior, come over here for a sec. His eyes lit up as he pointed at me. Did you call me? Yes, ma'am. Dong ran over excitedly. Bok and the others hadn't had time to stop him, so they reluctantly shook their heads. Let him go. Since we're right in front of everyone, I'm pretty sure those four won't dare do anything. Hey, are you Sister Lam? What did you call me over for? His eyes gleamed as he stared at the roasted chicken in their hands, saliva almost dripping, the aroma so rich it was intoxicating. You could clearly see how delicious each piece looked, and he didn't doubt the praise at all. This dish had to be amazing, insanely good. Lam Ling Hao tore off a big chunk of chicken thigh and handed it to him with a gentle smile. Come on, little warrior, sit down. This is for you, eat up. Dong's eyes went wide, his hand reflexively reaching out to take it but then freezing, unable to believe he was actually being given this. Yeah, but Dong instinctively glanced over at Bok. Is the chicken really a gift? If the tribe elders don't approve, I can't accept it, no matter how much I want to. Lei Huyen smiled at Bok. We just think this little warrior is really likable. He seems sweet, so we wanted to share a piece of roasted chicken with him. Surely you don't think we have any ulterior motives, right? Bok laughed heartily at Dong. Go ahead, eat it. Yes, ma'am. Dong happily took the chicken thigh from Lam Lang and bit into a huge piece, his eyes shining bright. While munching, he exclaimed in surprise, Ah, this is so good, seriously amazing. I've never had grilled meat this tasty before. Lam Lang smiled brightly. See, our grilling skills are one of a kind. No one else knows how to do it like us. She and the others behind her were insanely jealous watching Dong's ecstatic expression. They couldn't help but glance at Tung Fong and Dang. After all, they used to be from the same tribe. Didn't Tung Fong and Dang want to share some with them or at least teach them the recipe? But Tung Fong and Dang completely ignored them, just enjoying the delicious grilled meat, praising it as they ate. She and her crew were so pissed their faces turned pale. Ho couldn't help but frown, feeling that Tung Fong and Dang used to be good people, but after leaving the tribe, they changed so much it was disappointing. Ho didn't want to stay any longer and suddenly stood up. Let's go. Before leaving, he glanced coldly at Tung Fong and Dang. You should know what's right and what's not. You don't have a tribe to lean on anymore. Tung Fong's spirit flared up inside. One day, we'll have our own tribe. Dang nodded. Yeah, our tribe's gonna be something special. She sneered coldly. Keep dreaming. Lam Lang squinted and smiled at him. That's not true. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean no one else can. Who knows? Maybe one day, our tribe will be stronger than yours. The future's unpredictable, and anything can happen. The lone tribe girl laughed loudly as if hearing the dumbest thing in the world. What nonsense. That's so stupid I'm dying laughing. If that day really comes, I'll kneel and bow to you all. Lam Lang lifted her head proudly. Fine, I'll be waiting. You guys, let's go. Ho felt Lam Lang, Tung Fong, and the others were crazy, standing there spouting nonsense. He didn't bother responding. She snorted heavily, raised a fist to threaten, then followed Ho. The lone tribe quickly disappeared. Lei Huyen smiled and waved goodbye to the wild tribe. Bok looked interested, smiled at them, thought for a moment, then stepped forward. Lei Huyen also handed a roasted chicken thigh to Bok. Try it. Yeah, sounds good. Bok laughed heartily, no hesitation, took it, and bit into a piece. The moment it hit his mouth, his eyes lit up. It was seriously delicious. Oh man, how do you guys grill meat like this? Right, it's insanely good. Dong was still sadly gnawing on the chicken bone in his hand, wishing he could suck out every last bit of flavor. Lam Lang smiled. Because we have ingredients others don't, and we're generous with the salt, so of course the grilled flavor is better. Bok sighed softly. That's true. The salt seasoning on this grilled chicken is especially rich. Just tasting it lifts your spirits. Using that much salt means the meat can't taste bad. But not everyone dares to use that much salt. Huyen asked, Did you go to the Salt Tribe to trade for salt? Bok nodded with a faint smile. Where else can you get salt besides the Salt Tribe? That's right. Lam Lang and Huyen exchanged a meaningful glance. Lam Lang smiled. What a coincidence. We just got a good amount of salt. We can trade some with you. Bok's eyes immediately sharpened as he stared at them. Humph. From the start, Bok felt that even though there were only 4 of them, they weren't pushovers. He didn't know what they had backing them up, but he wasn't looking to start trouble. Their wild tribe lived deep in the Dong Zhou Mountains, full of dangers. Outsiders rarely got in, and they didn't like dealing with outsiders, and they definitely weren't the type to pick fights. So naturally, he was a bit curious. That's why when Huyen showed goodwill, he came closer. Hearing Lam Lang say that, Bok couldn't help but be surprised inside. He originally wanted to ask how they got the salt, but then thought, why does that even matter to me? So how do you plan to trade? Bok smiled. The Salt Tribe's greed made all the other tribes around both angry and helpless. No one was greedier than them. If you can trade for a batch of salt at a lower price, why not? Bok was genuinely tempted. Lam Lang smiled. We want to trade for weapons, just one weapon. If the Salt Tribe only offers you a fist-sized chunk of salt, we can give you 2. This time, not only Bok, but even Dong was stunned, mouth wide open, staring at Lam Lang, so shocked he forgot to suck on the chicken bone he was holding. Sis Lam, for real. Dong was so hyped, he almost jumped up. Bok glared at him. Jahiu calmed down, thought for a bit, then looked at Lam Lang and Huyen. You just want weapons? Huyen said. We want weapons and also need your help to make some new tools. Lam Lang smiled and added, if your Mang tribe has anything cool, like wild veggies or fruit, we're down to trade for that too. Bok, how much salt do you actually have? Can I take a look first? Lam Lang and Huyen stood up. Sure, that sounds good to us. Lam Lang and Huyen led Bok away. The Mang tribe folks, though curious, weren't worried since Bok is a superpowered fighter with tons of battle experience. In fights, even if a superpowered fighter can't kill the enemy, they're not easy to stop when they want to pull back. Lam Lang quietly pulled out the salt. There was more than half a basket hidden inside the cover. Luckily, that beast showed up last night, so they hadn't finished filling it and quickly stored it in their space pocket, now conveniently taking some out. More than half a basket weighs at least 50 pounds. Bok's eyes widened in surprise. Lam Lang chuckled lightly, casually saying, This is just a part of it. Bok, who the hell are you guys? Where'd all this salt come from? Lam Lang and Huyen exchanged smiles. Huyen said, We got our ways. Just pretend you don't know about this. As for who we are, at least compared to the Salt Tribe, we're definitely the good guys. Trading with us, you won't get the short end of the stick. Will you have salt to trade later? Can't say for sure now, but chances are pretty high. Bok's gaze kept flickering. He glanced at the salt basket a few times, then couldn't help but ask, Your baskets are woven real nice. What kind of wood do you use? The Mang tribe people have lived deep in the forest for generations, and through long labor, they figured out how to weave tools, but they use soft branches or vines. Those are all uneven, so their woven stuff usually looks rough, not as refined as the basket in front of them. Lam Lang smiled. Bamboo. You guys call it hollow wood for weaving. We can teach you how to make it. Bok and Dong left a great impression. When the lone tribe provoked and mocked, the Mang tribe didn't get all fired up but just watched curiously. Tung Fong and Dang had said before, the Mang tribe's reputation is solid. Lam Lang and Huyen really want to make friends. Living on this big continent, they gotta have allies. Bok asked. Lam Lang wanted to show goodwill, so he spoke freely. Hearing Lam Lang's generosity, Bok was stunned, while Du's expression clearly couldn't help but touch the basket cover, surprised and pleased it really was hollow wood. Splitting hollow wood like that, you guys are smart. Lam Lang laughed. Just a lucky idea. Nothing fancy, but that's already pretty good. Bok laughed. Not everyone can just stumble on that idea. He got serious, thought for a bit, then said, I gotta talk this over with the chief, Vu, Master, and the other hunting captains. Can you guys come back to the tribe with us? Lam Lang was super happy. Couldn't ask for more. Sure, no problem. Bok smiled. Then let's roll. If we move fast, we'll be there by noon the day after tomorrow. If it wasn't for this precious salt supply, Bok definitely wouldn't invite them to the Mang tribe. The Mang tribe doesn't like outsiders. Lam Lang decisively put half the salt basket back into the space pocket. Under Bok's shocked gaze, she smiled. This is my superpower, storing stuff with writing. I don't want too many people knowing. Hope Bach doesn't tell anyone. Bach nodded like he was sleepwalking, his heart shaken to the core. When he came to, he was insanely jealous. Your superpower is way too handy. Our Mang tribe has never seen this kind of power, never even heard of it. Oh man. Lam Lang just smiled modestly. Bach immediately called everyone to turn back to the tribe, bringing along Lam Lang's group of 4, which surprised the Mang tribe folks. But Bach's status was clearly high, very respected in the tribe. He didn't explain, just said to head back first. Nobody asked more. Though most people in the tribes are united, not everyone is like that, and salt-related matters are way too serious to just spill easily. Bach is smart and vaguely guessed that Lam Lang's salt stash probably isn't from legit sources, maybe even from the Salt tribe, so it's even more secret. What if the Salt tribe blames them later? Who knows if Lam Lang will still have salt to trade for them down the line? If not, they'll have to go back to trading with the Salt tribe, which they can't afford to offend. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen are good at reading small details to judge people, plus most folks in the primitive tribes are pretty straightforward, at least compared to modern people, especially compared to the ruthless, shameless types in the apocalypse era. It's shockingly simple. In less than half a day, they grasped the basic character of the Mang tribe. Just like Tung Fong and Dang said, the Mang tribe people are really good. Yeah. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen could use more specific words like simple, friendly, warm, honest, trustworthy, reliable, and with a spirit of unity that looks out for each other. That's why Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were even happier to make friends with them. Friends like that are definitely worth having. By the afternoon, when they stopped to rest and prepare dinner, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took the initiative to share enough salt and even taught the tribal folks how to make grilled meat with mud, just like at lunchtime. Luckily, they also found some wild onions nearby. They washed the bulbs clean, wrapped them in mud, and grilled them, which made the grilled meat's aroma even richer. Everyone in the tribe was excited. Their impression of the 4 Lam Lang and the others grew even stronger. They shared skills without expecting anything in return and even shared salt. For the primitive people, that was a sign of genuine sincerity and goodwill. No one could help but feel touched. So, they didn't hesitate to share their best stuff too. They wrapped a very finely ground powder in leaves and handed it to the 4 with bright smiles. This is called nose-burning powder, made from the nose-burning fruit. It's pretty cool. When we grill or stew meat, we like to add a little bit. At first, it might feel strange, but once you get used to it, it's really flavorful. You want to try? Nose-burning powder. Lam Lang and the others were curious, super excited to check it out. Tung Fong and Dang weren't ready and sneezed nonstop just from smelling it. The 2 quickly covered their noses and turned away. Yeah, it's really nose-burning. This smell is weird, really strange. I'm not used to it at all. But Lam Lang and Lei Huyen quickly exchanged looks, eyes full of surprise and joy. Nose-burning fruit? Nah, this is clearly Sichuan peppercorn. What a surprise. Didn't expect the tribe to have Sichuan peppercorn. This is an amazing seasoning ingredient, definitely worth collecting. Lam Lang smiled and said, this flavor is really special. I've always loved ingredients like this. Let me give it a try. She sprinkled some peppercorn on the grilled meat and grilled it again. The oil from the meat soaked into the peppercorn powder. One bite, and the familiar tingling spice and unique aroma instantly spread, making you feel like you've traveled back in time. They already had chili, and chili combined with peppercorn is a perfect duo. Tung Fong and Dang's first reaction was understandable, but she was sure they'd grow to love the flavor too. Delicious. It really makes the grilled meat way better. I love this flavor. Your nose-burning powder is definitely the real deal. Lam Lang gave a thumbs up without holding back her praise. Ha ha ha, right, we love it too. Hearing Lam Lang say that, Bach and the others laughed heartily, proud as hell. That night, Lei Huyen didn't reveal her instant house-building secret. No way she'd show all her cards from the start. The 4 took turns keeping watch with the tribe through the night. After a night of guarding together, their bond seemed to get even tighter. After 2.5 days on the road, Lam Lang's group of 4 finally followed Bach and the others to the tribe deep in the Thuong Sun forest. The tribe was hidden deep inside a valley in the Thuong Sun woods. The path in was super discreet, and the last stretch had them crossing a long mountain crevice. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen glanced around and noticed many watch posts cleverly hidden on the cliff sides. You could imagine that if enemies tried to sneak in, the guards up high could easily take them out from above. Past the crevice was a dense, gloomy pine forest. As they crossed it, sudden rustling and heavy breathing from some creature made all 4 of Lam Lang's group's hearts tighten. Being the first to react, one paled and pointed at a big tree far off, shouting, "Snake!" A huge snake. Everyone looked and turned pale. It was indeed a giant black snake with white spots, its body thicker than a grown man's waist, a flat, triangular head raised high, cold, black eyes staring at them, tongue flicking, bright red, eyes full of disdain. The tribe members laughed friendly. Dong smiled and said, "No worries. That's the great leader's spirit beast. Its name's White Spot. It's also the tribe's guardian spirit, usually loves hanging out in this pine forest." Spirit beast. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen couldn't help but be surprised. The name sounded impressive, and they were pretty skeptical. Meanwhile, Tung Fong and Dang both breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. Your great leader's badass even has a spirit beast." Dong and the others looked even prouder. Of course, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged looks. Seems like Tung Fong and Dang might already know about spirit beasts. They'd ask them about it later. This was definitely an interesting misunderstanding. Superpowered warriors don't just get strong from powers, some even have their own spirit beasts, but not everyone does. Having a spirit beast is like having powers, it's all about fate. If you're destined, the spirit beast will come to you. If not, you won't have one your whole life. These fierce beasts are called spirit beasts because once a magical contract forms, the bond lasts a lifetime, never breaking. The connection between beast and owner becomes insanely synced, doubling their effectiveness in hunting and fighting. The lone tribe, including the great leader and 3 superpowered warriors, doesn't have anyone with a spirit beast except the great leader, who owns that big snake that's not easy to mess with. Since Du Nam, Tung Fong, and the others didn't know Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were from another world and had no clue about this world, they never thought to tell them about spirit beasts. It wasn't until later, when Lam Lang and Lei Huyen asked, that they finally got the scoop, and they were super jealous. For now, Bok, Dong, and the tribe all wore bright smiles, warmly greeting the big snake, White Spot. The snake lifted its head, coldly eyeing the 4 strangers, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, for a moment, then lazily flicked its tail and slithered away. They greeted the big herder, White Spot, with great enthusiasm. The herder lifted his head, coldly eyeing the 4 strangers, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, for a moment, then lazily flicked his tail and slithered away. The rustling sounds faded away, soon disappearing into the dark pine forest. Dong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It had been a long time since he last saw Back DM. It seemed like he had grown a bit bigger. Truly impressive. "Yeah, I noticed that too." Everyone in the Mang tribe nodded in agreement. Lam Lang glanced at the pine forest, thinking to himself that having a killing god like that living there was like having a natural defense line protecting the tribe. The Mang tribe was truly lucky. After passing through the dense, shadowy pine forest, the view suddenly opened up. Before them lay a wide, sunlit land, the tribe's home. The Mang tribe occupied a vast area, so huge that you couldn't see the end just by looking. Their houses were built entirely using local materials, with wood as the main framework. The roofs were made from bark and straw. The style resembled stilt houses, hanging above the ground. Since the forest was full of venomous snakes, bugs, and insects, the Mang tribe, living there, obviously understood the dangers. That's why stilt houses were much safer. The whole tribal area was filled with ancient trees, unknown species, with trunks shooting straight up into the sky, their bark smooth and silver gray. The trunks were so wide that 2 or 3 people, or even 5 or 6, couldn't wrap their arms around them. The trees grew straight up, tens of feet before branching out. The canopy looked like a perfectly shaped mushroom, dense with leaves, each leaf bigger than a hand. The entire tribe planted these giant trees. Their wooden houses were built among the forest. From afar, the houses and towering trees blended into a magnificent scene. Tung Fong and Dang's eyes widened, almost in awe. "Is this really your Mang tribe? Your tribe is seriously beautiful." "Yeah." Everyone's faces showed pride. Dong Kang smirked arrogantly. "We're blessed by the mountain god. Got a lot of good stuff." Bok Bao, "You guys can disperse." Then he led Lam Lang, Lo Huyen, and the other 2 to meet the chief and the Vu master. Dong, being closer, insisted on coming along. The chief and Vu master both lived in the tribe's center. The center was a small hill. Whether natural or man-made, it rose about 200 feet above the surrounding area. Those with high status lived on the hill. The higher up, the greater the status. When Lam Lang arrived, it was already afternoon. Most of the tribe members were out working. Only a few elderly, weak, or sick stayed behind doing what they could. Along the way, they didn't meet many people. A large tribe had lived deep in the forest for generations, naturally blessed by nature with countless resources. It was obvious they had an endless supply of goods. Lam Lang had to hold back her curiosity to look around and obediently followed. The Mang tribe was naturally hostile to outsiders and wouldn't appreciate nosy people poking around. "Everyone wait here. I'll go ahead to meet the chief and Vu master. Dong, you stay and keep Lei Huyen and Lam Lang company." After saying that, Bok nodded to Lam Lang and slowly climbed the hill. Dong invited everyone to rest under a giant tree, a pepper tree, tall and massive, its trunk as wide as a wash basin. Sitting beneath it, you could smell a special, cool fragrance that calmed the soul. Lam Lang silently vowed that even if she couldn't sneak a peek at anything else, she had to find a way to get this pepper tree. Though young, Dong was sharp and tight-lipped, absolutely not one to spill tribal secrets easily. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen genuinely wanted to befriend the Mang tribe, so they wouldn't pull any petty tricks here. If they wanted to know something, they just asked straight up. If the tribe didn't want to say, they simply wouldn't. The tribe was straightforward, mostly blunt and direct in their behavior. The Mang tribe's chief was a man over 40, tall and strong, with a thick beard and mustache giving off a bold, free-spirited vibe. Outsiders might mistake him for rough and careless, but that was far from the truth. To become chief of a tribe, no one was sloppy. Lam Lang and the others sat at the foot of the hill, waiting about an hour until Ba came down smiling. "Brother Le Huyen, the chief and Vu master have invited you up. Follow me." "Thanks." The four of them sighed in relief and stood up, smiling. "Finally, the time's come. This ain't a place for kids like Dong." Bach ruffled the kid's hair and told him to go play. Dong stuck out his tongue and ran off. Lam Lang and the others followed Bach up the hill. The mountain path was about 5 feet wide, paved with large, polished stone slabs. It wound around the mountain. Along the way, they saw many wooden houses scattered about. Trees, plants, and flowers grew densely on both sides and in front and behind the path. Some species they'd seen before, but most were new. Some bloomed with bright, beautiful flowers, others hung with unripe fruit that looked adorable. The 5 of them walked quickly, reaching near the summit in less than a minute. Here stood several large wooden houses connected by hanging corridors, home to the chief's family. Above was another building at the peak, where Vu Master Bac Dan lived. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen entered a wooden house. The chief sat in the center up front, with the Vu Master below him. Opposite them were 2 others, named Kak Lai and Mok Deep, also hunting team captains like Bach. All the important figures of the Mang tribe were present, showing how seriously they valued salt. If they could really trade at the same value to get double the salt from this group, of course, they wouldn't miss the chance. Bach also told them about Lam Lang's group wanting to order tools. The chief and Vu Master valued that highly. New style tools were especially important. Bach wasn't the type to easily bring strangers into the tribe. Just this alone made the Mang tribe respect Lam Lang's group a lot more. No need for formalities right now. The 4 of them sat down, and Bach said, "Big Boss and the Shaman have some questions for y'all. We can start now. Shaman, you go first." A skinny old man, face full of wrinkles, leaning on a cane, asked straight up, "How sure are you that you'll still be able to supply us with salt down the line? All that fancy talk about the end times doesn't cut it here." Lei Huyen replied, "I can't guarantee it right now, but I promise one day we'll make it happen. That day could come real soon, or it might take a few more winters." Le Huyen and Lam Lang absolutely had to find salt, or else they'd be stuck under someone else's thumb forever. They couldn't just sit around waiting to die. Deep down, they knew salt couldn't come from just one place, the Salt Tribe. The Salt Tribe had fooled other clans for years with their bold talk, which was no small feat, but they couldn't pull one over on these guys. The Big Boss and the Shaman of the Mang tribe exchanged a glance, growing even more confident. The Big Boss laughed heartily, full of swagger. "If you really get salt in the future, don't forget about the Mang tribe. We can work out a good trade, and we won't let y'all get the short end of the stick." Le Huyen smiled and nodded politely. "We're happy to be friends with the Mang tribe too. If that day comes, a fair give and take where no one gets screwed is the best outcome." The Big Boss laughed loud. Right, haha. "Brother Le Huyen, you're truly loyal." Then he switched tone. "I heard from Bach that you can trade us quite a bit of salt this time. How do you want to make the deal?" Lam Lang immediately pulled out a big basket of salt from her space, smiling. "At least 2 big baskets like this. What do you think, Big Boss?" The Mang tribe leaders took a deep breath, their eyes suddenly shining bright, all fixated on those 2 huge baskets of salt. For any tribe outside the Salt Tribe, salt was super scarce and had to be used sparingly. The Mang tribe had about 8,000 people, and 2 big baskets like that would last around a month and a half. That was a massive fortune. No wonder they were so hyped. The Big Boss of the Mang tribe pondered for a moment, then looked seriously at Lam Lang and Lei Huyen. "Tell me, what are your terms?" Le Huyen smiled. "Big Boss, we sincerely want to be friends with the Mang tribe. Please trust us on that. You're skilled at stone sharpening. We want to make some stone tools, and we hope that whenever we need more tools in the future, you'll give us a bit of a discount." Lam Lang added, "If you want, you can also use our blueprints for the stone tools we design. But I want to trade for some spicy peppers, a bit of fruit, some green onions, and a few of those tutu chickens along with their eggs." They had already noticed that the households in the Mang tribe grew quite a bit of green onions, wild garlic, and cilantro. When asked casually, Bach said they grew them just for convenience in cooking. Like the Lac tribe, the Mang tribe lived deep in the forest and didn't really lack anything, so they didn't have a habit of farming. Lam Lang's group had wild garlic, onions, and cilantro, but never green onions. Once you see it, you want it. Green onions are good stuff. Lam Lang felt a bit regretful. If the Mang tribe liked farming, they could ask for even more. Too bad that wasn't the case. But once their relationship got closer, they could ask permission to roam the territory, maybe discovering even more stuff. As for the tutu chickens, they were a type of chicken the Mang tribe casually raised. Lam Lang had seen them when she arrived. They were called tutu chickens because their calls sounded like tutu tutu. These chickens had wings but couldn't fly and could be kept in pens. A grown chicken weighed between 15 and 20 pounds, surprisingly big. According to the Mang tribe, tutu chicken meat was delicious, and their eggs were fragrant. They ate wild grass, forest fruits, animal innards, basically anything. They were easy to raise, so the tribe kept quite a few. Most got butchered during winter, but they bred fast and the flock quickly grew back. Lam Lang was thrilled to bring some back to raise. It was awesome. The shaman asked, "What do you want to make?" Lam Lang immediately invited them outside and drew a saw on the ground with a stick to explain what it was. What it was for. She had charcoal in her space, which would make drawing easier, but she didn't want to reveal it, so she didn't use it. The friendship was real, the sincerity was there, but she couldn't lay all her cards on the table right away. After Lam Lang's explanation, the Mang tribe, Big Boss, and others all showed expressions of surprise, admiration, and excitement. Good stuff is good stuff. Kakalai especially loved this tool, rubbing his hands excitedly. This is seriously awesome. With this, chopping wood will be way easier. That's right. Kakalai was a superpowered warrior, unbeatable strength, tough as nails. A big rock the size of a basin could fall on him and he wouldn't flinch, but with one punch, he could leave a deep hole in a rock wall. Because of that, chopping trees was always his job. It got boring, but there was no other way. He was the best at it. If he didn't do it, who would? Now with a saw, chopping trees would be way easier. He could openly step back and not get his hands dirty anymore. Lam Lang smiled, not hiding anything, and drew more tools she wanted to make, like a halberd, rake, forest knife, and chisel. As she drew and explained, the Mang tribe's eyes lit up more with each item, until finally they were speechless. This is great, seriously great. You guys are amazing. Even though tools like the halberd and rake might not be super useful to the Mang tribe, they'd never seen anything like them before. And since they could make work easier, that was already priceless. Finally, the chief of the Mang tribe gladly agreed to gift them a big basket of Sichuan peppercorns, 30 pepper plants, a large bundle of chives, 50 chicken eggs, 6 roosters, and 6 hens. They used 2 baskets of salt for the trade. After some negotiation, the Mang tribe agreed to craft 50 top-quality stone tools, half of which were the tools requested, and the other half were weapons like stone spears, stone slingshots, stone knives, and stone forks. Both sides promised to finish within 2 months. At that time, Lam Ling's group would come back to pick them up or the tribe would send someone to deliver. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen chose to pick them up themselves. They planned to visit the Mang tribe many more times anyway. Both sides were very satisfied with this deal. The stone tools made by the Mang tribe were extremely high quality and very famous. From raw materials to craftsmanship, everything was top-notch. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen were naturally very happy. And for the Mang tribe, the salt they got was worth twice as much if they had traded it with the Salt tribe, so they were equally pleased. That evening, the Mang tribe chief gathered many warriors from the tribe and threw a warm, grand feast to honor the 4 from Lam Ling's group. Thanks to the rich gifts from the deep forest, food in the Mang tribe was incredibly abundant. That night, they invited the 4 from Lam Ling's group to eat grilled and stewed meat. In a huge stone pot, large chunks of lamb, venison, wild boar, and chicken were simmering. The Mang tribe was really great. Sister Lin, brother Huyen, will our Trieu Duong Tribe be just as good someday? Dang exclaimed. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. The aroma spread everywhere. They also prepared many thin slices of meat for grilling. A shiny black stone slab, smooth and polished, was placed over the fire. Even without a huge flame, the stone heated up quickly. Thin slices of meat were laid on top, and in no time, they curled up, sizzling as the fat dripped down. One bite was unbelievably delicious. Besides the meat slices, they added chives, fragrant onions, various wild greens picked from the forest, and even potatoes, all grilled on the black stone slab. The taste was truly amazing. The 4 from Lam Ling's group had a full, satisfying meal. Both hosts and guests were happy. Although they wanted to stay longer at the Mang tribe, they understood that for a tribe that shunned outsiders, staying too long might be inappropriate and cause discomfort. Plus, they had been away from their own tribe for quite a while and felt uneasy not returning soon, so they said their goodbyes the next morning. The Mang tribe indeed didn't want them to stay long, not even uttering a polite word to keep them but straightforwardly seeing them off. Don't forget to come back in about 2 months to pick up your stuff. If you have more salt, remember to bring some for us. Bok said as he saw them off. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen smiled and nodded. Don't worry, if we get more salt, you'll be the first we trade with. and we'll make sure it's a fair deal. Bok laughed heartily. Good. The Mang tribe won't let you get the short end of the stick. Dong also came to say goodbye, the kid, reluctant to part. If you get any good food later, bring us some. We can trade. Lam Ling chuckled. Sure thing. Leaving the Mang tribe, everyone was full of spirit and ready to continue their journey. Everyone agreed this trip was totally worth it. The tribe's really solid. Sister Lin, brother Huyen. Do you think our Sunrise tribe will be just as good someday? Dang sighed. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Lam Lang proudly lifted his chin, eyes shining. Of course. Just wait and see. Our Trieu Duong Tribe will definitely be better than the Mang tribe someday. We have everything we need, just missing people. As long as we have plenty of food, we'll definitely attract people. Lehian laughed loudly. Exactly. Tung Fong and Dang perked up immediately after hearing that. That's great, then we just wait for that day. On the way back, no one was in a rush anymore. Whenever they saw supplies, they'd stop to gather them. After about 6 or 7 days, Lam Ling's space was almost full. This wasn't surprising. Lei Huyen's special ability was incredibly useful, making hunting as easy as flipping a hand. Plus, the space already held many items like salt blocks and the gifts from the Mang tribe, which took up quite a bit of room. Especially the 12 chickens, each weighing over 22 pounds, tied up and kept inside the space, occupying a decent area. In these few days, they also caught 7 wild rabbits alive. Lam Ling tied their legs and locked them inside the space too. After all, they could raise the chickens and rabbits. Why not try raising both? So it was fine that the space was almost full, because that actually sped up their travel. That day, passing through a small, sparse forest, they rested at noon, and Lam Ling and Le Huyen took a stroll nearby, unexpectedly discovering a lot of wood ear mushrooms. This was a super tasty kind of fungus. Lam Ling called Tung Fong and Dang over to give each a basket. The whole group split up to search around the area. They decided to camp here that night. This forest wasn't dense. Trees were sparse, with more bushes and wild grass. Compared to other dark mountain forests, it was much safer. Tung Fong and Dang had long known the deliciousness of wild greens and mountain specialties. Now, they felt weird if they didn't eat some greens daily. Lam Ling said these wood ear mushrooms were good stuff, so naturally, they were excited. Probably because it had rained a few days ago, the mushrooms were growing beautifully. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen not only found many wood ear mushrooms, but also red mushrooms, chicken oil mushrooms, black cat mushrooms, and a few other rare types. Every time their baskets filled up, they dumped the mushrooms into a covered basket inside the space. In less than 2 hours, it was more than half full. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from the bushes ahead, the heavy flapping of a large mountain bird's wings as it flew away. Lam Lang immediately ran over, excited to find a nest of pheasant eggs. She happily shared the news and quickly grabbed half of them. Along the way, they picked up a bunch of wild bird eggs, even snagging a few nests of wild duck eggs. They wouldn't go out of their way for small stuff like that, but if they stumbled upon it, there was no way they'd leave it behind. Who could resist? Stashing the wild pheasant eggs into their space, seeing the basket more than half full, her heart swelled with satisfaction and joy. She unconsciously kept walking forward, and not far ahead, on a rotting log surrounded by thick bushes and wild grass, she spotted some shiitake mushrooms and happily went to pick them. Before she knew it, she had wandered quite far, and when she called out to Huyen to chat with Le Huyen, there was no answer. Startled, she stood up straight and looked around, realizing she had somehow gotten separated from Le Huyen. Lam Lang laughed. Mushroom picking really gets you hooked, but don't freak out. We already picked the spot to camp tonight, no one's getting lost. Both of them were skilled, nothing to be scared of. Feeling good from gathering so many mushrooms, Lam Lang believed there'd be more ahead, so she kept moving forward. Unexpectedly, not far off, a fierce growl of a wild beast echoed from behind, followed by the cracking sound of a big tree snapping and crashing down, shaking the whole forest. Lam Lang's heart jolted, her expression shifting slightly. Huyen immediately turned around and sprinted wildly toward the noise. This place was the primal continent. It wasn't as dangerous step by step as the surface world, but it was definitely no peaceful spot. She shouldn't be careless. Still, she didn't think Lei Huyen would be overwhelmed, given his skills. No matter how fierce the wild beast was, he wouldn't be easily defeated. But she couldn't stop worrying. What if something happened? When Lam Lang reached the spot, the ground was littered with broken branches and leaves in chaos. Le Huyen was facing off against a giant leopard. The leopard was nearly 6.5 feet long, its smooth golden fur covered with round black spots that dazzled the eyes. Its crystal-clear, bluish-gray eyes stared intently at Lei Huyen, full of fierce spirit and majestic presence. Lam Lang's heart skipped a beat. Huyen! Le Huyen stood there, hands clasped behind his back, gently shaking his head to signal Lam Lang. She immediately held back the shout rising in her throat. thought for a moment, then quietly retreated into a tall, dense bush, gripping the dagger handle tightly in her right hand, ready to strike at any sudden moment. Amid the chaotic pile of broken branches and leaves, man and beast faced each other silently, the tension like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at the slightest touch. Lam Lang's lips parted, eyes shining, never taking her gaze off the scene. The leopard suddenly moved, letting out a low, rumbling growl, stepping elegantly toward Huyen. Lam Lang's heart pounded wildly, almost shouting, but she quickly covered her mouth, eyes wide in shock. She trusted Huyen, but this scene made her heart race hard. That was a beast, capable of serious injury. One bite could crush a throat. What exactly was human Huyen doing? She knew his powers were strong, but if the distance got too close, and the leopard was lightning fast, could he really handle it? But he clearly signaled her to stay back, so she had to be patient. Huyen's body seemed to relax a bit, then he shifted slightly, stepping slowly toward the majestic leopard. His strong figure, footsteps rustling through grass and leaves. Lam Lang stayed silent. The leopard growled low again. Grr, shaking its head hard. It suddenly lunged fast at Huyen. Lam Lang's heart clenched, her vision darkened, reflexively raising her dagger to throw, eyes wide with surprise. What the F? The mighty leopard bowed its head before Huyen, the deadly aura vanishing without a trace, now looking like a big lazy cat, comfortably rubbing its head against Huyen's palm in a friendly way. Despite its laziness, it still radiated nobility and elegance. Lam Lang was stunned, then overjoyed. A beast companion, she whispered happily. If it weren't for the recent knowledge update, she and Huyen wouldn't even know such good things existed on this continent. Maybe today would have ended badly. Huyen gently stroked the leopard's head, turning to smile at Lam Lang. "A Lang." Lam Lang happily stepped forward. Huyen, is this your beast companion? So majestic. Can I pet it? Her eyes sparkled, eager to reach out but a bit hesitant. What if the animal was cranky? Huyen tilted his head, kissed her lips twice softly, and laughed. Of course, you can pet it however you want. Really? Then I'm gonna pet it. Lam Lang beamed brightly, nervously rubbing her hands then waving at the leopard, which looked at her with some suspicion. Hey there, big guy. She slowly reached out, gently placing her hand on the leopard's head. The soft, warm feeling sliding through her palm made Lam Lang's heart leap with excitement. She couldn't help but stroke it a few more times. The sensation was amazing. Huyen also reached out to pet it, smiling. From now on, we're family. Yeah, family, for sure. Family. Lam Lang nodded repeatedly with a bright smile. The leopard seemed to understand, letting out a soft growl in response. Lam Lang got even happier, giggling. Petting its head feels awesome. The fur's soft, a little ticklish. Can't describe how great it is. The leopard was a bit resistant at first, glancing at her then instinctively tilting its head away. But Lam Lang didn't mind, still smiling brightly, chasing after it to keep petting. Seeing Huyen standing nearby smiling without stopping her, the leopard stopped avoiding her, making Lam Lang so happy she felt like she was flying, petting it to her heart's content. Lam Lang sat down on the grass, gently pressed the leopard's head, signaling it to lie beside her, stroking its fur as she asked Huyen, "How did you come across it?" Huyen thought carefully, then slowly said, "I'm not exactly sure. It just showed up out of nowhere, but I didn't sense any hostile intent. It's weird. If it were some other beast, I wouldn't feel anything special. But seeing this one, I clearly felt it had no intention to attack, and then I sensed it wasn't afraid of me either. It seemed like it wanted to get close. By reflex, I showed goodwill. Before long, it came over to me." Lam Lang listened, feeling a bit vague, but this kind of thing was naturally mysterious, so vagueness was expected. She just felt jealous, so this was the symbiotic beast of a superpowered fighter. Amazing, I'm really jealous. Huyen laughed. It likes you too. You're a kind of superpowered fighter as well. I think one day you'll have your own symbiotic beast. The words had no real basis, sounded like a joke, but still lifted her spirits. Lam Lang really started to daydream. She squinted, dreamy. I wonder where my symbiotic beast is. And what kind it'll be. Huyen smiled softly. It'll definitely be something fierce. Lam Lang nodded hard. Yeah, no one was interested in mushroom picking anymore, so they quickly led the leopard back. Oh right, I don't even know what kind this is. Maybe a clouded leopard? Lam Lang asked. Huyen looked at the leopard, which gave a low growl. He shook his head, probably not. I don't know the breed either, but it's strong, and it'll get even stronger. Superpowered fighters keep growing stronger, and so do their symbiotic beasts. Their relationship isn't just friendship, it's mutual support. When one gets stronger, the other does too. Lam Lang said, laughing. Whether it's a clouded leopard or not, can we name it Money Money? Huyen laughed and nodded. Sure, that's a great name. He gently stroked the leopard's head. From now on, your name is Money Money. Your name is Money Money. Lam Lang chuckled, rubbing the leopard's head several times, calling out, Money, money, money. Huyen laughed loudly. The two of them returned to their camp spot for the night. Tung Fong and Dang still hadn't come back. Lam Lang didn't rush to start a fire and began preparing ingredients for cooking. They had just picked a little black fungus and red mushrooms, added some lamb bones, 3 or 4 pounds of lamb meat, and 2 mountain chickens. Looking at Money, she pulled out a wild rabbit and tossed it in front of it, smiling, Money, money, here's your portion. If it's not enough, I'll give you more later. After all, there was plenty of food in the space, so feeding one more like Money was no problem. Finally, Tung Fong and Dang returned, carrying 2 baskets full of wild mushrooms. Ah! Tung Fong shouted and Dang said, What are you doing? Before he finished, his eyes went wide. This. Lam Lang grinned proudly. Guess what? You guys try to guess. Dang looked honestly confused. Uh-huh. Tung Fong stared blankly for a moment, then yelled even louder. It's a symbiotic beast. It's Brother Huyen's symbiotic beast. Dang shouted excitedly. Ah, a symbiotic beast? Really? Brother Huyen has one too. Brother Huyen is seriously amazing. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were teased into laughter by the two of them. Lam Lang nodded, smiling. Yep, it's Brother Huyen's symbiotic beast. Super fierce. Now we all have symbiotic beasts. Tung Fong and Dang happily stepped forward, wanting to get close to Money but a little hesitant, edging forward then backing off, circling around Money Money. Lam Lang gently rubbed Money Money's head, smiling at the two. Its name is Money Money. It's smart, knows we're family, and won't be aggressive with us. Dang's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands. Ah, Money, can I pet it too? Tung Fong quickly added, Me too, me too. Our tribe hasn't had a superpowered fighter with a symbiotic beast in decades, but our Sunrise tribe just got re-established and already has one. The gods really are looking out for us. Lam Lang was super generous, laughing heartily. Go ahead, pet it. Come on, pet it. Dang and Tung Fong excitedly stepped up, carefully reaching out to gently touch Money Money. Money Money wasn't happy, glaring at them and growling low, making them jump back scared. Still, both couldn't stop smiling. This was the symbiotic beast of a superpowered fighter, and it was a fierce leopard. Just being able to touch it was a huge blessing. But Lam Lang was different. She was Vu, naturally different from them. Money Money was obviously ready to be petted by her. They all thought that was just how it should be. Right, Sister Lam. Tung Fong scratched his head, puzzled. What does the name Money Money mean anyway? Dang immediately looked at her with a goofy smile. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both froze. Right, this primal continent had no concept of money. Trade here was still barter-based. Tung Fong and Dang had never heard of money. The name Money Money made no sense at all. Well, you see, Lam Lang laughed heartily. Money means happiness and good fortune. It's a really good name. Oh, Tung Fong and Dang suddenly understood. Tung Fong chuckled. Must be an old name from the Sunrise tribe. Yeah, you got it exactly right. Lam Lang smiled with eyes closed, giving a thumbs up. Everyone chatted and laughed for a while. Lam Lang saw Money finish the wild rabbit, then tossed it a fat deer leg. Money glanced at her and went back to chewing. Since it was still early, the four started preparing dinner. Everyone was happy, and the work felt much lighter. In the clay pot, bones and meat began to stew. Nearing done, they added mushrooms. When the meat was tender, the grilled meat was ready too. The four sat around the fire eating dinner. Money was full. In the clay pot, bones and meat began to stew. When it was almost done, they added mushrooms. Once the meat was tender, the roasted meat was ready. The four of them sat around the fire for dinner. Tien had already eaten his fill, lazily lying beside them, occasionally shaking its head or glancing their way. The scene was perfectly chill. Lam Lang glanced over, an idea sparking in his mind, then laughed. Looks like we don't have to take night watch shifts tonight. With Kian here, it's way better than any night guard. Kian's a fierce and majestic beast. With it around, other animals catch its scent and steer clear for miles. No dumb critter's gonna mess with us. If any foolhardy creature dares to creep close, Qian will definitely sniff it out and stay alert, way more effective than a human guard. Everyone burst out laughing, nodding in agreement. Yeah, tonight we can sleep easy. Qian's gotta be tough as nails, so we can chill. Ha, just thinking about it feels good. You gotta know, once a beast bonds with a superpowered fighter, that beast only gets stronger in every way. Not just now, Qian's gonna get even more powerful later. Everyone joked like that, but no one dared put all their bets on Qian, so they still took turns on night watch, just without the usual tension, catching some shut-eye and relaxing a bit. After the night passed, everyone felt way more at ease. At the first light of dawn, the four of them were up, prepping breakfast. Usually, They'd grill enough meat for lunch too, so they could just rest at noon and eat, then hit the road again. Everyone was eager to get back home, whether in the woods or out on the plains. Early morning and dusk were when animals were most active. Song, Feng, and Dang went to fetch water, washed the veggies and meat. Lam Lang started the fire, boiled water, then took a stroll nearby with Lei Huyen. They spotted lots of wild birds fluttering through the low bushes. Some were common mountain birds, others about the same size or a bit smaller. Like one all black with a beak red as blood. Another with shiny blue feathers dotted with white spots and a long black tail. Some were brightly colored with fiery red heads like glowing orbs, absolutely stunning. Others were plain gray-brown, simple, and unassuming. Basically, a wild mix of colors and shapes. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen even managed to catch quite a few, curious enough to cook some on the spot for a taste test, and the flavor blew them away. For example, just now, Lei Huyen threw a few moves and trapped over a dozen colorful wild birds. Lam Lang happily gathered them up, looking forward to tasting them tonight. She noticed among the birds, caught by Lei Huyen, two types she'd never seen or tasted before. As the four started cooking breakfast by the fire, Dang looked around anxiously and blurted out, "Where's Qian? Where'd Qian go?" Everyone froze. Yeah, where the hell was Qian? They started turning pale with worry. Did it run off? What nonsense are you talking? Song Feng smacked Deng's head, half mad, half amused. Have you ever seen a bonded beast of a superpowered fighter just up and leave? Especially ours, who's so badass? Once a beast bonds with a superpowered fighter, it never betrays them. If the fighter dies first, the beast guards the grave till death. If the beast dies first, the fighter can't get another bonded beast. Deng clearly knew all this, but his brain wasn't keeping up, so he blurted nonsense, then slapped himself lightly in embarrassment, mumbling, "Lei Huyen, I was just joking, don't be mad." Lei Huyen smiled and shook her head. Seeing Lam Lang's concerned look, she laughed. "Don't worry, it probably just wandered off nearby, not gone anywhere. It can sense the bond between us is still strong. It can also feel it's not in danger right now. That feeling is pretty amazing." Lam Lang didn't know much about superpowered fighters and bonded beasts like the locals did. At first, she felt like, dang, that Qian might have run off. Hearing Lei Huyen's words, she relaxed and smiled. Qian's a fierce beast, so it probably just wanted to run around a bit early in the morning. Let's eat first, it might come back soon. Right, getting on the road is what matters most. They stopped looking for Qian and started cooking breakfast. While everyone was sipping fresh bamboo shoot soup with mushrooms and meat and eating grilled meat, suddenly they heard the rustle of something being dragged. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Qian had returned, holding a fat wild goat in its mouth. Seeing all eyes on it, Qian proudly lifted its head, let out a howl, then dragged the fat goat toward them. The wild goat species was unclear, weighing about 130 to 150 pounds, with short gray-brown fur and a pair of horns the same color as its fur, thick as a fist, curling nearly 360 degrees in a full circle. Just looking at it made mouths water. Oh, so Qian went hunting. Qian's seriously impressive. No wonder it's Lei Huyen's bonded beast truly powerful. Everyone got so hyped they forgot breakfast and rushed over to check it out. They were all thrilled and happy as Qian dropped the fat wild goat right in front of them. It stood elegantly, letting out a low, gentle growl, rubbing affectionately against Lei Huyen, then against Lam Lang. Lam Lang's eyes sparkled, her lips curled into a wide smile, full of joy and pride. Ha! Our Qian's seriously amazing. Hey, Qian must be starving, right? Come on, have the best piece of meat. Lam Lang generously pulled out a few pre-cut venison pieces from her space, portioned them, and put them into a basket. She picked two of the fattiest pieces, weighing about 20 to 40 pounds total, and gave them to Qian, gently stroking its head, softly saying, "This wild goat's for you, Qian. We'll feast on it tonight." They divided the portions and packed them into baskets. Picking out the two fattiest pieces weighing about 20 to 40 pounds, they gave them to Tian. She gently stroked Tian's head and said softly, "I'm saving this wild goat for you, Tian. Tonight, we're gonna feast on it." Maybe Qian's hungry too, because as soon as it got meat from Lam Lang, it dove right in, eating like a champ. When it heard her speak, it looked up at her once, let out a soft whimper, then bowed its head and went back to quietly doing its thing. Lam Lang got even happier, grinning so hard her eyes curved up. Our Qian's super smart, understands everything, and knows how to eat too. Not a drop of blood around its mouth, still clean and pretty as ever. Lei Huyen felt a little jealous for some reason. Tung Fawn and Dang looked on with admiration. No wonder she's a top-tier warrior. Even the beast companion of a superpowered fighter treasures her that much. After everyone finished eating and hit the road, it still wasn't fully daylight yet. Of course, Qian went along with them. The four of them were already moving fast, but compared to Qian, they were still a bit slow. So Qian would sprint ahead for a bit, then lazily lie down and wait for them. Sometimes it'd catch small prey like wild rabbits, field mice, ground squirrels, and various forest birds. When Lam Lang and the others got close, Qian would bring the prey as gifts. Except for the wild mice, Lam Lang didn't take any, leaving 3 pieces for Qian to eat all by itself. She praised it for a bit, then stashed the rest in her space. At night, when they stopped to rest, Lam Lang always took out the prey. Qian caught to share with everyone, throwing in a few compliments for Qian. Qian seemed to get it, looking a bit proud. The closer Huyen got to Lam Lang, the less happy he seemed. Nobody ever told him that a beast companion would be competing for his girl. They kept moving and gathering supplies, and before long, 4 days had passed. At their current pace, it'd take about 8 to 10 more days to get back to the tribe. But Qian started feeling restless, showing signs of impatience every day on the road. After a few days of getting used to each other, Huyen and Qian got more in sync. Finally, he guessed what Qian meant, half laughing, half crying. Qian saying we're moving too slow. The 3 of us got called out. Lam Lang burst out laughing first, also half crying, half amused. There's no helping it. How can we compare to Qian? No matter how fast they run, they can't keep that pace all day. Traveling all day, keeping a steady pace is what really matters. Even if Qian's not running full speed, its normal pace is already way faster than ours. Qian let out a growl, bit down on Huyen's sleeve, then suddenly crouched low and looked back, signaling with a nod. Everyone understood it wanted Huyen to ride on its back. Huyen smiled awkwardly, rubbed it off, then explained, "No can do. There are 4 of us, and you can't carry all 4. What good is it if you only carry me?" Qian could communicate with simple gestures and expressions with Huyen, but it didn't get such a long explanation. It kept tugging on his sleeve, wanting him to hop on, even turned to Lam Lang, growling softly in a friendly way, clearly wanting her to ride too. Lam Lang, who was just sitting there admiring, suddenly felt totally satisfied, her eyes sparkling. She said to the 3, "I've got an idea we can try. Why don't you guys get inside my space? I'll ride Qian. Isn't that way easier?" Lam Lang's space could hold living things, and even though it was packed with stuff, there was no bad smell at all. The 3 of them inside would be a bit cramped, but other than that, no worries. Tung Fong and Dang were excited and nodded quickly. All right, I want to get in the space. Me too, me too." Huyen couldn't help but quietly ask Lam Lang, "Is that really okay? Won't it affect you?" Lam Lang laughed and shook her head. "It's fine. I'll pull you all in right now." Huyen was okay with that. Though he wished his girl would just pull him in alone, he knew that wasn't realistic. Lam Lang acted fast, pulling all 3 into her space, then grinned with her eyes squeezed shut, petted Qian's head a few times, and gently climbed onto Qian's back. She leaned forward a bit, loosely holding its neck, smiling. "All right, Qian, let's go." At first, Qian looked a bit confused, not understanding why the other 3 suddenly disappeared, but seeing Lam Lang calm, it quickly settled down. When it saw her get on its back, it raised its head and let out a loud roar before darting off. "Hey, Qian, slow down a bit." Qian suddenly sped up, but luckily Lam Lang was pretty skilled. Otherwise, she'd have been thrown off long ago. She patted Qian's back, called out to it loudly, and gently tugged the fur at the back of its neck. Qian seemed to get the message and slowed down a bit. After adjusting the speed a few times, they finally found a comfortable balance both could handle. Lam Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief and started leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. Not gonna lie, since Qian's body was tall and big, sitting on its back gave her a much wider view, making her feel relaxed and at ease. Around noon, Lam Lang petted Qian a few times and smiled, calling for it to stop. "Is it time to eat yet?" At first, Qian didn't get it. Lam Lang called again while making a motion to get off, and Qian sensed it, so it stopped. Qian was really smart. Next time Lam Lang called it to stop, it pretty much understood what she meant and stopped right away. Lam Lang let Huyen, Tung Fong, and Dang out of her space. They immediately looked at her with concern. "How's it going? Everything okay?" Huyen was still a bit worried, since no one had ever brought people into Lam Lang's space like that before. Lam Lang smiled and shook her head. "It's no different than usual. How about you guys? Getting used to it?" Was honestly saying, "Yeah, it's just a little dull. But you know, that's how we save energy." Poor Sister Lin, Tung Fong patted Dang's head. It was a bit boring, sure, but compared to Lin, who had to trek outside, they couldn't say anything that would make her feel down. Lam Lang ignored Dang's words and giggled. "Of course it's boring. There's no pretty scenery to look at in there. Come on, eat up quick. We gotta hit the road again soon. At this pace, we could get back to the tribe a few days early." "Really? Wow, that's awesome." Since they were in the space, they couldn't feel the speed. Hearing Lam Lang's words, they were both surprised and excited. Everyone hurried to finish eating, and Lam Lang pulled all three into the space. Riding on Tian's back, Tian immediately understood and took off at the pace they had agreed on earlier. Lam Lang gently patted her head, praising happily, "Our Tian is so smart. You're amazing." With Tian's help, what used to take 8 to 10 days to travel was now done in just 4.5 days. From afar, Lam Lang saw the familiar earthen walls surrounding the big courtyard on the prairie. Her heart softened without realizing it, lips curling into a big smile. Finally, home. They were just over 3,000 feet away. Lam Lang brought the three out of the space and dismounted from Tian's back. Everyone headed home together. It was about 3 in the afternoon, the sun blazing bright in the sky, heating the ground so much that the rocks steamed. Standing still too long felt like your feet and calves were burning. The big gate to the yard was tightly shut, secured with tough rattan ropes. That meant no one was home right now. Tung Fong laughed. Vu Nam and the others aren't here. They're probably out hunting. Lam Lang smiled and said, "That's perfect. Let's get dinner ready first. When they get back, we can eat right away and give them a big surprise." Everyone laughed and happily divided the chores. Being home lifted their spirits. They pushed open the door and stepped into the yard. The lush greenery before them made Lam Lang feel incredibly refreshed. Brother Vu Nam and the others did a great job, taking care of our vegetables and crops. Tonight, we'll have fresh greens to eat. She told Tung Fong and Dang to wash the meat and veggies and start the fire for soup. Lam Lang immediately pulled Le Huyen to check the vegetable and rice patties. Tian looked around curiously, taking slow, lazy but graceful steps following them. What Lam Lang cared about most were the 3 rice patties. Even though she'd been gone about a month, and without her guidance the crops had grown a bit slower. Compared to normal growth, they were still much faster, and even more vibrant and healthy. The rice seedlings, once planted separately, had now branched into clusters over 2 feet tall, blooming and swaying in the breeze. Just looking at those young rice flowers, Lam Lang couldn't hide her joy. She smiled brightly and said to Le Huyen, "Our rice is growing really well. At this rate, if I come back in 100 days, we could harvest in about 2 weeks. If we hurry, we might even plant another crop. Next time, we'll plant a lot more." Le Huyen smiled in agreement. After happily checking the rice paddies, they moved on to the vegetable fields. Tung Fong walked over, looking at the cucumbers with a smile. "Sister Lin, there are so many cucumbers. Can I pick one to try?" Cucumbers are cool and sweet, juicy, with a fresh, special aroma that everyone loves. Thanks to Lam Lang's natural talent for farming and her care of the garden all this time, the cucumbers are more plentiful and better than usual. Plus, while she was away, Vu Nam and everyone else diligently followed her instructions, so now the cucumber vines are lush and full of life, covering the trellis, blooming with yellow flowers and loaded with fruit. As soon as Tung Fong and Dang got back, they instinctively looked toward the cucumber patch, seeing the bright green fruit and couldn't help but run over. Lam Lang laughed and said, "Of course you can. Go grab the basket and pick as much as you can." "Yes, got it." Tung Fong was over the moon, happily turning around and running off to get the basket. The yard beans were bearing pods, and the peppers were bright red and green. The white radishes had grown big, their shiny, plump tops poking out of the soil. Lam Lang casually pulled up 2 white radishes. These radishes looked juicy for sure. You could tell just by looking that they taste great. He pulled 2 to cook with goat meat tonight. A masterpiece. Le Huyen couldn't help but drool, nodding eagerly. Yeah, the other crops were all growing well too. The cotton plants had formed tons of young bolls, and it looked like they'd bloom and bear fruit before long. Only then did Lam Lang remember there was a weaving machine in her space. Maybe she should bring it out and practice a bit, relying on her and Le Huyen's smarts. Plus, having risked everything to learn countless original traditional techniques during the apocalypse, techniques that didn't require high-tech but still worked, handling cotton wouldn't be too hard. Even if some details were fuzzy, she just needed to tinker around to jog her memory. Looking at the garden heavy with fruits and veggies, Lam Lang turned to Le Huyen with a smile and said, "I think our main yard's not big enough anymore. While we still have time, why don't we clear some more land outside the yard next time?" Winter was still far off, and she wanted to plant even more. Le Huyen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I think so too. We should definitely clear more fields, especially more rice paddies and cotton. It'll be a huge help come winter." Vu Nam and the others said that if we want to attract more people to join, the best time is every year right before winter hits. Because when winter comes, there are always small tribes and travelers who, running low on supplies, have to find new ways to survive. The Sunrise Tribe wants to draw people in, so of course, they gotta have tons of resources. In modern times, that means being filthy rich and throwing money in people's faces. Lam Lang smiled and said, "All right, let's take a day off tomorrow, then start marking out the territory the day after." Huyen smiled and agreed. Tung Fong and Dang had already cleaned all kinds of meat and veggies to bring back. Lam Lang marinated a small wild boar and 2 pheasants, then hung them up to roast. Lamb ribs and goat meat were cut into small cubes and stewed with fresh, juicy radishes. She also stir-fried a plate of yard-long beans with chili and meat, stir-fried loofah with meat, and braised fish in red sauce. Then she told Dang to chop up a big chunk of wild boar meat into minced pieces. Meanwhile, she cracked 7 or 8 fresh hen eggs into a big porcelain bowl and stirred them well. Those hen eggs were huge, even bigger than goose eggs. 7 or 8 cracked into the bowl already filled more than half of it. Lam Lang planned to mix the minced meat with finely chopped mushrooms and chives, season it, and make stuffed eggs. After all, the tribe had plenty of those fresh hen eggs, and she'd brought quite a few back to raise, so no worries about running out later. Eating some eggs wouldn't hurt. Tung Fong and Dang were super curious, not knowing what she was making. When she explained, they were stunned, eyes wide open. Who would have thought a single dish could be made like this? Truly amazing. The Sunrise Tribe was seriously impressive. Their shamaness was incredibly talented. Once the dishes were set, Lam Lang washed rice and cooked a big pot of white rice. Tonight was definitely gonna be a feast worth having. The 4 of them finished up their tasks, and Vu Nam and the others finally returned. Sure enough, they guessed right. Vu Nam and his crew had gone hunting early this morning. 3 days ago, they'd set up some traps in the forest. Today was time to check them. Lam Lang and Huyen taught them how to use bows and arrows properly. Their trapping skills kept getting sharper. Every time they checked the traps in the forest, they caught something, sometimes even a pleasant surprise. Over the past few days, they caught 3 fat, wild boars, 2 pheasants, and plenty of smaller prey. Today's luck wasn't bad either. No big animals, but the pheasants and wild rabbits were plump. Altogether, they had over 20 animals, enough to eat for 2 days. Everyone was in high spirits, but just as they got home, they found Lam Lang, Huyen, and the others already back. Everyone was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, finally, Brother Huyen and Sister Lang are back. I told you they'd be back soon, didn't expect it to be this fast. Sister Lang and Brother Huyen not being here felt so strange. Finally, we get to eat some good food. Sister Lang, we've been taking care of the fields, just like you said. Come see if the crops are growing well. Laughter and chatter filled the courtyard, lively and joyful, until Vu Van spotted a tall, strong leopard with a noble, cold aura and terrifying power. Tian shouted, "Ah! Leopard! There's a leopard, hurry up!" Everyone looked over, faces changing as they screamed, "Oh man, it really is a leopard. How did that big beast get in here?" "Don't be scared, Brother Huyen's here." Tung Fong and Dang couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking a bit smug. Lam Lang and Huyen laughed too. Tung Fong said, "Don't be scared. That's Brother Huyen's companion beast," he continued. Yeah, its name's Tian, super fierce. We got back so fast thanks to it." Tung Fong and Dang went on and on, giving example after example, praising how awesome Tian was. But Vu Nam and the others couldn't take it in anymore. They were stunned, then burst into huge joy. "What did you say? A companion beast? No wonder it's Brother Huyen, so jealous. If only I had a companion beast too. As long as I could awaken some special power, I'd be satisfied. The Sunrise Tribe really is something else. Ha ha ha." Following Brother Huyen and Sister Lang was definitely the right call. Absolutely. Lam Lang smiled and said, Tian's super friendly with everyone here. From now on, it's the guardian spirit of our Sunrise Tribe. No one needs to be afraid of it." Everyone laughed together, no fear. A companion beast is family. The fighting power of a companion beast is on par with a special power warrior, and it'll surely bring great achievements to the tribe. Being respected by the tribe, everyone feels proud, not scared. Tian glanced at the excited crowd, chirping and squeaking. Seeing its familiar owner in the crowd, it didn't bother them, lazily wagged its head, picked a good spot, and laid down. The food was almost ready, so Lam Lang told everyone to wash their hands and get ready to eat. Huyen picked some freshly hunted prey to feed Tian. Tian softly groaned, rubbed against Huyen's palm, then pushed the pheasant and wild rabbit back in front of him with its claws, letting out a gentle groan. "Huh, not eating?" Huyen laughed, noticing some blood still at the corner of its mouth, and understood. "Oh, you already ate, huh?" Tian gave a soft call, like it was answering. Huyen smiled and said, "All right then. Looks like we don't have to worry about feeding you anymore." Tian glanced at him calmly. Huyen handed the pheasants and wild rabbits to Lam Lang, joking that Tian could hunt on its own now, so no need to worry about feeding it. Lam Lang gave a thumbs up, praising. "No wonder it's a companion beast, really powerful. Yeah, We'll still treat it to some good meat now and then, as a reward for its hard work. Out front, they set up a big round table. One dish after another was laid out, along with plain white rice to eat. Everyone was just happy as hell. Even though it was only the first time eating it, that flavor, that feeling of satisfaction, was unforgettable. Vu Nam and the others had already tasted the heat of chili peppers. At first, everyone was crying out from the burn. They drank a ton of water, but strangely, instead of avoiding it, they couldn't help but want to try it again. After trying it a few times, everyone ended up loving the flavor. Tonight at dinner, Lam Lang also made stir-fried yard-long beans with meat and chili. Just seeing it made everyone excited. After eating, they couldn't stop praising it. It's obviously just chili, so why does Sister Lin's dish taste so much better than ours? Lam Lang laughed and said, "This is a specialty from our Trieu Duong Tribe. Of course, I'm more familiar with it than you guys. Chili can be used in so many dishes, you'll see soon enough. Starting tomorrow, we might even have a bowl of stir-fried chili or chili dipping sauce every day." The radish and meat-stuffed egg cakes on the table today were also a first, and they got a warm welcome from everyone. Braised radish with goat meat. The goat meat was rich and fresh. The radish was sweet and mild, soft in texture, with a fresh aroma, uniquely blending with the meat's scent, making everyone praise it non-stop. The egg cakes stuffed with meat were golden fried on the outside. Biting into one revealed a meat-filled center, the aroma spreading. 2 pieces per serving, truly satisfying. Everyone ate with great joy. Sure enough, as soon as Big Sis Lang came back, everyone's living standards jumped up several notches. After dinner, everyone sat in the yard chatting. The moonlight gently spilled down, softly covering the ground. A light breeze blew through, making everyone feel relaxed and comfortable. Vu Nam and the others had become very skilled at archery. When talking about it, they were super pumped, itching to show off their skills to Lam Lang and Le Huyen right away. Vu Nam told Lam Lang and Li Huyen, "Among us, Van Lai, Fitch Qua, and Vu Van are a bit better at archery than the others. Brother Huyen can teach them a bit more." Teaching more here means demanding and training them more strictly than the others. Lam Lang and Li Huyen were really happy. "Don't worry, we'll teach them well." That includes Vu Nam too. Vu Nam is a gifted warrior. Gifted warriors don't just have special powers, they're physically superior to regular tribe members in every way. In some aspects, they're especially outstanding. Vu Nam naturally picked up archery skills very well. At first, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen thought having just one person with archery talent in this group was already valuable, someone they could train carefully, but unexpectedly, there were 3. If all 3 master it and work together, even facing gifted warriors, no one could be sure who'd win or lose. Van Lai and the others were obviously thrilled, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The rest admired them but understood archery required talent. They couldn't keep up, and even if Brother Huyen wanted to teach, they wouldn't be able to learn. Being brothers, they were happy for their friends. Big Sis Lang and Brother Huyen also said they weren't good at archery, but who knows, they might excel in other areas. That's another kind of ability. For example, Dang was better at woodworking and weaving mats than others. Bok, Thatch, and Hack Thatch were better at pottery making and firing. Besides archery training, they also took care of the saplings in the yard. They even fired up 2 pottery kilns, making a variety of styles, storing them in the warehouse. They wouldn't need to make more for a long time. Compared to the peaceful, easy life at home, everyone was naturally more curious about Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's trip, so they eagerly asked Han. Lam Lang smiled and recounted the sights and sounds from the journey. They didn't mention the midnight raid on the Salt Tribe to steal salt, because many people talked too much. Not that they didn't trust anyone, but what if someone slipped up? If the Salt Tribe heard about it, that'd be bad. The Salt Tribe is that strong. Right now, they're still not opponents. Remember, they also have gifted warriors. The so-called salt beasts are especially fierce. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen weren't even sure if combined they could suppress them. Who knows if adding money would be enough? But risking it like that, of course, it's best to avoid it if possible. On the way, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen warned Tung Fong and Dang. They had ways to dodge the topic. Tung Fong and Dang agreed wholeheartedly, swore they wouldn't say a word. To avoid trouble for the tribe, everyone just heard they traded for a lot of salt and felt relieved, happily ignoring everything else. Only Vu Nam was a bit suspicious, but thinking it over, it wasn't a big deal. Maybe he was just overthinking. If Big Sis Lang and Brother Huyen didn't say anything, there must be a reason. So he didn't think further. Lam Lang asked, "Do you guys know anything about the salt beasts of the Salt Tribe? Last time, no one mentioned salt beasts. If not for those 2 being skilled, something almost happened at the Salt Lake." Lam Lang silently made a mental note, planning to scold them later, telling them to think carefully next time. Don't leave out any info. Unexpectedly, everyone looked clueless. What are salt beasts? Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were stunned. You don't know? Everyone shook their heads, never heard of them. That's right, salt beasts sound pretty dangerous. Huyen said. Looks like the Salt Tribe has always kept them secret. Lam Lang gave a cold chuckle. Clever, as expected. Yeah, salt beasts are really strong. Basically, from now on, when dealing with the Salt Tribe, everyone must be careful. Don't get trapped. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huyen added, since they hide it, we'll just pretend we don't know. Don't bring it up. Otherwise, the Salt Tribe will easily figure out that the people at the Salt Lake that night were from the Trieu Duong Tribe. Vu Nam and the others all agreed. Clearly, they were really curious about the Salt Beast, guessing whether it might be the companion beast of the Salt Tribe leader. Lam Lang and Huyen thought for a moment. It seemed possible. The Salt Beast was that strong. I bet the Salt Tribe leader wasn't weak either. It'd be better to avoid conflict with them. Speaking of which, everyone had mixed feelings when they ran into the lone tribe on the way back. After all, that was where they grew up. In that tribe, the leader always treated them badly, but there were also many who treated them well, seeing them as family and friends. Their leaving was basically forced. Hearing that name again now, it'd be weird if they didn't feel anything. Tong Fong and Dang angrily recounted her provocations, and everyone got mad, calling her a damn bitch. He was already hateful before, but now he was even worse. Than Lai snapped. What's there to be proud of? Our Sunrise Tribe is way stronger than him. Our homes are way comfier. We've got tons of pottery, we've learned archery, and there's plenty of good food. Humph, so what if he's got all that? Everyone perked up. Right, our Sunrise Tribe is so great, we'll definitely outdo them. Himph, wait till they see how we live, they'll be green with envy. Exactly. That's why we gotta hustle and make our Sunrise Tribe stronger every day. Everyone was fired up. When they mentioned the Mang Tribe, curiosity piqued, especially hearing they were invited as guests by the Mang Tribe, which made them even more impressed, saying they wanted to visit there too. That's the Mang Tribe. They live deep in the Shuang Mountains, and it's said almost no outsiders can get in. No one really knows what their tribe is like, because they're insanely strong, and no one dares to provoke them casually. Some reckless fools tried to sneak into the Shuang Mountains to find the Mang Tribe's home. The outcome was always the same. They were all killed deep in the jungle. The Mang Tribe's people became even more mysterious in the rumors of other tribes, because the Mang Tribe's people specifically warned Lam Lang and the others not to mention the Mang Tribe outside, especially not to describe the inside of the Mang Tribe. At that, the four of them seriously agreed, promising to keep it. For tribe members, that was just natural. Of course, hearing Lam Lang's story, Vu Nam and the others felt regret, so they wisely didn't ask more. Without talking about the Mang Tribe, there were plenty of other things to discuss, like money. Everyone was hyped up chatting until the moon was high before heading to their rooms to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Lam Lang was pinned against the door by Huyen, whose kiss immediately dropped onto her. Lam Lang gasped slightly, softly moaned, unable to resist, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her head to meet him. They hadn't been this comfortably intimate in a long time. After all, out on the streets, there was always danger lurking, plus Tung Fong and Dang were like two watchful spotlights nearby, so it wasn't convenient. The deep, passionate kiss tangled them up, stirring their minds, mixing desire and confusion. Wanna? Cut the crap. Let's go. Huyen chuckled softly, kissed the corner of her lips, then scooped her up. None of them slept all night, so the next morning everyone woke up a bit late. The travelers obviously were exhausted, and even those who stayed behind to guard the place didn't dare to slack off completely. Their spirits had to stay sharp so they could finally get a peaceful sleep last night. No one kept track of exact time. With enough food and drink, if they wanted to sleep, they just did. When they woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Huyen was up too, especially telling everyone to be quiet. Your sister Lang is still sleeping. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing sympathy. Sister Lang had been through the toughest, most exhausting days lately. The other three were comfortably settled in her space. No wind, no sun, not even sweating. But what about Sister Lang? Riding the money beast looked impressive, but running was really tough. Of course, she needed more sleep, and everyone admired their brother even more. Truly a super strong power warrior, only one night's rest and his complexion was radiant, spirit refreshed. His recovery ability was unmatched. Lam Lang slept straight through until noon before waking up leisurely. Vu Nam and the others were getting better and better. The grilled meat kept its delicious aroma and tenderness even after being stored in the oven. Huyen specially picked fresh ears of corn to steam, saving 2 plump young ones. Eating them felt amazing. Huyen didn't eat lunch first, waiting for Lam Lang to get up so they could eat together. While eating, Huyen smiled and said, I already boiled hot water in the kitchen. Want to soak for a bit? Lam Lang's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Yeah, I'm going right now. Soaking in hot water felt incredible. She hadn't had a comfortable bath like this in a long time. Huyen smiled and agreed. Lam Lang casually asked what Vu Nam and the others were up to. Huyen replied, "Aren't we supposed to bring back those clucking chickens and wild rabbits to raise? They're out there building coops and cages. There's still plenty of bamboo and branches of all sizes in the yard, perfect for making fences. The clucking chickens can't fly, so a fence about as tall as a person is enough. The yard's land is pretty spacious, so just fence off some dirt and it's done. Then I'll use my powers to build 2 houses with roofs, so when it rains, there's shelter. Wild rabbits can't be raised directly on the ground because they dig burrows, so they have to be kept in cages." Lam Lang already had plans in mind, but she didn't expect Vu Nam and the others to be so enthusiastic. She felt a restless itch inside, and after eating and bathing, she dragged Huyen to go check it out. Vu Nam and his crew worked steadily, but the land they fenced in was pretty vast. It seemed even bigger than the big yard they were in right now. When Lam Lang and Huyen showed up, everyone greeted them cheerfully. Van Lai bragged, "Sis Lang, bro Huyen, check out what we've done. Brother Nam said we should fence in a bigger area so we can raise more little animals." Lam Lang and Huyen, "Yeah, looks good. They're almost done enclosing it, just one side left to close up." Lam Lang told Huyen, "Tomorrow, have some folks chop more wood and gather plenty of mountain vines. We're gonna build still houses like the Mang tribes. About 15 feet off the ground, with wooden planks forming a ramp down to the earth, making it spacious enough to shelter from the rain." The two watched for a bit, then stepped aside. Inside Lam Lang's space, there were also 30 young pepper trees planted right next to the fenced land. The Mang tribe's people worked super solid, and the saplings they gave were clearly carefully selected. Straight trunks, lush branches, and leaves, each about the size of a wrist. Planted now, they'd bloom and bear fruit next year. With Lam Lang and the Trieu Duong Tribe, the crops could only thrive better. Lam Lang also checked on the bamboo they planted, which was growing well too. 13 new bamboo stalks had sprouted, over 30 feet tall, lush green, with thick bamboo tops casting lively shadows on the ground. Lam Lang scanned the area thoughtfully and said, "I think we should also clear some cotton and rice fields out here. 30 acres each of rice and cotton. What do you think?" Lei Huyen naturally smiled in agreement. Before, clearing more land and raising livestock was always risky because of wild animals, but now there's no need to worry. Because we've got the money now, and money holds territory within its power. Other wild beasts won't dare come near. Tien has been marking territory since early morning. This creature has an extremely strong sense of territory. With Lei Huyen here, land clearing is a breeze. Once Lam Lang confirmed the spots, Lei Huyen immediately unleashed a powerful move, and each plot of land formed automatically, with irrigation ditches dug at the same time. The tilled soil was watered gently and comfortably. 30 acres of rice fields and 30 acres of cotton fields were all set up, and the whole process took less than an hour. Lam Lang sat back on the grass, watching proudly and said, "You messing with my place is seriously next level. No machine can match this kind of skill." Vu Nam, Tung Fong, and the others finished their work over there and came over when they saw the two here. Everyone couldn't help but get curious about the scene. "Whoa, bro, Huyen cleared this much land. Sis Lang, what are we planning to plant?" "Oh, they're channeling water over there, planning to grow rice. That's dope." Everyone agreed. The smell of cooked rice is truly unforgettable. "Exactly," Lam Lang laughed. "If we plant lots of rice, we'll be eating rice regularly from now on. Rice bran can also be used to feed the chickens." "Oh yeah, I just remembered. I feel like I forgot something. We gotta clear another patch of land. We need to plant more sweet potatoes and corn, because the chickens gotta peck on something too." The Mang tribe's chickens were mostly free-range, growing up on their own without special care. But when the tribe had plenty of food, they'd toss some scraps their way. Lam Lang was different. If he was going to raise them, he'd do it properly. The entire fenced area was done, so Lam Lang brought out a dozen grown chickens from the space and untied their bindings. Maybe because they'd been in the space too long, or because they were in a new place. The chickens looked dazed and confused when they hit the ground. They stood still, not moving, and the people who'd never seen them were amazed. "Whoa, this chicken is huge, all meat. Looks delicious already. The Mang tribe really has the good stuff. No wonder we've got some now too." Haha. Tien was walking next to Huyen and let out a low growl, acting like it wanted to pounce. Huyen quickly called it back. The chickens got spooked by the growl, instantly snapping to attention, squawking loudly and scattering. The sudden chaos made. Lam Lang and the others burst out laughing. Lam Lang patted Tien's head, pointed at the noisy chickens running wild, and said, "Good boy, Tien. You gotta remember, these are our assets, no hurting them. We only eat when the time's right." Tien growled softly. Lei Huyen's wild rabbit pen wasn't finished yet, so they couldn't release those rabbits for now. Everyone watched the chickens for a while. After running around, they calmed down and started looking for fresh grass or bugs in the bushes to eat. Everyone felt relieved. Standing there watching, Smiles naturally spread across their faces. Hey, this is weird. Dang scratched his head and said, dumbfounded, why do I feel happier watching these chickens than when we caught that big wild boar? Mao immediately nodded. Yeah, I thought I was the only one thinking that. Everyone chimed in, all in sync. That's right. Watching them just makes you feel peaceful, and then pure joy can't even explain it. Lam Lang laughed heartily. Raising animals is definitely different from hunting. That's the beauty of farming. Prey is wild, but what you raise is different. Even though they're running around free, their fate is already sealed to end up in the pot, which naturally excites people. Love Huyen chuckled. Van Lai and the others all had enlightened looks, nodding vigorously. Exactly, that's the feeling. So the whole group watched the chickens freely foraging, their smiles growing warmer. All that meat's in our pot, who wouldn't feel close to that? The land was fenced off wide, overgrown with wild grass, even some low bushes growing. For now, no need to worry about the feed for the chickens. They could find enough food on their own, just need to bring water over so they have a place to drink. That part was simple. Huyen just had to raise her hand to create a small ditch. Since it was for raising chickens, the ditch didn't need to be big, about 8 inches wide would do, leading water in, curving a bit, then flowing out. It was like building a fixed water source. If the ditch was too wide, it'd just get dirty easily. As for the bushes, Lam Lang planned to clear some out when free, leaving just a few scattered here and there, pulling out the rest. The rabbit pen wasn't finished yet, so they couldn't release the rabbits. Starting tomorrow, there'd be a lot of work. Everyone looked satisfied, chatting about farming before heading back inside. The next morning after breakfast, Vu Nam led 8 people up into the woods to chop firewood. Lam Lang, Li Huyen, and Tong Fong stayed behind, not in a rush to go anywhere. Today they had to help Lam Lang finish work in the vegetable garden and rice seedling nursery. They kept 2 radish plants in the ground to flower and produce seeds, but pulled out the rest, cutting them into pieces about an inch long and drying them in the sun on a tray. The sweet potato vines had grown a lot, so they cut and replanted them. This time, they planted as many as they had right in the yard. Besides people eating them, the chickens could eat them too. Both sweet potatoes and their vines were good stuff. Once they harvested a pile of sweet potatoes, they'd store them in the cellar. They could still switch up meals in winter. They could even think about making sweet potato chips. They also cleared more land to plant a few acres of corn. Corn was easy to store after harvest. People could eat it or use it as feed. The long bean peppers needed to be picked and dried to make dried chili. They already had jars of dried beans ready. Seeing the peppers and long beans looking so good, Lam Lang decided to make a jar of pickled beans and some pickled peppers. Though the tasks were small, they kept them busy all morning. Before finishing breakfast, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen went into the woods to find Vu Nam and the others. Tung Fong took the big and small Mao to continue working the fields. Tien, Lei Huyen's companion animal, wouldn't leave her side, so it tagged along into the woods. So the two got to ride again, purposely telling Tien to slow down a bit, enjoying the walk. Vu Nam and the crew had brought saws, axes, forest knives, and other metal tools this morning. They chopped trees like cutting melons, working super hard. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen followed the signs they left to find the spot, only to see piles of wood and bark stacked up like a mountain on the ground. Lam Lang specifically instructed them to only cut pine trees today, choosing ones neither too big nor too small, then strip the bark and neatly stack the wood. Lam Lang planned to use pine bark combined with straw grass to make the roofs for the chicken and rabbit pens. Lam Lang stored all that wood and bark in the cleared space. Not long after, the group headed back together. Normally, it'd take about 4 hours to walk from the woods home in a regular pace, but everyone was eager to get back, so it only took about 3 hours. Once home, Lam Lang took the wood and bark out of the space. The wood needed to be sawed into planks and dried, and the bark had to be dried first to clear space. Lam Lang had temporarily taken the hunted meat out of the space, now putting it back in. In this weather, it was best to store hunted goods in the space. Otherwise, they'd spoil easily. She sighed quietly from the bottom of her heart again. Luckily, this space saved her from a lot of trouble. Vu Nam and Fain Lai worked on spreading the wood and drying the bark, while Lam Lang pulled Le Huyen to stroll around the fields. Yeah, she wanted to water the crops herself. Going around the fields 2 or 3 times a day, no matter how busy she was, so the rice and vegetables would grow better. So, without realizing it, they reached the grape trellis and suddenly heard a loud la-fu-la sound, along with flapping wings and birds singing. They both jumped, only to see a flock of small and large birds fluttering away. Lam Lang, Le Huyen. They hurried to the grape trellis covered in lush green vines. Oh man, the grape clusters were hanging thick. Because Lam Lang had personally cared for them all this time, those grape clusters looked amazing. The fruit was dense, each cluster bright green, plump, and adorable. Just by looking, you could guess that with Lam Lang here, in no more than 3 days, they'd be ripe. But those uninvited guests beat them to it. Lam Lang gasped, rushing over. The grape clusters that should have been smooth, plump, and perfect were now pecked to a tragic state, too heartbreaking to look at. Looking closer, it seemed like no cluster was left intact. Judging by the scene earlier, when the birds scattered in panic, it was likely the grapes got eaten clean before they even ripened. Such a shame. How did it come to this? It was heartbreaking beyond words. Looking at the situation, unless someone watched over them all day to scare off the birds, they'd probably lose everything. The more Lam Lang thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She had planned to taste the sweet, ripe grapes herself. If this were modern times, they could use paper bags to protect the grapes, but now, no question they had to figure something out. Lam Lang smiled. Let's find some big leaves and try wrapping the grape clusters. Even though the birds already did some damage, it looks like we can still save some. Lei Huyen agreed with a smile. Or we could weave some straw grass into mesh bags and stick leaves inside to cover them. That might be more secure. Those birds have sharp beaks, just leaves probably won't stop them. Lam Lang thought it over and decided it was worth a try. Yeah, straw grass bags could be made tighter. Exactly. Both of them were determined to eat grapes and put in a lot of effort. No time wasted, straw grass was everywhere. Lam Lang had no mind to check anything else. They immediately got to work cutting the grass. The two of them cut a big bundle of straw grass and carefully picked out the longest, unbroken stalks. Those were tough and flexible, perfect for weaving into bags. Lam sis, lay bro, what are these grass stalks for? Thick Qua Tin, spotting them from afar, asked curiously. Lam Lang smiled and explained the situation, casually asking a few people to help out. Time wasn't on their side. By tomorrow morning, they absolutely had to wrap the grape clusters, or else it'd be too late. So that's what's going on. Thich Qua and the others suddenly snapped to attention. If that's the case, it's definitely worth protecting those grape bunches. Lam Lang had already let everyone taste the grapes. Sweet, juicy, with thick flesh no one could resist. Everyone could see the fruit trees Lam Lang had planted. The other trees hadn't fruited this year, but they were already taller than a person, with lush branches and leaves. Only the grapes were bearing fruit. A few days ago, everyone was still wondering when they get to eat them, but the birds beat them to it. So Thick Qua, Mao, and Dong teamed up with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to weave straw bags. Dong couldn't help but sigh. Birds up in the mountains sure love pecking wild fruit. No one ever thought of this method. Lam sis is seriously impressive. Thick Qua and Mao both laughed. Of course, it's our turf. Lam Lang chuckled. Let's try to make as many as possible, to save as many grape clusters as we can. But just relying on these bags won't be enough later on. We'll have to come up with other solutions. After all, grapes this good can't be grown in just a tiny patch. Soon, 4 more people joined in. Although the bags weren't the prettiest, at least they were usable. In the end, Lam Lang counted they'd woven 54 bags. Tomorrow they'd probably have to make a few more, aiming for about 78. Still, quite a few grape clusters had already been ruined and were inedible, so wrapping them up was pointless. That night, they cooked a pot of thin porridge, grilled some meat, tossed a plate of sweet and sour cucumbers, and stir-fried some yard-long beans. Everyone was used to eating outside in the yard. Today was no different. Watching the rice plants grow bigger every day, soon they'd be ripe. There's a saying, when you've got rice in your hands, you don't worry inside. So eating rice or porridge no longer left anyone feeling empty. Though they didn't have good seeds or modern fertilizer, thanks to Lam Lang, the rice plants were just as good as future breeds. A bumper harvest was guaranteed. Thinking about the 30 acres of rice fields about to wave in the wind. With this situation, the day they'd eat white rice daily wasn't far off. Everyone eagerly awaited those sweet, juicy grape clusters. It got dark and hard to see. Early the next morning, they went back to cutting straw grass to weave bags. Then Lam Lang hurriedly led the group to the grape trellis. Unbelievably, the birds were up early too. As they arrived, a fluttering commotion startled a flock of winged intruders, scattering them. Everyone looked at the shredded grape clusters, hearts aching beyond words. What a shame. Those were our grapes. Those birds are way too impatient. The grapes aren't even ripe yet. If they were, how could they have a chance? Yeah, thinking about it, that's true. If they were ripe, the birds would have already cleaned them out. Everyone grumbled anxiously and reluctantly, then got to work. Lam Lang told everyone to pick the clusters still intact, not heavily damaged, to wrap in bags. The ones mostly pecked to bits by birds were a lost cause. Before wrapping, they had to check carefully. If any grapes were bruised or rotten, remove them. Otherwise, juice from the rotten grapes would spread and ruin the whole cluster. Everyone listened intently, moved by the lesson, once again realizing getting to eat a sweet grape is no easy feat. Farming truly isn't simple. The knowledge here covers everything, but the payoff is definitely worth it. While wrapping the grape clusters, Lam Lang's expression suddenly changed. Ah, she shouted. Lei Huyen and the others looked over. What's wrong? Lam Lang exhaled, looking a bit grim. Those winged pests don't even spare the grapes. Our rice is about to ripen, right? Won't the birds wait for that? When the rice hits the milk stage, flocks of birds might swarm in. Lei Huyen was stunned. This was a big problem. They couldn't let all their hard work go to waste in the end. Under Dunam's gaze, as he looked at Lam Lang then Lei Huyen, he kindly offered some reassurance. Well, not all crops are targets for the birds, right? Our peppers, yard-long beans, cucumbers, plus pumpkins and winter melons are all growing well. Maybe the rice paddies won't get bothered by birds. Yeah, judging by how they look, probably not on their radar. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen exchanged glances. Lam Lang gave a wry smile. You guys don't know this. The rice husk is tough, sure. But rice is the bird's favorite snack, even more than grapes. No need to guess how chaotic it'll get when a third of the rice fields start to ripen. Honestly, there's no other way except having someone guard day and night or setting up some scarecrows made of straw to chase them off. That's about it. Lam Lang laughed. Forget it. We'll figure that out later. Right now, focus on the grapes. In the end, they wrapped over 80 grape clusters with the straw bags lined with leaves. Ugly as they were, they worked. The bottoms had no gaps, making sure the birds couldn't get in. All right, just a few more days, 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4, then harvest time. Lam Lang finally felt somewhat satisfied, thinking about the sweet, fragrant, juicy grapes. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. After the grape lesson, Lam Lang paid extra attention to the third of the rice fields. Once the milk stage started, she'd immediately implement protective measures. Scarecrows would be set up early and more would be made. If they could trap a few birds, even better. Hanging some dead ones on tree branches might scare off their buddies. That afternoon, everyone brought materials to the chicken coop area to start building. Chicken coops can be simple. The wood doesn't need to be dried, just nailed together and it's good to go. Lei Huyen used her powers to quickly set up square pillars about 5 or 6 feet tall. Everyone placed long wooden logs over 20 centimeters in diameter between the pillars. Lei Huyen used her powers to carve grooves in the pillars to snugly secure the logs. Dunam led the group to tie the logs tightly together with ropes. Then they laid thick planks nailed down firmly to make the floor. Lam Lang reused leftover planks for this. Bamboo was split and smoothed to remove sharp edges, perfect for flooring. Each strip was about the width of 3 fingers, spaced about 2 fingers apart. The chickens would rest here, and their droppings would fall through the gaps onto dry straw and leaves below for easy cleanup, which could also be composted into organic fertilizer. Lei Huyen kept using her powers to raise the pillars higher until they reached a height suitable for a house, then stopped. They then built a wooden frame based on the pillars. The chicken coop was rectangular, about 430 square feet. After the frame was up, the roof was covered with bark and secured. 3 sides were sealed with wooden boards, leaving one side open for ventilation to avoid bad smells. Since the chickens were free-range, just having shelter from rain was enough. No need to lock them inside. The coop also served as a place for hens to lay eggs. Lam Lang planned to put a few straw nests inside for egg laying. With enough people, they built 2 coops like this in half a day, still needing some pine bark, planning to gather more the next day. Bamboo was also short, so they cut it into smaller strips as a substitute. The rabbit hutch would be built tomorrow, so bark and wood were still in short supply. The next day, they split into 2 groups. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen led one group to chop firewood, bringing Tian along so he could get familiar with the area. After Lei Huyen finished setting the pillars, Dunam, Tung Fong, and the others stayed behind to build the rabbit hutch. Tian wasn't overly attached. When everyone was busy, he either stood nearby watching the hustle, ran off to play, or hunted. But whenever Lei Huyen called, he'd appear immediately. He seemed very smart, never wandering too far from Lei Huyen's connection range. What Tian hated most was how slow everyone walked. He lowered his body and growled softly to signal Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to ride on him. This time, 6 people went together. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen planned to walk with the group. Although Lam Lang's space could hold people, he rarely did that because the space was cluttered, making cleanup inconvenient. Plus, he didn't want this to become a habit to avoid people getting too dependent. Lam Lang patted Tian's head, smiling. How about you go ahead, we'll follow behind. Tian glanced at Lam Lang, then at Lei Huyen, growled softly, and zipped off, disappearing from sight. Lam Lang, that guy really took off. Van Lai and the others were all amazed, praising nonstop. No wonder he's Lei Ka's beast, he's seriously impressive. After another busy day, the rabbit hutch was finally finished. Lam Lang and the group cut a pile of weeds. Dunam burned it all to make ash for bedding, then spread it evenly under the chicken and rabbit coops in large baskets. The numbers were still small, the weather warm and dry. The chickens rarely went inside, so cleaning ash wasn't often needed. Later, when numbers grew, they planned to clean every few days for regular hygiene. The rabbit hutch was boarded on all 4 sides. The gaps between boards were over 2 fingers wide, covering about 430 square feet. 7 wild rabbits were released inside, but it still felt quite empty. These wild rabbits were much more active than chickens, darting out of the space immediately, standing on their hind legs, alert and scanning around, occasionally glancing at Lam Lang. Lam Lang laid down some fresh grass and a bunch of sweet potato vines, then smiled at Le Huyen. When we have time, let's catch a few more wild rabbits to raise. Le Huyen smiled in agreement, and everyone else looked genuinely happy, seeing the rabbits healthy and plump. A mature wild rabbit can weigh over 22 pounds, and if raised well, can reach nearly 44 pounds. This coop was nearly 430 square feet, so raising 70 or 80 rabbits was normal. Even fewer would still be a good number. Since the space was large, building more coops was easy. Raising many rabbits and chickens would ensure food supply. Both needed care. Later, animal organs from slaughter could be saved to feed the chickens, while daily feed would be wild vegetables and grasses like big and small foxtail. The two brothers were very invested in animal husbandry. For the past 2 days, whenever free, they ran out to check on the chickens and feed them leaves. Lam Lang smiled and said to them, "You two will be in charge of taking care of the chickens and rabbits from now on." Deal. Big Mao and Little Mao's eyes lit up as they nodded in unison. Got it, Sister Lang. We'll definitely fatten them up nice and plump for good meat. Lam Lang smiled. Good. Wild vegetables and grasses grow everywhere, especially along the riverbank. The grass there is tender and fresh, so no worries about food for them. As for winter, after a while, we can dry some grass for storage. In winter, feeding wild rabbits and clumsy chickens is easy. Animal organs can be used, or we can catch fish and shrimp from the river, or mix rice bran with dried vegetables for their feed. Lam Lang gave detailed instructions to Big Mao and Little Mao, who immediately became serious and promised to remember everything carefully, then prepare enough food supplies early for the clumsy chickens and wild rabbits for winter. Having no food in winter would be a disaster. They understood this deeply. Little Mao blinked. If there's really nothing left to eat, then we just kill and eat them. Tung Fong laughed heartily. Exactly. Everyone nodded in agreement, knowing that raising animals was really about food supply. Lam Lang nodded too, thinking it was better this way, rather than raising them skinny. She joked. By then, you guys better not have any regrets. Big Mao and Little Mao looked surprised, both puzzled at once. How could we not have regrets? Lam Lang choked up, answering reluctantly. It's just that raising them for a long time builds feelings, so you might be afraid to kill them later. Big Mao and Little Mao were still dreamy and didn't quite get it. But they were originally raised to be eaten. Everyone showed agreement on their faces, but then they felt that Sister Lang's words must have some logic. After all, Sister Lang was such a powerful shaman. Her words couldn't be wrong. So everyone was a bit vague. Seeing their confused faces, Lam Lang was helpless. She clearly just wanted to joke, but who knew it made them take it seriously, even get confused. It's easy to understand. They'd never raised livestock before, so of course they wouldn't develop feelings during the process, especially since food was the most important thing to them. The stumped chickens and wild rabbits were all food. No one thought much about it. Lam Lang laughed, waving her hand, saying, I was just speaking off the cuff. Let's pretend I never said anything. Oh, everyone finally realized, so Sister Lang was joking. Everything was settled smoothly. Lam Lang planned to bring the salt she got from the Salt Tribe back and cook it again to refine it. When she pulled out a huge basket of salt from her space, solid and firm, Yunam, Tung Fong, and the others all widened their eyes, both amazed and happy. Ah, Sister Lang and Ka Huyen really don't mess around. Ha ha ha, we've got so much salt now, this much will last us a long time. Don't worry, don't worry. No doubt, Sister Lang and Ka Huyen are the real deal. Lam Lang laughed loudly, proudly saying, this is nothing. I've got a few more baskets in my space. Everyone took a deep breath together. Even Tung Fong and Dang, who came along, could only marvel at the huge haul. No one expected it to be this much, their hearts blooming with joy. The whole group burst out laughing. Lam Lang and Le Huyen exchanged a look, caught up in the mood, couldn't help but laugh too. After everyone finished their cheerful chatter, Lam Lang smiled and said, Salt has a lot of benefits. Over time, you'll all understand. But this salt still needs careful processing because it has a bit of bitterness and isn't pure enough yet. Yunam and the others didn't understand what purity meant, but of course they knew what salt tasted like. Back in the Lone Tribe, they always ate salt like that, which really was bitter, sometimes even harsh. But since coming to the Zhaoyang tribe, they'd never tasted that bitterness again. The salt Lam Lang brought out wasn't like the salt they'd eaten before. It was snow white, with no bitterness, just salty and fragrant when added to food. Hearing Lam Lang say that, Yunam immediately thought of something, both hopeful and incredulous. Sister Lang, could this salt really be turned into the kind we're using? The others didn't react as quickly as Yunam, but they understood once they heard it, and their eyes lit up instantly. Lam Lang nodded proudly. Of course. Wow. Everyone cheered in unison. No doubt. Our shaman is amazing. Lam Lang was speechless. Refining raw salt into fine salt was basic knowledge. Hearing their sincere worship made her a bit embarrassed. But this so-called basic knowledge was unheard of for people from the primitive continent. Truly, the gap of thousands or even tens of thousands of years couldn't compare. Lam Lang cleared her throat. Let's get started. She really couldn't handle their admiring looks and words anymore. She was an easily embarrassed person. All right, whatever Sister Lang says, will do. Everyone was eager to get going. Lam Lang laughed and told the kitchen crew to light 2 clay stoves at once, heating a big ceramic pot, pouring in the raw salt to cook. Watching the raw salt dissolve gradually in the water as it was stirred continuously, it quickly dissolved completely. Yunam and the others felt heartbroken watching it. So much salt just disappearing like that. What if it was all lost? Lam Lang then directed everyone to scoop the salty water with ladles, pouring it into cotton cloth lined with crushed charcoal she had prepared, filtering twice, then taking the filtered salty water to slowly cook again, stirring gently. Waiting for crystallization, after about more than 2 hours, they finally got salt grains much finer than the raw salt before, and the color was much whiter. Yunam and the others were stunned and excited watching this magical scene. It's done, it's done. We really have salt now, we really did it. Everyone looked at the salt, far better than the original. Ah, it's amazing. No wonder it's the shaman. Lam Lang smiled, dipped a bit with her finger and tasted it. There was still a faint bitterness, almost unnoticeable if you didn't pay attention. It was definitely much better than the original salt. The salt from the salt tribe actually wasn't bad quality. It didn't contain too many chemical impurities. Otherwise, just filtering and boiling like this wouldn't remove the bitterness. Special chemicals would be needed. But right now, they couldn't get those special chemicals to purify the salt. Everyone's eyes were opened. No one was unhappy or unexcited, all competing to work. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, the 2 negative types, didn't even bother trying to join in. Everyone was busy all day working together in the salt filtering race, finally finishing, refining all the salt they got. The salt filled up 4 big baskets. If only they ate it themselves, it would last for years. But obviously salt wasn't just for daily cooking, seasoning. Lam Lang also planned to use it for curing sausages, dried meat, dried fish, pickling vegetables, making sauces, and so on. Besides those, salt had countless other uses in daily life. Moreover, their tribe planned to recruit more people. So yeah, it looks like a lot, but honestly, this amount of salt ain't nearly enough. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen were still set on heading out to find more salt and had already planned to leave right after handling the immediate stuff. No matter what, suddenly having a good stash of salt gave everyone mad peace of mind. The next day, the rice seedlings were ready to be planted. Lei Huyen pulled out a killer move, didn't even need to make a plow. The flooded fields were gently and evenly loosened up, so all that was left was to plant the seedlings directly. 13 people pitched in together. 30 acres of flooded fields were done in just one day. Seeing those tiny, fragile rice shoots planted in the water, sparkling under the sun, swaying east to west, they looked both pitiful and adorable, and by tomorrow morning, they'd start standing tall. In about a week, they'd be strong enough to start bending over under their own weight. By then, looking out, the whole field would be a solid green sea with no water in sight. Lam Lang felt super satisfied. To reward everyone, he cooked up a noodle dinner that night. Even though everyone only got 1 bowl, it still left everyone feeling totally content. Thanks to Lam Lang's careful care, the grapes were ripe and juicy on schedule. Of course, only the bunches wrapped in protective bags survived. The unwrapped ones got completely wrecked by birds in just 3 or 4 days. Than Thu, Tich Kwa, Dai Mao, and Tu Mao weren't happy about it at first and would chase the birds whenever they had free time. But sadly, those winged pests were too clever, and their efforts barely made a dent. Those birds used a full-on hit-and-run strategy. Every time Than Thu and the others showed up, the birds would flap their wings and scatter. Once they left, the birds would come back in droves to feast. This cycle repeated a few times until Than Thu and the crew gave up. Still, the bagged grape bunches were untouched by the birds, which was some small consolation. Even though the grape bunches weren't perfect, they tasted really sweet. Everyone carefully picked the grapes, put them in baskets, and occasionally popped a few in their mouths. The sweet, juicy flavor was intoxicating. So good, these grapes taste way better than a lot of wild fruits. Too bad those birds stole so many, or we'd have had several baskets. Those birds really knew their stuff, there was no way around it. Next year, we'll make more protective bags. Yeah, gotta hustle and harvest more. With half a basket of grapes collected, Lam Lang was too lazy to bother putting them in storage. Everyone worked hard and deserved to enjoy themselves. The basket of grapes was placed right in the main hall. Anyone who wanted some could just grab it and eat freely. That made everyone super happy, and within 2 days, it was all gone, but they still craved more. In the fields where corn, beans, peanuts, sunflower, seeds, taro, winter melon, and pumpkin were planted, the harvest season came one after another. Lam Lang led everyone to gather everything, till the soil again, and plant whatever was needed next. Lam Lang didn't have to put all these crops into storage space. He built separate grain warehouses in the barn for safekeeping. The dried peanuts were boiled, and the sunflower seeds were roasted. Everyone loved it. Meals became way more varied. Steamed taro, steamed pumpkin, boiled peanuts with salt, peanuts or soybeans stewed with meat or bones, winter melon soup or stir-fried winter melon meals changed daily. Before winter came, they could still plan another round, so there was no need to skimp on food. Farming really was an endless joy. Every harvest multiplied that joy. When replanting, besides doubling all the original crops, they added eggplant, amaranth, and rapeseed greens. They doubled and doubled again the radishes and rapeseed greens because these could be saved as food for the chickens and wild rabbits during winter. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao started feeling the pressure and immediately jumped into work, starting to dry hay. So Lam Lang taught them to cut sweet potato vines into small pieces, dry them on big trays, and store them. That way, they'd have dried grass for winter. There were still plenty of sweet potato vines in the field, and Dai Mao and Tiu Mao were over the moon. That day, they nervously told Lam Lang something. One of the chickens was acting weird, sitting squatted on the ground and refusing to stand up. Whenever they got close, it glared and screamed, feathers all puffed up, super aggressive. They didn't know what was wrong and didn't dare touch it. Sis Lam, come check it out with us. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao looked desperate, like if only Lam Lang stepped in, everything would be fine. Lam Lang was startled hearing this, thinking something was definitely wrong. That'd be a big headache if true. Didn't the Mang tribe say chickens were easy to raise? They grow without much care, and if you want meat, just catch one. And if you want eggs, just look where there's plenty of grass. How come after just a few days here, it's already not adapting? Everyone had tasted the joy of farming and was naturally looking forward to raising animals, so they all cared about this. So they went to check it out together. As they got close, the chicken was indeed squatting on the ground, puffed up, glaring, and making noise. That was pure hostility. Chickens are usually calm, but this one looked fierce, shocking everyone. That big body of its really gave off some serious intimidation vibes when angry. That's exactly it. Whoa, holding it up, it looks pretty tough. Sis Lam, what do we do? Is it okay? Lam Lang and Huyen looked at each other and both burst out laughing. It's fine, Lam Lang said cheerfully. She's about to hatch eggs. There's definitely eggs under her. Chickens sitting on eggs always act like this. Looks like this chicken was close to laying when she was still with the Mang tribe, so just a few days after moving here, she started brooding. It's about to hatch eggs. There's definitely eggs under its belly. Hens that are brooding all look like this. Looks like this clucky hen was close to laying when she was still with the Mang tribe, so just a few days after moving here, she started brooding. That's good news. Really good news. Everyone was happy to hear it. So we're about to have baby chicks, huh? Awesome. Best if we hatch a whole bunch. Raising a whole flock would be the real deal. Exactly, winter's gonna come with a steady food supply. Lam Lang laughed and said, for now, just leave it be. We'll come back tonight to move it and the eggs into the chicken coop. There's a special nest made just for them in there, so hatching eggs inside is quieter and safer. Plus, I've decided to bring a few more eggs from my space to have it hatch with. Dao Mao humbly asked, why wait until tonight to come back? Can't we do it now? Because this hen is already sitting on the eggs, and everyone's counting on it. Little Mao couldn't help but take it even more seriously, wishing she could just take it to the coop right away to give it better conditions. Little Mao got a bit worried and blurted out, Sis Lam, what if we take it to the coop and it runs off? Starting from scratch with livestock means teaching the basics. Lam Lang patiently explained, don't worry. When they're sitting on eggs, as long as they see the eggs are still there, they won't leave. Except for a few bird species that hunt at night, most others don't run around when it's dark and visibility is low. They just kinda zone out. That makes it much easier to catch them, so we'll come back at night. Oh, everyone suddenly got it. Turns out raising animals takes some knowledge too. Lam Lang then told Damao, from now on, when you feed the hen, do it near the coop so it gets used to the area. When it's free, it can wander around the coop, see the nest inside, and later when it lays eggs, it'll naturally go there. No more wandering around in the bushes. Animals are smart, you know. When they reproduce, they naturally look for the safest, most suitable spot. The coop is definitely better than the bushes, so once they know the coop exists, they'll pick it. Everyone was stunned, feeling amazed. That night, they found the hens still squatting, sitting on the eggs. Sure enough, when it got dark, that big body looked dumb and dazed. It fluffed up and squawked threateningly when it saw them, but its power was way down from daytime. No one was scared anymore. Da Mao stepped up and struggled to hold it. Little Mao quickly took the 5 eggs from the makeshift nest and put them into the nest in the basket. Da Mao hurriedly placed the struggling, squawking hen into the basket. The hen felt the eggs still under its belly. Just like Lam Lang said, didn't care if it was a grass nest or a basket, clucked a few times, then obediently kept sitting. Da Mao and Little Mao carried the basket. Lam Lang and the others went together to bring the hen to the coop and changed its nest again. This time, it was a pretty fancy nest, a neat square wooden frame, just the right width and height. Inside the nest was big, soft, round, lined thickly with dry straw. Most importantly, there were already eggs inside. The wild tribe had sent quite a few hen eggs earlier. Lam Lang placed 12 eggs in, plus 20 more hen eggs from her space and 6 duck eggs. She also had a few goose eggs in her space, but the nest wasn't big enough, so she left those out. Next time, if another hen agrees to hatch, she'll put those in. Nobody knew if the chicken or duck eggs would hatch, but just thinking about it was exciting. Da Mao, Little Mao initially worried the hen would notice the eggs weren't hers and get mad, refusing to sit. But who knew the hen didn't care about that stuff? As long as there were eggs under its belly, it'd behave. Lam Lang stored the initial eggs it was sitting on in her space and told Da Mao and the others not to bother it, just let it hatch in peace. Absolutely no sticking hands into the nest or the hen would peck hard. Also, remember to watch it over the next few days. It might get up to look for food after 3 or 4 days. When that happens, feed it something tasty to boost its strength. Da Mao and Little Mao nodded seriously. This was a big deal. The hen they brought back had already started hatching eggs quickly, which was an unexpected joy. After sorting this out, the rice in the 3 fields was almost ripe. Starting tomorrow, we have to keep watch over those 3 fields all the time. Keep the birds from landing. Maybe because Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took this seriously, everyone else got serious too. Alertness went up. Around the 3 fields, they set up 5 scarecrows made of straw. To make them more effective, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen even made the straw masks look fierce. At first, it worked great, especially when the wind blew. The rustling sound plus movement made even the faint-hearted like Bach, Thatch, and Ovan turn away. But before half a day passed, the birds saw through it. Or maybe the sweet smell of the ripening rice was just too tempting. So they chirped loudly, flocks after flocks swooping down. Lam Lang's group split into pairs to take turns watching. There had to be someone in the fields at all times. Whenever a flock dived in, the 2 on duty would immediately swing long sticks, shouting and chasing them off. They chased the birds away. Rice was just too tempting for birds. No matter how carefully you guard, it's hard to avoid a slip-up. Just a moment of carelessness and a few sneaky birds would dive in, peck a few grains, then get chased off. The watchers barely got a break, nerves stretched tight like a bowstring, constantly chasing. Here they come again. Hurry, hurry, over there. Man, these birds have guts. Luckily, the results are still crystal clear. Thanks to everyone's nonstop hustle, the rice grains barely took any damage. Lam Lang pumped everyone up. Keep pushing a little more, we're almost done. Today's behind us, just 3 or 4 more days tops. Yeah, definitely no more than 5 days. This mission's basically wrapped. By then, we'll be feasting on steaming white rice. Everyone's buzzing like they got a second wind. No worries. Sis Lam, we're not tired. For real, just thinking about having rice to eat wipes out all the fatigue. It's only 3 days. Blink, and it's over. Everyone even turned quiet to reassure Lam Lang back. Lam Lang felt his heart warm up big time. All right then, let's keep grinding. Yeah, of course we will. But just as they were eating dinner, someone suddenly remembered the birds that came to mess things up during the day. So what about nighttime? Could some other critters come wreck the crops? The first to bring this up was Du Nam. Then Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both immediately thought of rats. Damn. Lei Huyen stepped up with a grin. Leave the night shift to Tien. Phew. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yeah, we got Tien. With Tien around, no wild beast dares to come near. Birds flying overhead don't fear Tien, but anything running on the ground sure does. And Tien doesn't have to do much, just chilling by the field is enough. Animals can smell him from afar, so naturally, no creature dares to come close. All set. That night, everyone rested up to gear for the next day's fight. After dinner, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen took Tien to the field. Now, Lei Huyen's communication with Tien was getting smoother. Tien easily caught the gist of what he said. Lam Lang petted him some more, giving extra instructions. Tien's eyes seemed to understand even deeper, lazily wagging his tail and letting out a soft growl at Lam Lang before lying down right by the field. Lam Lang was thrilled and couldn't help but pet him again. Our Tien's smart and obedient. Tomorrow you get a deer leg treat. The leg meat's the juiciest and most nutritious part, totally worth the reward for Tien. After all, he's carrying the whole night shift for everyone. That night, everyone slept like babies. Early next morning, just as dawn broke, Du Nam and Ovan were already up guarding the field. Lam Lang felt uneasy, so after a bit, he dragged Le Huyen along. Turns out everyone had the same idea, slowly gathering one by one. You look at me, I look at you. No one could hold back laughter. Ha ha ha. We're totally in sync. Mornings have the most birds, having more people around helps. Once we chase them off, we'll figure out the next move. Right? Mornings are peak feeding time for birds, and the rice is ripening, making it even more irresistible. No bird can resist this delicious scent. That morning, the group worked themselves to the bone again. Luckily, these days can be counted on one hand, giving everyone hope, and that hope was right in front of their eyes. Finally, harvest day arrived. Everyone pitched in, grabbing whatever big sickles or knives they could find. In less than an hour, they finished harvesting a third of the field. Lam Lang had already prepared woven mats wide and long to spread out in the yard for drying the rice. Before drying, the rice needed threshing. They had that covered too. Using wooden boards and nails, they built a trapezoid-shaped box about waist-high, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, where grabbing handfuls of rice and hitting the inner walls would make the grains fall out automatically. In this post-apocalyptic world, all kinds of ancient, primitive tools had been reconstructed, some even compiled into illustrated manuals. When free, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen read and discuss these together. They remember the rice thresher design pretty well. Even if they didn't get it right the first time, a few tries would do. This thing wasn't hard to build, just that before they were too busy to get around to it. Now they planted over 30 acres. Next harvest, they definitely use a rice thresher. Doing it manually like this, even with many hands, was just too slow. As expected, Tung Fong, Fan Thu, and the others were overjoyed, finding the work fun and not tiring at all, competing to do more. Before long, they finished, everyone still craving more. Ah, that's it. I'm not done yet. Let's wait for the other fields to ripen and keep going. Thanks to Lam Lang's support skills, their rice yield was high, nearly 1,000 pounds per acre. A third of the field brought in at least 300 pounds. That's dry rice, not fresh. Looking at the full pile of rice, Lam Lang was over the moon. It was totally worth the effort. The freshly threshed rice was still damp and needed drying. At this stage, the grains were pale yellow, some still a bit green. After 2 days drying, they turned a bright golden yellow. Using a broom made from woven branches, they gently swept away leaves and grass debris, getting clean, shiny grains. Though the rice was harvested, they still had to watch it while drying. Those flying pests weren't giving up. They'd definitely come back. They couldn't afford to fail at the last step. Everyone nodded in agreement, so they kept taking shifts chasing the birds. This was way easier. No need for 2 people. 1 per shift was enough. The rice spread on the mats took up very little space. After a day, almost no grains were lost. At night, Lam Lang put the rice in woven baskets and stored it in the shelter. The next day, they'd bring it out to dry again. Chasing birds was much easier now. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had even bigger tasks. The two headed to the riverbank. This river was about 7 or 8 miles from their home, but that was nothing for their pace. They came to find a good spot near the water to build a water mill and a hydraulic rice pounding machine. From now on, grinding anything, whether it's rice or corn, is super convenient. They even harvested a ton of mature corn. After drying it out and grinding, they can make cornmeal. Mix it with veggies for the chickens to peck at. Sifting out the fine stuff, they can make corn cakes, steamed corn flour cakes, or grind it into a batter. Works for both corn and rice. Making steamed rice cakes with batter is a nice way to switch up the flavor sometimes. Bottom line, building a setup like this is beneficial in every way. The two of them followed the riverbank for a bit, picked a spot, and mapped out the layout. Where the water flows in, where the water wheel goes, where to place the millstones, where to install the rice grinder, and the drainage outlet all clearly planned. They also needed to build a roof here, both for protection and to keep the rain and sun off during the day while working. The device's principle isn't complicated, and making it isn't hard either. It's just that their skills aren't super refined yet, so it might take extra time to build. After a quick calculation, they estimated the materials needed and headed back. There was still plenty of wood left from the last cut, stacked up in the yard, drying in the sun. This time, it was just right to use. They called in Dang, Ko, Du Nam, and a few others to split up the work, making adjustments 3 times. After 4 days, they finally finished a simple little workshop. Watching the water wheel turn, the non-stop stream of water pouring down from above into the channel. The water in the channel rushed and gushed, powering the millstones and the rice grinder to spin, the heavy, steady noise echoing, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Even though since joining the Trieu Duong Tribe, they'd seen and heard so many things that constantly pushed their understanding to the next level, every so often expanding their knowledge, none of it shook them as hard as this scene right here. This is just insane. Unreal. Seriously, next level magic. Only some kind of immortal could have come up with this. I felt the same. Everyone was so shocked they were dumbfounded. This was a total upheaval of all their previous knowledge and worldview. Turns out, a regular river, one that roars and rages during heavy rain, scaring people, isn't just for drinking, washing, or catching fish and shrimp. It can be harnessed like this too. Lam Lang smiled bright like a flower and said, "This right here is the power of tools. Human strength has limits, but the power of tools is infinite. How far tools can go? It totally depends on how much they evolve. Everything in the world has its own kind of magic. Sometimes something looks plain at first glance, but if combined with a clever method or some internal connection, it can create a new tool or technique that improves our lives, making everything way easier and more convenient. Basically, if you dare to think and try, anything can happen." Du Nam and the others stayed quiet, lost in thought, seeming to understand but also not fully getting it. But Lam Lang's words, paired with the vivid scene right in front of them, clearly made a huge impact on everyone's hearts. If their minds were once a calm lake, now that lake was stirred up, rippling, becoming more lively and vibrant than ever. Du Nam asked in a daze, "So, does that mean a regular tribe warrior, using some tool or technique, could be stronger than a superpowered warrior?" Tung Fong and Dang both looked up at him, their eyes flashing as they said, "Exactly." Huyen smiled and replied without hesitation, "That's totally possible." A bunch of gasps echoed around uncontrollably. Tung Fong was stunned. "How can that be?" "Of course it can." Huyen said, "Think about it, if our bows were made with iron like knives or daggers, how sharp would they be? What if we figured out a way to make them shoot faster? Even faster? What if the archery skills were honed to perfection? They could even shoot multiple arrows at once. Even a fake superpowered warrior wouldn't stand a chance against archers like that. What if it wasn't just one archer, but a whole squad? And what if there were weapons stronger than bows?" Everyone's faces went pale, their feet sweating as they hurriedly wiped their hands. Others might not know this, but Lam Lang and Huyen know better than anyone. Before the apocalypse, human science and technology had developed to such terrifying levels, if we told them, it'd scare them to death. Even a superpowered warrior twice or thrice as strong is still just flesh and blood. How could they stand against high-tech advanced weapons? Lam Lang smiled gently and said softly, "Brother Huyen is only talking about a possibility. At least for now, it's not achievable yet. Right now, superpowered warriors are still the strongest." What Brother Huyen meant was to remind everyone that anything is possible and they should open their minds. Don't trap yourselves with rigid rules and old ways of thinking. You've seen it yourselves, our Trieu Duong Tribe has a lot of powerful stuff, right? That's because our people dare to think, dare to act, and put in the work to research. Saying this isn't to scare anyone but to break free from narrow thinking and make minds more flexible. Huyen's speech seemed to overwhelm everyone, so she had to comfort and bring them back. Everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, spirits lifted, nodding continuously. What Lam and Huyen said made a lot of sense. Yeah, hopefully one day we'll come up with ways to improve life too. Ha, that's the Trieu Duong Tribe tradition, we can't lose that. Exactly. Lam Lang clapped and laughed. You're all thinking right. Then our Trieu Duong Tribe is definitely going to keep growing stronger. Everyone was beaming with joy, full of confidence. It was bound to happen. After finishing the hydraulic rice pounding machine and the water mill, the rice left out to dry was already dry. There was no scale to weigh it, but it was definitely over 300 pounds. This rice was golden and shiny, with plump grains carrying the taste of sunlight and the pure aroma of food that just made everyone fall silent. Lam Lang didn't put this rice into the space storage but stored it in the food warehouse. The square food storage was made from wooden planks with a lid, ensuring not even a mouse could sneak in. 100 pounds of rice could produce about 60 to 70 pounds of white rice. That meant they already had nearly 200 pounds of rice. Plus, there were 30 acres of rice fields growing strong out there. Life was truly amazing. Ha ha ha. With fresh rice, of course, everyone had to cook a delicious meal to celebrate. Besides, everyone was eager to see if that hydraulic rice pounding machine really worked when running. As soon as Lam Lang suggested it, everyone cheered and happily loaded 2 baskets full of rice onto a shoulder pole. The whole crew buzzed excitedly as they headed to the riverbank. Seeing that, Lam Lang tilted his head and smiled at Huyen. "When we get some free time, let's try making a handcart. That thing's super handy, even easier to use than carrying baskets on a shoulder pole." Even though carrying baskets on poles had already blown Du Nam and the others' minds, Lam Lang guided and demonstrated, and everyone quickly understood how to pound rice. The water wheel they designed had pedals to speed it up, making the water flow stronger and the pushing force greater. Than Thu and Thick Qua fought to jump on and pedal, gripping the crossbar tightly, refusing to get off, their feet pedaling with pure excitement. Watching the water wheel, bigger than both of them, spinning fast and pouring water roaring into the canal, the two were so hyped they kept shouting, "This is crazy fun. Seriously, this water wheel thing is awesome. Look how fast it pounds rice." Tung Fong stood nearby, rubbing his hands, itching to pull someone down and take their place, shouting, "Let me pedal. I can go even faster." A few eyes lit up immediately, shouting to outdo each other, "I can do it too. My turn. I pedal fast too." "Me too," Than Thur laughed proudly. "I can pedal all by myself. No one's taking my spot today." Tung Fong glared angrily. "Next time, no one gets a turn. Anyone who tries will get thrown in the river." Dan Thi and Thich Qua just chuckled. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen watched and laughed happily. One load of rice weighed about 150 to 160 pounds. Since the rice pounding machines they made were pretty big and they had 3 of them, it took less than an hour to finish pounding all the rice. After pounding, the husks and grains were separated. They just needed to sift through a round winnowing basket to get clean white rice. Everyone went back to the yard and kept busy with this task. The freshly pounded rice was plump, pure, white, and shiny. The rich aroma of rice spread thickly. The sifted rice was all stored in the kitchen storage room. There was a container taller than half a person with a lid, just right for holding the rice. The container was almost full. Combined with meat and vegetables, it was enough to feed 13 people for 20 days easily. Compared to before, it was way, way better. They said rice cooked from fresh grains was especially fragrant and delicious. Lam Lang decided to cook a really good white rice meal tonight to celebrate. With good food, everyone happily went to pick vegetables, wash and cut meat, each lending a hand. It had been a while since they went fishing at the river. Lam Lang took a net and brought Lei Huyen along. Dai Mao and Tiu Mao told Tung Fong he was in charge of gutting the wild game, making sure not to throw away the innards but bring everything back to share with Thich Qua and O Von to take to the river. Everyone still wasn't used to raising animals. Before, when gutting prey, they'd just toss the innards away out of habit, which broke the hearts of the animal lovers, Dai Mao and Tiu Mao. Now they were pretty skilled at net fishing. Seeing their eager eyes, Lam Lang felt bad not giving them the nets and handed them over right away. "Let you guys handle it." They cheered happily and excitedly, went to cast the nets. Lam Lang turned and smiled at Lei Huyen. "When we have time, we'll make some fishing rods, teach them how to fish, especially for big fish. The river's huge and pristine, so it's obvious there are tons of big fish. Using nets to catch big fish is kinda tough because big fish usually hang out in deep water, but they only set nets near the shore. Anyway, there are plenty of fish everywhere. Nets near the shore are always full, so there's no need to risk going far out for big fish. If they caught a huge one and tore the net, the loss wouldn't be worth it. Plus, who knows what dangerous creatures lurk in deep water. Fishing with rods is safer." Speaking of fishing, the two couldn't help but get itchy hands. Lei Huyen said, "Sounds good. We'll make some in a few days." Though the gear might be simple, river fish in the Guian Sin mainland had never seen fishing like this. Noongu's probably easy to catch. Thich Qua and the others shouted happily, casting nets 3 or 4 times. 2 wooden tubs were packed full. Before, they used to throw away small fish and shrimp, but now Dai Mao and Tiu Mao couldn't bear to waste them and collected all the small fish and shrimp in baskets to feed the chickens. Today's haul was really rich. Lam Lang glanced over the catch. There were many types, and even though he didn't know the names of many, they looked delicious. Everyone headed back, and Lam Lang got ready to cook the fish. It had been a while since they ate fish. Tonight they'd make braised fish, steamed fish with chili, crispy fried small fish and shrimp. They also had 2 soft-shell turtles to cook with wild chicken, adding some hot peppers for a spicy and fresh sweet dish. After Lam Lang picked out more than half a basket of small fish and shrimp for dinner, Dai Mao and Tiu Mao took the rest to feed the chickens. The 2 brothers would run out to the chicken coop every day, whether there was something going on or not. The speckled hens recognized them and came over without needing to be called. Each one chirped happily, running up to check out the little fish and shrimp wriggling around on the ground. Pecking gently, they made soft, friendly noises. The brothers especially doted on the speckled hen that was sitting on eggs. Little Mao even deliberately brought some fish and shrimp into the coop, carefully placing it in front of the nest. The brooding hen clucked a few times, hopped out of the nest to eat her fill, then took a stroll, fluffed her feathers, and went back to continue incubating. Big Mao and Little Mao watched her with gentle, loving eyes, waiting until she settled back on the nest before heading over to check on the wild rabbits that spent their days just eating and fighting, then returned home. Just in time for dinner, the freshly cooked white rice steamed, filling the air with a rich, fragrant aroma. Each grain of rice was plump and translucent. This was the hard-earned result of everyone's struggle to snatch it from the bird's territory. Looking at the delicious pot of rice, everyone felt both satisfied and touched, realizing it wasn't easy at all, so eating it felt sweeter and more rewarding than ever. It was well worth the effort. The cotton was also ripe and ready for harvest. Compared to the rice paddies, which had plenty of seeds, the cotton looked much more pitiful. There were only 18 cotton plants in total. 30 acres of cotton fields had been reclaimed but had no seeds yet. They had to wait to harvest seeds from these 18 plants before they could plant more. Because cotton was rare and precious, Lam Lang took extra care. She spent more time in the cotton fields than anywhere else, watering thoroughly and keeping a close eye out for leaf-eating pests. Although there were only 18 plants, they were growing very well, with trimmed tops and lush branches. Each branch had 3 or 4 cotton bolls, and each plant had at least 30 bolls, with some better ones having up to 40. The 18 cotton plants were quickly harvested, revealing pure white, soft cotton that looked like snow, wrapped around tiny black seeds. These were the precious seeds. Each boll usually had 4 or 5 segments, each containing 1 seed, totaling around 2,000 to 3,000 seeds. Lam Lang was confident that the cotton batch she personally tended had a germination rate of at least 90%, meaning they'd have a big cotton harvest before winter. Du Nam and the others carefully touched the soft, pure white cotton tufts, amazed by how smooth and delicate they felt. They touched lightly, not daring to press hard, but the sensation was so incredible and pleasant that no one wanted to let go. Fan Thu's eyes lit up. "Sis Lam, can this really be made into clothes?" That sparked a new topic, and everyone started chatting excitedly. "Yeah, I can't believe it even after looking at it for so long. How do you turn this cotton into clothes? It's amazing, seriously amazing. Is this the mystery of everything in the world? When will you make clothes, Sis Lam? I really want to see that." Me too, me too. From the moment Lam Lang carefully extracted the last 18 cotton seeds from the cushion, she knew she'd harvest a lot of cotton, so she generously shared her fabric stash from the space. She taught everyone how to sew clothes. Cotton shirts for summer were much lighter and cooler than wrapping themselves in animal skins, and nobody didn't like that. Before, when they saw Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's strange clothes, they didn't think much of it. After all, customs and habits varied a lot between tribes. Many unique items from each tribe weren't easily traded with others, so they just thought the clothes from the Trieu Duong Tribe looked different from theirs. But once they actually wore the clothes, they realized how good they really were. Lam Lang smiled softly. "Don't worry, we'll first separate the cotton seeds, then dry the cotton, fluff it up, roll it into long strands, and spin it on a spinning wheel to make cotton thread for weaving fabric. Separating the seeds is called ginning, and the tool is simple, just a wooden stick and a support surface. Later, adding a few hand cranks will boost efficiency. After ginning, the next step is fluffing the cotton to make it evenly airy, then rolling it into long strands that can be fed into a manual spinning wheel for weaving." After the tech collapse during the apocalypse, these primitive methods have become valuable again. We've all done this by hand before, so it's not weird to go back to it now. Everyone felt a bit overwhelmed hearing this, but that didn't stop them from nodding continuously, showing respect. After all, if they didn't understand it, it must be right. Lam Lang was eager to get the cotton seeds, since the 30 acres of land were waiting for seeds to be planted. So that very day, she taught everyone how to clean the cotton and fluff it. Fluffing cotton is pretty tiring, but Du Nam, Tong Fong, and the others didn't feel tired at all. In fact, they were excited. Everyone wanted to try, which lifted the spirits of Lam Lang and Lei Huyen too. You have to understand that during the apocalypse, a lot of low-efficiency tasks like this were the biggest complaints. But with factories and machines gone and electricity only available 1 hour a day, no matter how much you complained, you had to do it yourself. Hearing people complain while working just killed the mood. It was way better that everyone was happy now. This cotton was perfect for everyone to practice with. Even if they couldn't spin thread in the end, it could still be used to stuff cotton jackets. Meanwhile, Du Nam, Tong Fong, and Fan Thu were fiddling with the cotton and thread. Lam Lang dried the seeds a bit and organized people to plant them. For now, there was no big work inside the house. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen then told everyone. They would head out to find a salt mine, just the two of them going. They left the household affairs to the others, reminding them to carefully tend to the crops in the fields. The speckled hens and wild rabbits also needed careful care. The hen's been sitting on her eggs for who knows how long, but it looks like the chicks are about to hatch. When that happens, remember to feed the newborn chicks some plain white rice and finely chopped small fish and shrimp. If the mother hen refuses to come back to the coop at night, just shoo her a few times, and she'll get used to it for sure. The chicks are pretty fragile. Having a safe place to sleep at night is super important. During the day, it's a bit easier. Mother hens love their chicks a lot, and if she's around, she won't let her babies get hurt. But once the chicks hatch, that hen's definitely going to be bigger than the regular chickens and ducklings. Not sure if those little ones will get bullied. Also, don't know if the mother hen will freak out seeing 3 different types of chicks all in different sizes. But since she hatched them herself, she'll probably treat all 3 kinds fairly. Lam Lang didn't forget to warn. Absolutely don't mess with those chicks. Be careful, or the mother hen might peck you. That hen's huge, so if she pecks you, it's gonna hurt like hell. Don't worry, sis lamb. We got this. Big Mao and Little Mao pounded their chests confidently, full of responsibility. This is our turf. Anyone who causes trouble won't get away with it. Lam Lang smiled and nodded, fully trusting those two. Big Mao and Little Mao really care. That's why Lam Lang felt safe leaving with Huyen. Du Nam and the others were both excited and worried. Excited because even though the leader and the shaman weren't 100% sure, they felt pretty confident. Their tribe was about to get salt. From now on, they could hold their heads high. No more begging anyone, which was definitely something to celebrate. But worried because making this work wouldn't be easy. Even though those two were skilled, this land was way too dangerous. Going off alone, no one could guarantee what would happen. Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, you both gotta be careful. If things really go south, come back early, okay? Du Nam said seriously. The others nodded right away. Yeah, no matter what, come back early. This isn't a rush. We can figure things out slowly. Don't worry. Lam Lang laughed and replied, no matter what, we'll be back before the rice is ready to harvest. 30 acres of land, we won't feel at ease if we don't come back. Oh, right, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The rice fields are growing so well, Sis Lam definitely wouldn't just abandon them. So Du Nam perked up and added, we'll definitely take good care of the rice fields, the hen and wild rabbits, the bamboo grove, and the wild pepper plants too. Lam Lang was very pleased. Yeah, I'm leaving the house in your hands. I feel really safe. It's not easy. Just a couple months ago, you guys were total rookies at farming, raising animals, and now you know how to handle 100 plants, 100 chickens, and care for rabbits. This progress is seriously impressive. Before leaving, Lam Lang took 3 large hunted animals from her space stash, still unskinned, and left them for them. Stored in the cellar, that's enough food for 3 to 5 days for sure, but this time she wasn't worried about them starving anymore. They knew how to use bows, set traps, had fishing nets. The storage had rice, corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, beans, pumpkins, and squash, plus tons of greens in the fields. Basically, they wouldn't go hungry no matter what. Early morning, the two set off, riding Chien. Today, Chien shook off his usual laziness, full of energy and swagger. He lifted his head, let out a light neigh, and sped off. The pace was just right for Lam Lang and Lei Huyen, fast but not too much. Lam Lang silently praised. Our horse is so smart, learns fast, and remembers everything well. The direction they took was the same one they'd gone before to dig bamboo shoots. Last time, from afar, they saw a huge herd of deer, but because of time limits, they didn't get close. This time, if they were patient and searched carefully, they'd probably find them. Just finding them would give hope. Even though it was just hope, they didn't put all their bets on it. Along the way, they stayed alert, trying to search as many places as possible. Can't believe the bad luck just keeps going. Is there really no place with salt on this huge continent? Thanks to Chien, the trip that should have taken 3 days only took a day and a half. Of course, there were no bamboo shoots now. They'd grown tall and thick. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen didn't go deep into the bamboo forest. They didn't even stop long in that area and kept riding Chien forward. Last time, they'd seen a big herd of deer ahead from a distance. Of course, deer can't stay in one place forever, but usually their range doesn't change too much. The biggest change is during migration. But now it was summer. Plants were lush. Not migration season yet, so they decided to camp somewhere suitable for now, then search within a 35-mile radius during the day. After a few rounds, they'd figure out the next step. Bad luck can't be that perfect that they find nothing. But their luck really wasn't any better this time. For 2 days straight, no sign of anything. Maybe our search area is too small? Tomorrow we'll expand it or try one more day. Yeah, okay, let's try one more day tomorrow. If still no luck, we'll take Chien and move on. Alright, another day passed, still no sign of the deer. But instead of rushing off, they came up with another idea. Lam Lang took a deer out of her space stash, petted Chien's head, then showed it to him, smiling gently. Chien, you see this deer? Help us find deer like this, okay? She said while rubbing her hands to describe. Yeah, find lots of them, the more the better. Worried Chien didn't get it, she pointed at the deer again. Find deer just like this one. Got it. Lei Huyen gently placed her hand on Chien's forehead, softly said, Chien, go find the deer herd, okay? Go on. Chien looked at the two of them, then at the deer on the ground, let out a low growl, wagged its tail, and dashed off like a lightning bolt, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Lam Lang leaned against Lei Huyen and smiled. That was fast. While waiting for us, it really tried to hold back. You can see it's getting more and more powerful. Lei Huyen smiled softly and nodded. Indeed, it was getting stronger by the day, and his supernatural ability was also increasing rapidly. The symbiosis with the beast is truly amazing. Lam Lang hugged him and gave him a playful wink. So, can you sense Qian's state? Do you know what it's doing? Lei Haiyan was half laughing, half crying. You're overthinking it. This connection goes both ways. If it were really that intense, I wouldn't be happy about it. I'm a married man now. Even with spiritual sensing, it's gotta be with my wife. He went on to say that within a radius of a few dozen miles, he could locate Qian and sense if it was in danger. If he placed his hand on its forehead, he could send his thoughts and feel its emotions. But Qian didn't fully understand his intentions, and he couldn't grasp everything it wanted to communicate. Their communication was still pretty rough. Still, Lam Lang was envious, both admiring and comforted. Qian had only been with them a short while, so that was normal. Everything would get smoother over time. That was definitely true. Huyen nodded, feeling the bond between him and Qian gradually becoming more fluid. They had been searching for days with no luck, growing tired and frustrated. It was just right for Qian to take the lead while they rested and relaxed a bit. They wandered nearby, collecting anything worth taking into their space. When unlucky, small animals bumped into them, so they just hunt and stash them away. Compared to them, Qian was way more skilled. After just over an hour, it was back. Grr. Qian crouched down beside them, turning its head to look back. Lam Lang was thrilled. Huyen, did Qian find it? Is it trying to lead us there? Probably. They quickly climbed onto its back, and Qian dashed toward the forest. Among the tall trees, thick grass, tangled vines, and thorny bushes, Qian moved effortlessly. It walked as if on flat ground, knowing the path like the back of its paw, leading them through streams and dense forest. Climbing hills and crossing streams, the scenery behind them blurred like a rushing river. When they reached a spot on the mountainside, Qian let out a soft growl and stopped. Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan looked up and immediately saw a bright sight. Standing on the mountainside, the cliff they just climbed was sheer, dotted with jagged rocks. The other side sloped gently like a young girl's flowing skirt, stretching down to an unbelievably vast valley. The grass on the mountainside and in the valley was lush, soft, and vibrant. Countless herbivores grazed peacefully, their melodic calls echoing occasionally. Wild cattle, various wild goats, deer, rabbits, foxes, all were there. The most striking was a massive herd of deer in the distance, easily 300 to 500 strong. Amazing. Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan exchanged joyful looks. This was definitely the deer herd they'd been searching for. Deer love licking mineral salt. A herd this big had obviously been around for years. They must have their own salt deposit. Just by following them closely, the chance of success was very high. They dismounted Qian. Lam Lang stroked its sleek fur, smiling with praise. Our Qian is awesome, truly a master tracker. Qian gave her a cold, noble glare, flicked its ears, and turned away. Huyen, let's head over there. All right. The deer are still far, so we gotta keep close. Qian didn't follow but looked at Le Huyen. Le Huyen smiled and gently patted its leg. Go wherever you want, but don't run too far. Qian growled softly and turned to leave. In this forest, Qian was king. Lam Lang and Le Huyen felt completely at ease with it. They quietly followed the direction of the deer, keeping about 30 feet behind the herd. Lam Lang's space was stocked with water and cooked food. There was even stir-fried beans with minced meat, spicy stir-fried meat, garlic and green chili stir-fry, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, steamed potatoes, steamed squash, boiled eggs, grilled ribs, and roasted pork belly. Over 10 dishes packed into 2 large lunch boxes, ready to eat whenever they wanted. This was super convenient, just follow the deer and eat when hungry. Although deer like licking salt, rocks, or salty patches, they didn't need it every day, usually only once every few days. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had no choice but to wait and watch. To avoid disturbing the deer, Lei Haiyan didn't hunt any prey, even though the wild cattle looked incredibly tempting and both of them were starving. On the third day, after the deer drank and grazed for over an hour that morning, they finally started moving. The lead deer grunted as if sending a signal. The whole herd immediately followed. Their movements were decisive and swift. They were finally on the move. Lam Lang and Lei Haiyan quickly followed Qian. Qian lowered its body, ready to be ridden. Lam Lang smiled and patted its head. Good boy, Qian. Stay close to us. This time, no need to ride. With Qian's speed, just a few steps and it was already ahead of the deer. They walked steadily, the deer leading the way while they followed behind, making it easy to keep track. For about an hour and a half, they kept a steady distance behind the herd. The scenery shifted again. Ahead was a narrow valley with sparse trees and scattered boulders. The deer excitedly rushed forward, lowering their heads to lick stones by a shallow lake. The herd seemed filled with a joyful and peaceful vibe. Most of it is right here. If not here, then we gotta find somewhere else. Yeah, that's true. The deer won't leave just yet at this time. Of course, the two of them waited until the deer left before moving in to check. So they sat down and pulled out a small stove from their space to cook rice. Craving some rice already, the lunchbox they brought had spicy, stir-fried meat and wild chicken cooked with mushrooms, served with rice so fragrant it made their mouths water. The two of them leisurely ate lunch. Afterward, they saw the deer finish eating and leave. Not long after, the whole valley returned to its quiet state. Let's go. The two of them led Kian forward. That shallow lake had been trampled into a mess by the deer, especially the shallow shore area, which had turned murky. With water like this, there was no way they could drink it, nor did they need to. Salt crystals had already started forming sparsely on the ground. Sure enough, there was salt here. The trip wasn't wasted after all. The two were over the moon. They had no intention of destroying the salt lake or salt flats. Since there was salt here, there had to be better spots nearby for mining, just needed to search carefully. Sure enough, they found a salt vein deep in the valley that could be mined. Huyen used her earth-based powers and dug less than 2 meters down before salty brine gushed up, filling the hole. The two dipped their fingers in the salty water and tasted it rich and salty. Most importantly, there were no impurities or strange smells. Just boil the brine and they could get pure white salt of excellent quality. Judging by this salt vein's condition, it was either inexhaustible or close to it. In short, from now on, the Trieu Duong Tribe wouldn't have to bow down to the Salt Tribe anymore. They'd have more than enough for themselves and could even trade it. That's awesome. You've got a stone pot in your space, right? Why don't we try cooking a batch? Lam Lang smiled brightly. Lei Huyen nodded. All right, let's do it. They wasted no time getting started. Lei Huyen built an earthen stove right there. Lam Lang pulled out a big ceramic pot from their space, placed it on the stove, scooped salty water with a wooden bucket into the pot, lit a fire, and slowly stirred with a wooden stick about the thickness of a wrist. Gradually, the water evaporated, and the salty water's flow in the ceramic pot slowed down. They lowered the heat and kept stirring evenly. Soon, white salt crystals became clearly visible. Lam Lang dipped some of the white salt and tasted its pure and rich saltiness. Huyen, we nailed it. This salt tastes even better than the Salt Tribe's. Le Huyen was just as thrilled. The yield was really impressive. They cooked 1 pot of salty water and got about 30 pounds of salt. If they cooked a few more pots, 3 pots a day, they could get nearly 300 pounds of salt daily. 300 pounds. Cooking once every few months would be enough for their own use and trading. This place would become a precious land for the Trieu Duong Tribe. Lam Lang quickly packed everything up. Le Huyen stomped down the earthen stove, but they didn't cover the salt vein. Even if someone found it, no one would know what it was. They were completely confident about that. Let's get out of here. We can head back tomorrow. Standing at the valley's mouth, Lam Lang looked back at the place and smiled. If we have enough manpower later, we should build a mountain camp or a fortress here to hold this spot tight. Over time, no wall can hide forever, and eventually, this place might get discovered. No one knows the salt boiling method yet, but no one can guarantee it won't be leaked in the future. Only by fully controlling this place can we feel safe. It's not too far from the Trieu Duong Tribe, so it's easy to keep an eye on. Le Huyen called Chien over. Lam Lang smiled brightly and praised the beast. Le Huyen gently placed her hand on its forehead. After a moment, it let out a soft growl and crouched down. The two climbed onto its back. Qian's habit of patrolling was really useful. After a round, it had the whole area mapped out in its mind. Le Huyen just had to say they wanted to go back, and it led them out. Chien didn't take the old path but chose a shortcut, and in a blink, they were out of the forest, back in the wildlands. This place was only about 30 miles from where they camped a few nights ago. Without a map and being almost clueless about this continent, Lam Lang and Lei Huyen really felt like they were walking in a fog, afraid to blindly find their way. Luckily, Chien took care of everything. Lam Lang happily hugged its head, rubbing it. Our Chien is seriously amazing. Next time will be way easier. With everything done, the two decided to head back tomorrow. As for the salt, since they found it, there was no rush. They'd rest a few days, then bring Du Nam and the others here, so they could learn how to boil salt from the brine. After finishing the salt, they should prepare to head to the Mang tribe. If the Mang tribe agrees, they want to trade some weapons and farming tools. Preparing ahead to avoid being caught off guard. The Trieu Duong tribe would sooner or later have to recruit more people to expand. Weapons and farming tools need to be ready now. They'll definitely be needed. Du Nam and the others didn't expect Lam Lang and Lei Huyen to return so quickly. They thought they found nothing and didn't want to waste time, so they came back. They were about to console them when Lam Lang pulled out a big basin of salt from their space. Proudly, Lam Lang said, "Look, this is the salt we boil ourselves." The room went silent for a beat, then exploded like a boiling hot pot. Is this what I think it is? Ah, it's really salt. Ha ha ha. Dang and Ovan's legs went weak, and with a thud, they dropped to the ground, eyes wide, mouths agape, then burst out laughing, slapping the floor. It's really salt. We found it. We actually found salt. Everyone laughed and cried, shouting and hollering, arms flailing, hugging and punching each other's shoulders. The words were all tangled up, and it took a long while before they reluctantly calmed down. Calling it a reluctant calm was exactly that, just reluctant. Everyone's faces were still fired up, eyes blazing bright, words still stammering and jumbled. Lam Ling and Le Huyen knew this good news would make everyone happy, but they never expected it to be this wild. However, from Du Nam and Tung Fong's perspective, this reaction wasn't surprising at all. It's salt, man, salt. Something the tribes can't produce themselves, but it's essential for survival. Salt, something only the Salt tribe has. God knows how much they both loved and hated salt. They dreamed themselves crazy, just hoping for a day when they wouldn't have to worry about running out of salt, no longer getting screwed over by others controlling it. But they also knew damn well it was just wishful thinking, a pipe dream. Salt was a gift from the gods to the Salt tribe. How could other tribes ever have it? Yet Lam Ling and Lei Huyen, their two great leaders, had only been gone a few days and already found salt, even brought it back. It was like a blessing from the gods themselves. Our tribes got salt now, we got salt now. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but get hyped up again. This was definitely something worth celebrating for 10 days and 8 nights straight. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen were half laughing, half crying, finally calming everyone down. Tonight we cooked plain white rice, everyone together for a proper celebration. Celebrate. Celebrate, tonight's gotta be a real celebration. A big win like this definitely called for a grand celebration. To make it even more special, Lam Ling pulled out some liquor from the space. Not much, just over half a ceramic cup for each person, but the rich, intoxicating aroma instantly won everyone over. Damn, this stuff's good. Seriously, it's too good. Lam Ling laughed loudly, saying, once we have more food, we can make our own liquor. We'll have it all someday. That got everyone even more hyped, shining with joy. Probably even the immortals don't live like this. It wasn't until after dinner that everyone's excitement finally settled down, and they couldn't wait to get the full story about the salt. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen didn't hold back, telling everyone everything, even saying that from now on, people would take turns going to that valley to learn how to boil salt water and get salt. Everyone got hyped up again. For real. I can make salt too? Oh man, I can actually make salt? I never thought I'd see the day I could make salt with my own hands. We're not dreaming, right? Of course not. Everyone stared at their hands, move as if those hands had suddenly become special, because soon they'd know how to make salt. Lam Ling chuckled. All right, we set off in 2 days. Everyone will take turns, everyone gets a chance. Everyone wished they could leave tomorrow, but they knew once Vu Su got back, he'd want to check the fields first, and wouldn't agree to leave so soon, so they all nodded, holding back their excitement. Le Huyen suddenly got serious, glanced around at everyone, then said in a low voice, this is a secret of our Trieu Duong Tribe. We're the first group to rebuild the tribe. No matter how many join later, they won't be like us. All tribe secrets, unless Vu Su and I say so, must never be revealed to anyone, no exceptions. Du Nam nodded, the first to show agreement. Brother Huyen's right. Even if more people join later, we're all brothers, but we're still different from the others. We must keep the tribe's secrets tight and never spill them, especially about the salt. No way it gets out. Everyone understood how serious this was, pledging one after another, scratching their heads, honestly saying, we definitely won't tell anyone about making salt, but is there anything else we can't say? Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, tell us. Black Stone, White Stone, Big Mao, and Little Mao, still young and not fully understanding, all agreed with Dang. I want to know too. I'm scared I might say something wrong. Me too. Lam Ling smiled. No talking about making salt, pottery, charcoal burning, the iron tools Sister pulled from the space, or spinning cotton thread and weaving fabric. None of that can be talked about. Dang's crew counted on their fingers. We won't say any of this. Blackstone looked like it might be hard to remember all that. Remember one thing, forget another. Ben decided inside, better not say anything at all to be safe. At first, they thought recruiting more people would be tough, at least in the short term. But now it's different, not to mention they have plenty of food and know how to farm and raise animals. Just having salt alone is enough to grow the tribe. So they had to be super careful. Because among the newcomers or small tribes joining, who knows if there's someone with bad intentions. The next day, sure enough, Lam Ling went around the vegetable garden, checked everywhere, watered the plants himself, busy all day. That night, everyone talked about who would go and who would stay, itching with excitement. Even though they knew for sure they'd get to go, their legs were restless. In the tribe, everything was settled by strength, fight it out. Whoever wins goes, whoever loses stays. Super fair. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen were completely speechless. Lam Ling had to remind them that at least 2 adults had to stay behind, not just leave Big Mao and Little Mao alone. Black Stone, White Stone, You guys are just 13, 14, 15 years old. Can you really stay? Everyone thought about it and agreed, so the fight went on, but only between those with equal strength. In the end, you'll be going with Lam Ling and Le Huyen tomorrow. Du Nam, Dan Thu, Grass, Blackstone, Whitestone, and Ovan have no equal opponents, so they stay for now. Big Mao and Little Mao really wanted to, but in the end, they couldn't shake their worries about the brooding chickens, so they reluctantly gave up and asked to stay. When you bet, you gotta accept losing. Nobody had any objections. After the fight, they slapped each other on the back, laughing like nothing happened. Lam Ling really missed those brooding chickens. At first, she thought it would take forever to get back, so she didn't have much hope, but surprisingly, she found salt quickly. Of course, she wanted to get back soon to witness the chicks hatching. So this time, she had to make the most of the time. Early the next morning, she arranged 3 big clay pots, 2 pairs of wooden buckets, 6 covered baskets, neatly stacked in the space, then tidied up the area a bit, and decisively brought Du Nam's group inside the space. She and Le Huyen rode the money, which was obviously way faster than walking with the whole group. A day and a half later, the money brought everyone to the spot. Lam Ling let them out of the space. Everyone looked at the small valley that seemed ordinary at first glance, but it felt like they were gazing at holy land. Their eyes were full of reverence. Tham Thu sincerely praised it. This place is really something special. Grass and the others nodded in agreement. That's right, Lam Ling, Le Huyen. As long as everyone's happy, that's what matters. Du Nam held back his excitement, trying to look calm. Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, shall we get started? What do we do first? All eyes turned to the two of them at once. All right, no more resting. They didn't want to kill the mood either. Brother Huyen went to set up the clay stove. Follow me, everyone. Lam Ling led Du Nam and the others to the salt well, pointed at the salty water inside, and said, "This is salt water." They scooped up the salt water, poured it into the clay pot, and lit a fire to boil it. Once the water evaporated, what was left in the pot was salt. Silence fell over the group. Is that all? Everyone looked a bit confused. Something they had made sacred enough to kneel for turned out to be this simple. Tham Thu hesitated. Sister Lam, is it really just that? Grass, Whitestone, and Blackstone were also dumbfounded. Lam Ling found their reactions hilarious and burst out laughing. Just kidding, yeah, that's all there is. But if you want, you can carry the wooden buckets running around this whole valley before pouring it into the pot. Blackstone blurted out innocently. Wouldn't that be super dumb? Lam Ling laughed heartily. Exactly, Blackstone. Du Nam laughed too. Sister Lam's just messing with us. Let's get to work. Everyone laughed together. All right, let's get moving. Come on. Now I just want to see the results right away. Lam Ling smiled and walked over to Le Huyen. Le Huyen had finished setting up 3 clay stoves in a row. Lam Ling took 3 big clay pots from the space and placed them on the stoves. Leave these 3 pots here from now on and hide them well when we leave. Got it, since they're just for boiling salt water, they won't be used for anything else. Leaving them here is way more convenient. After setting up the stoves, dry firewood from the space was stacked nearby. Du Nam and the others brought the buckets over. Du Nam started the fire. When one pot was full of salt water, Lam Ling called out, "Everyone, come see how to cook this. This is how salt is made." Everyone was super excited and eager. Whoa! They all gathered around, eyes glued to the pot of salt water without blinking. Lam Ling handed the stirring stick to Tham Thu beside her. You do it. Can I really do it? Yeah, you got it. Tham Thu was so excited she stammered, afraid someone else would grab the stick. She snatched it quickly. Du Nam, Grass, Blackstone, and Whitestone all showed looks of regret. Lam Ling laughed, half crying, "Don't be in such a rush, everyone will get a turn." Oh, they managed to hold back their impatience for now, really looking forward to it. Even though Lam Ling and Le Huyen had explained the salt-making process, when everyone saw the pure white salt crystals forming in the pot, they couldn't help but get wildly excited. When the pure white salt finished crystallizing, they scooped it into the covered baskets, 1 scoop at a time. Except for Lam Ling and Le Huyen, everyone else was so thrilled they almost cried. Salt, it's really salt. Woohoo, we actually made salt, white as snow. From now on, we won't be bullied by the Salt Tribe anymore. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it feels amazing. Everyone was so hyped they started cooking more right away. This time, all 3 pots at once. Everyone was eager to get more salt. The more the better. This is treasure. Treasure means the more, the better. Grass suddenly looked worried. Brother Huyen, Sister Lam, will we run out of this salt water? What if it's all gone? Everyone's faces turned serious. Yeah, that's a big problem. Du Nam was optimistic. If that happens, we'll just go find more. There's definitely more out there. Right, exactly. That's reassuring. Once we found it once, there'll be a second time. As long as the salt isn't some divine gift just for the Salt Tribe, they'll definitely find more. They're not afraid of hard work, not scared of trouble, don't mind failing many times, and won't mind spending a long time searching. As long as it exists, that's all that matters. Lam Ling and Lei Huyen smiled at each other. Li Haiyan said, "Don't worry. To put it simply, this saltwater well won't run dry even if we dig through 100 winters, or even a few hundred winters." Really? Of course. Ah, then our tribe's future generations won't have to worry anymore. Ha ha! Lam Lang and Lei Huyen both burst out laughing. That's some long-term vision right there, nothing to worry about anymore. Everyone dove into work with excitement. When the big boss and the shaman say something, you know it's legit. They didn't doubt it for a second. Everyone worked hard, full of energy. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen couldn't get a word in, so they decided to follow Tian into the woods for a stroll. There's got to be plenty of good stuff in the forest, and with money, the danger drops way down. Plus, their skills weren't anything to worry about. Let's hit that hollow hill we spotted the other day. I'm craving some beef. Lam Lang couldn't help but lick her lips. Goat meat, venison, wild boar are tasty too, but honestly, beef is what I'm really craving. Beef hot pot, stir-fried beef, beef bone soup, stewed beef, meatballs, now with chili, ginger, garlic, pepper, daikon radish. We could even make a mixed beef stew that's nose-runny good. Even the innards won't be a problem to clean. A good salt scrub and they're spotless. Lahayan was craving it too. All right, let's go. I'll chat with Tian for a bit. Tang got it. He let out a low growl, then bent down, signaling the two to hop on his back. Lam Lang felt a bit guilty about riding him all the time. Tian wasn't just a ride. He was Lahayan's lifelong companion, family, and teammate. She gently stroked his soft head and said, "Our good boy, Tian. Just lead the way up front. We'll keep up." Tian glanced at her but didn't stand up, growled softly again, then tugged Lam Lang's sleeve with his mouth, signaling her. "Hurry up." Lahoyan placed her hand on Tian's forehead, then gave Lam Lang a reluctant smile. Tian's calling us slowpokes. Lam Lang just got roasted, dissed by none other than Tian himself. Tian so thoughtful. Lam Lang smiled brightly like a blooming flower. The more she looked at Tian, the more she liked him. Tall, handsome, powerful, noble aura, great physique, and mad skills. Nothing could top their Tian. Lam Lang got so fond she leaned down to kiss Tian, but before she could, Lei Huyen pulled her back. No way. His deep eyes and handsome face showed clear disapproval. Lam Lang looked at him. Why not? Lahayan grunted. Lam Lang snapped out of it and teased, "Oh, you jealous?" Lahayan thought to himself, "Gotcha. Yeah, I'm jealous." Lam Lang got even more jealous back. Such a petty guy. Lei Huyen felt something was off. Petty? I know he's your lifelong buddy, but we're married. I get close to him a little, and you don't allow it. Lahayan felt something was definitely off. After a moment, he finally reacted, half annoyed, half amused, wordlessly pulling Lam Lang in for a few kisses, lowering his voice. "You're my wife, only allowed to kiss me." Got it. Yeah, I'm jealous, but not the way you think. Clearly, I'm jealous of her, not jealous of Tian. Lam Lang blinked and got it too. She blushed a bit and pushed him away, pouting. "You're jealous of your lifelong buddy. Our Tian's so good. What's wrong if I kiss him once?" But still, no way. They were still bickering quietly when a low growl cut them off. Tian wagged his tail at them, then looked back, growled again. They even caught a glimpse of impatience in Tian's eyes, like he was saying, "Can you two speed it up? Dragging your feet too much." Huyen laughed and helped Lam Lang climb up. "Let's go." They sat steady. Tian immediately charged forward. They reached that vast green hill, still lively as ever. Countless herbivores of all sizes grazed around. Today they were after the wild cattle, ignoring the others, finally spotting a herd of about 60 or 70, big and small, on the hillside. Mature wild cattle were huge, standing like a wall, shiny black fur, thick tails, hooves as big as bowls, eyes like bronze bells, curved black iron-hard horns, incredibly powerful, each weighed at least a ton, true giant beasts. Even with Lam Lang and Lei Huyen's guts and skills, facing such a beast, they didn't dare slack off. The herd noticed them but clearly didn't care, just glanced over and went back to grazing. Lam Lang and Lahoyan picked a mature bull standing away from the herd. Lahoyan unleashed a big move. Boom! The bull instantly fell into a huge pit. The loud noise startled other animals, sending them scattering. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen rushed over, Lam Lang gripping a sharp axe. Lei Huyen didn't need a weapon. His power was the deadliest weapon. But before they could get close, the bull in the pit let out a roar that echoed through the valley. It pushed hard and jumped out of the deep hole. 4 hooves slammed the ground, kicking up a dust storm. It spun around, eyes shining cold like bronze bells. Fierce and glaring at Lei Huyen, wild beasts have sharp instincts and strong survival senses. It locked onto Lei Huyen, clearly knowing he was the trapper. Its instincts were spot on, and even if wrong, Le Huyen and Lam Lang had no way to explain. The bull got angrier, lowered its head. Four hooves charged, aiming its iron-hard black horns straight at Le Huyen and Lam Lang. That fierce, wild-killing intent, if it were a normal local, they'd either be too scared to run or pale-face, bolting for their lives, no guts left to fight. But for Lam Lang and Le Huyen, survivors of the end times, it only fired up their fighting spirit. Le Huyen kept throwing moves, dirt and mud flew fast at the bull. It roared loudly, forced to slow down. As it slowed, Le Huyen quickly dug a hole right in front of it. The bull didn't notice, stepped into the gap, and howled in pain. Lam Lang seized the moment, swung her shining axe down hard. At the same time, Tien lifted her head fiercely, her forepaws flying forward as she bit down hard on the bull's neck. She refused to let go. When Le Huyen arrived, his wife and his beast companion had already taken down that fierce and powerful wild bull together. Le Huyen and Lam Lang were panting, reeling in the kite, then burst out laughing. He couldn't help but rub Tien's head. Our Tien is amazing. Le Huyen glanced at his usually cold and lazy beast companion, feeling a mix of emotions. Lam Lang quickly stored the wild bull in the space pocket, laughing as he said to Le Huyen, "That was epic. Haven't felt this good in a long time." Le Huyen smiled too. "Yeah, let's head back. Tonight, we feast on boiled bull meat." Lam Lang grabbed his hand. Le Huyen casually filled the hole, called Tien, and the two of them left together. The valley quickly returned to calm, the startled animals settling down to graze again. Hunting had been part of their lives since birth, so it wasn't anything strange. Though today was a bit rowdy, Lam Lang and Le Huyen returned to the salt valley where Du Nam, Than Thu, Ko, and the others had already cooked 6 pots of salt. The salt, white as snow, was packed tightly into woven baskets piled high, a huge haul that made everyone smile with joy. Lam Lang clapped his hands. "It's late, everyone take a break. Let's get ready for dinner, we'll continue tomorrow." Even though they weren't quite satisfied, everyone felt relieved. Looking up, it was already dark, so Dong Than agreed. Le Huyen and Du Nam picked a good spot in the valley. Facing the cliff, they started digging caves for temporary shelter. Not just for now, but for anyone who came later to have a place to stay. Building mountain camps or defensive structures would have to wait until they had enough manpower. Le Huyen and Du Nam calmly carved out 3 rooms and a hall in the cliff. Lam Lang led the group to a nearby stream, pulled the wild bull out of the space pocket, and prepared to butcher it. Than Thu, Ko, Bok Thak, and Hak Thak's eyes went wide in shock. "Ah, a curved horned beast, it's a curved horned beast." Everyone turned to Lam Lang, their surprise quickly turning into admiration and respect. A fierce beast like the curved horned beast, even the tribe's hunting squads don't dare hunt one easily. But Lam and Huyen were so badass, especially with Tien by their side. Just the two of them killing a full-grown curved horned beast like that, no wonder everyone was impressed. The group was thrilled and proud. Curved horned beast, huh? Lam Lang laughed. Pretty fitting name. In our Trieu Duong Tribe, we call this creature Gu, meaning bull, wild bull. Everyone quickly accepted the new name. Being part of the Trieu Duong Tribe meant following the tribe's naming, so they all said "oh" in unison and immediately switched to the new term. Lam and Huyen were seriously impressive. Who would have thought they could hunt a bull? A wild bull, no less. Wild bulls are especially aggressive, even scarier than wild boars. Even the tribe's warriors don't dare face them easily. Yeah, it's huge, so much meat. Heh. Lam Lang chuckled. Wild bull meat is delicious. I'm itching to dig in. Let's get to work. All right. Than Thu and the others couldn't hide their excitement. Curved horned beast. Nah, wild bull. Wild bulls are super fierce. Back in the lone tribe, we only managed to hunt a few times. Because they're rare, when the meat was divided, none was left for us, only the chief got some. The Vu Master and those favored by the chief were the only ones qualified to get wild bull meat. Heard it's super tasty, fresh and chewy. Too bad back then we could only drool. But now it's different. Lam and Huyen smoothly hunted a strong, fully grown wild bull. With such a big body, there's tons of meat for them to feast on for days. Just thinking about it feels awesome. Makes me want to run up to those folks who used to brag about wild bull meat and show off twice as much to piss them off. Yeah, if I see those people again, gotta remember to do this. Butchering and dividing the prey is something almost everyone in the tribe is skilled at. Quickly, they neatly cut the huge wild bull into portions. Lam Lang pulled out several large woven baskets from the space pocket, lining the bottom with layers of wide, sturdy leaves. They put the cut meat inside so the blood wouldn't soak through and dirty the space. Everyone had been thoroughly instructed by Dai Mao and Tu Mao not to just toss out the innards anymore, but to save them for the Gad Dok chickens. Lam Lang looked at the discarded stomach, tripe, and liver, thinking he didn't have time today, but definitely had to cook a hot pot of wild bull offal soup with radish tomorrow. For tonight's dinner, Lam Lang picked two of the most tender beef cuts and a beef shank, planning to braise and stir-fry them with green chili, garlic, and onions. Van Thu and the others worked smoothly together. The four of them butchered the 2,400-pound bull in less than an hour. Meat, bones, and innards were separated into 11 large baskets total. When they returned to Tucson Valley, Lei Huyen and Du Nam had finished digging the shelter. The entrance was over 2 meters above the ground, keeping out reptiles and insects, making it hard for wild beasts to attack even if they came. The entrance had a narrow stairway carved in for going up and down. The cave mouth was about 1.5 feet wide and 2 feet tall. Inside was spacious, divided into living quarters and storage, with no sense of claustrophobia. Outside the cave mouth, they cleverly carved ventilation holes. Cooking was done on the open ground outside. Tonight, they cooked rice with stir-fried beef and braised beef with radish, making everyone happy. Just thinking about this rare meat makes everyone excited. Back in the day, when it was never your turn, this feels even better. Beef is already delicious. Now it's 10 times better. The next day, everyone kept the excitement going by making salt from seawater and enjoying some amazing boiled beef, lamb offal soup with radish, and salt-roasted chicken wrapped in leaves by Lam Lang. The boiled beef and lamb offal soup earned non-stop praise. The salt-roasted chicken had a golden, tempting skin. Crispy skin, tender meat, the salty flavor soaked into the bones was surprisingly delicious. When Lam Lang proudly explained how she made the salt-roasted chicken, Du Nam was stunned. Black Stone and White Stone froze. Then Thu and Grass yelled, "Ah!" then clutched their chests in pain. Using that much salt, just one dish and that much salt, who'd dare roast a whole chicken like that? Seriously, even though no one worried about salt shortages anymore, salt was still super precious in their eyes. After hearing Lam Lang, their eyes on the salt-roasted chicken changed immediately. Everyone grabbed a few more pieces, so happy they couldn't help but grin wide. A dish roasted with that much salt? No way, no way. So satisfying, so satisfying. Lam Lang laughed joyfully non-stop. After thinking it over, she figured it was best not to mention the salted meat and cured ham stuff for now, or she'd scare them into fainting. After the meal, there was fruit for dessert, a wild melon that Lam Lang and Lei Huyen picked from the forest. The fruit was about the size of a hand, oval-shaped. The pale purple skin was dusted with a white powder. Just wash and eat. The flesh was milky white, sweet, juicy, soft, and easy to eat. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had picked 2 full baskets. Everyone cooked salt for 3 days total, yielding over 700 pounds. That much salt was enough to trade with the Mang tribe, so they decided to head back. On the way home, Lam Lang's space got a bit cramped because besides salt, there was beef, wild fruit, and some hunted game. Lam Lang and Lei Huyen had nothing else to do, so they also cut a good amount of bamboo. Bamboo was great for weaving stuff, baskets, mats, very necessary for daily life. Since they were here, not grabbing more would be a waste. So the space got packed full. Everyone walked back, taking about 3.5 days to reach home not too far. They also took the chance to mark the path. On the afternoon of the second day's rest, Black Stone and White Stone went to the stream to wash veggies and meat. When they came back, they excitedly carried a rabbit. Sis Lam, look, we caught a wild rabbit, maybe we can keep it." Du Dinya was already raising 7 wild rabbits, the more the better. While the two were washing veggies, this dumb rabbit just grazed nearby, not even trying to run. It even stared at them wide-eyed while chewing grass, looking clueless, making the two want to catch it badly. They decided to try. Surprisingly, they really caught it alive, making the brothers super happy. Van Thu was jealous. "Wow, that rabbit's so fat. Its fur is so long," and silently vowed, if he saw it, he'd catch it too. Yeah, not just rabbits.